You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents the Mercury Theatre on the Air. Ladies and gentlemen, the star and director of the Mercury Theatre, Orson Welles.
Good evening. On Thursday, July 14th, at 2:29 in the afternoon, aviator Howard Hughes set his big twin-motored monoplane World's Fair 1939 down at Floyd Bennett Field for a new record in round-the-world flying. From takeoff to landing, the trip of almost 15,000 miles took just 3 days, 19 hours and 17 minutes. That was about 3 months ago. But back in the 1870s, so Jules Verne tells us, a group of English gentlemen made a wager on what they were confident was a sure thing. Their clubmate, Phileas Fogg, had the fantastic notion that a man traveling from west to east could get around the world in 80 days. His attempts, as I think you'll agree, remain at the least more incredible than Mr. Hughes' achievement.
And that's the story of adventure and breakneck speed that Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air bring to life for us tonight. Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, with Orson Welles as Phileas Fogg.
My name is Phileas Fogg.
Oui, monsieur.
I will tell you of my personal habits and what I require of a servant.
Oui, monsieur.
I am a man of simple taste, without relatives or family. I have my tea and toast at 23 minutes after 8, my shaving water at 37 minutes after 9. I dress at 20 minutes after 10. At 12 o'clock you will serve me my lunch, consisting of a boiled fish with Reading sauce of the finest quality, a slice of roast beef garnished with mushrooms, a rhubarb and gooseberry tart, and a piece of Cheshire cheese. The whole washed down with 2 cups of tea. With my lunch, I read the London Times. At 3:45, you will bring me the Evening Standard. At 5 minutes to 6, you will bring me my hat and cane. I dine at the Reform Club. At midnight, you will serve me a glass of ale and a chicken sandwich. You see that the duties of my servant are not arduous. My present servant has been with me for 4 years. I have been forced to dismiss him. He brought me my shaving water this morning at a temperature of 84 degrees Fahrenheit instead of 86. That is an unpardonable offense. You understand?
Oui, monsieur.
You are a Frenchman, and your name is John.
Jean, if it does not displease, monsieur. Jean Passepartout. To be frank, I have had several trades. I have been a traveling singer, a circus rider, a vaulter like Lear, a dancer on the rope like Blondin. I have been a professor of gymnastics, and I was sergeant fireman at Paris. I have among my papers notes of remarkable fires. Now, wishing to settle down, and having learned that Monsieur Phileas Fogg is the most exact and most settled gentleman in the United Kingdom, I have presented myself to Monsieur with the hope of living tranquilly with him.
You are well recommended to me. You understand my conditions?
Yes, sir.
What time have you?
52 minutes after 5.
That is a fine large silver watch you have, but it is slow.
Pardon, monsieur, that is impossible.
You are 4 minutes slow. Does not matter. It suffices to note the difference. Then, from this moment, 56 minutes after 5 o'clock p.m., Wednesday, October 2nd, 1872, you're in my service. And now bring me my hat and cane. It's time for me to get to my club.
Read all about the big robbery. The paper,
Your deal, Mr. Fogg.
The heart.
Mileage, I believe.
And my trick.
£55,000. That's a lot of money. One of the directors of the Bank of England. What about it, Good?
And the bank will write that off as a total loss, I suppose.
I believe, on the contrary, that we shall quite soon put our hands on the thief. Detectives, the most skillful in the world, have been sent to America and the continent for all the principal ports. It's very difficult for the man to escape. Queen of Spades. My trick, I think.
Have you a description of the thief?
He's not a thief.
What? He's not a thief. The man who extracted £55,000 in banknotes in broad daylight from the paying room of the Bank of England.
Men of Hearts. I don't think so.
I trump you. The Morning Chronicle assures us he's a gentleman.
At the actual moment that the package of banknotes was stolen, our cashier was occupied in registering a receipt for 3 shillings and sixpence. His eyes couldn't be everywhere, but he had, before that time, noticed a well-dressed gentleman of good manners and distinguished air going in and out of the playing room. You have a very accurate description of him.
I still believe that the chances are in favor of the thief. Seems to be a very skillful and determined fellow.
There's no single country in the world in which he can take refuge.
Nonsense.
Where do you suppose he might go?
I don't know about that. After all, the world is big enough.
Was once upon a time. Your turn to cut, sir.
How, once upon a time? Has the world grown smaller by any chance?
Without doubt. I agree with Mr. Fogg. The world has grown smaller, since we can go round it today in 10 times quicker than we could 100 years ago. Now, in this robbery case, that's what will make the search more rapid.
Will make the escape of the thief easier, too.
Your lead, Mr. Stewart. Diamonds are trump.
Just because it's possible now to go around the world in 3 months.
In 80 days, sir. Since the great Indian Peninsula Railway has opened its new section between Asagar and Allahabad, one can go around the world in 80 days. I have here a calculation made by the Morning Chronicle. London to Suez by rail and steamer, 7 days. Suez to Bombay, steamer, 13 days. Bombay to Calcutta, rail, 3 days. Calcutta to Hong Kong, steamer, 13 days. Hong Kong to Yokohama, steamer, 6 days. Yokohama to San Francisco, steamer, 22 days. San Francisco to New York, rail, 7 days. New York to London, steamer and rail, 9 days. Total, 80 days.
Yes. But that makes 80 days. Not include bad weather, contrary winds, shipwrecks, railroad accidents, etc.
It includes everything.
Even if the Hindus or the Indians tear up the rails, if they stop the trains, plunder the cars, and scalp the passengers.
It includes everything. 2 trumps.
Theoretically, all right, Mr. Fogg, but practically...
Practically also, Mr. Stewart.
I'd like very much to see you do it.
Depends only on you. Let us start together.
Heaven forbid, Mr. Fogg. I willingly wager £4,000 that such a journey made under these conditions is impossible.
On the contrary, it is quite possible.
Well, do it then.
Go round the world in 80 days?
Yes.
I'm willing.
When?
At once. Only I warn you, Mr. Stewart, I shall do it at your expense.
Gentlemen, this is folly. Let's continue our game. Your lead, Mr. Fogg.
Deal again, please. Well, there's a misdeal.
Mr. Fogg, I'm taking you up. I wager £4,000.
Oh, my dear steward. You're not serious, are you?
When I use the word wagers, it's always serious.
Very well. I have £20,000 deposited with Baring Brothers. I'm willing to risk them.
£20,000. £20,000 of the slightest unforeseen delay may make you lose.
The unforeseen does not exist.
But, Mr. Fogg, this period of 80 days is calculated only as a minimum.
A minimum well employed is always sufficient.
It means you must jump mathematically from the trains into the steamers, and from the steamers onto the trains.
I shall jump mathematically.
No, I'm joking.
A true Englishman never jokes when so serious a matter as a wager is in question. Gentlemen, I bet £20,000 against who will that I will go around the world in 80 days or less. That is in 1,920 hours or 115,200 minutes. Do you accept?
Yes, we accept.
Very well. The Dover boat starts at 8:45. I shall take it.
This very evening?
This very evening. Today is Wednesday, the 2nd of October. I must be back in London in this very card room of the Reform Club, Pall Mall, on Saturday, the 21st of December, at 8:45 p.m., in default of which the £20,000 at present deposited to my credit with Baring Brothers will be yours, gentlemen, in fact and by right. Here is a check. Check for the full amount.
Fogg, you're taking the 8:45 train for Dover. Would you not like to stop the game now and make preparations?
I am always prepared, sir. Diamonds are trumps. Your lead, Mr. Stewart. Passepartout. Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
Passepartout, it is the second time that I have called you.
But it is not midnight, monsieur. I do not expect...
I know it, and I do not find fault with you. Prepare yourself. We leave in 10 minutes. No trunks are necessary, only a carpet bag. In it 2 woolen shirts and 3 pairs of stockings. The same for you. We will purchase on the way. You may bring down my mackintosh and traveling cloak, also stout shoes, although we will walk but little or not at all. Also take this bag and take good care of it. There are 20,000 pounds in it.
What?
Yes?
Monsieur is thinking of leaving home?
Yes, Passepartout. We are going around the world. Dover. It's now 11:22. We've gained 40 seconds already.
Monsieur!
Yes?
Monsieur, I've just remembered that terrible thing.
Yes? What is it?
In my haste, monsieur, in my disturbed state of mind, I have forgot... Mon Dieu!
Forgot what?
To turn off the gas in the kitchen. It will
For
burn.
1,920 hours, a gross piece of negligence which will be charged against your wages. The rate of 2½ cubic feet per hour and 3 farthings per cubic foot. On the day of our return, you will owe me exactly 3 shillings and 10 farthing.
From the saloon of the Reform Club, our bet didn't take long to find its way into the press. It was widely discussed and criticized. Some took sides with Phileas Fogg. The majority declared him a visionary. The Times, the Standard, the Evening Star, the Morning Chronicle, and 8 other papers of large circulation declared against Mr. Fogg. The Daily Telegraph alone came out in his favor. Enormous bets were placed for and against him at Lloyd's and among private individuals. A bond was issued, which was immediately listed on the London Stock Exchange. For a few days, the market in Phileas Fogg was firm above par. Enormous transactions were made. 5 days after his departure, a long article appeared in the bulletin of the Royal Geographic Society. It treated the question from all points of view and demonstrated clearly the folly of the enterprise. The article made a great sensation. Phileas Fogg declined. Buyers were scarce. The odds against him rose from 5 and 10 to 1 to 20 to 1, 50, finally 100 to 1. At 9 o'clock on the 9th of October, a telegraphic dispatch arrived in London.
Suez to London. Cowan, Commissioner of Police, Central Office, Scotland Yard. I have the bank robber, Phileas Fogg. Send without delay warrant of arrest to Bombay, British India. Detailed report follows by mail. And following him, signed Fix, Detective.
Left London, Wednesday, October 2nd, 18:45 p.m. Left Paris, Thursday, October 3rd, 8:40 a.m. Arrived Turin, Friday, October 4th, 6:35 a.m. Left Turin, Friday, 7:20 a.m. Arrived Brindisi, Saturday, October 4th, 4 a.m. Boarded Mongolia, Saturday, 5 p.m. Arrived at Suez, Wednesday, October 9th, 11 a.m. 2 hours gained.
Legacy Council. Are you with Legacy Council?
I am.
My name is Fix, Detective of Scotland Yard, covering the port of Suez.
Well, Mr. Fix?
Mr. Council, I have strong reason for believing that the man who robbed the Bank of England of £55,000 has taken passage on board the Mongolia.
Indeed, Mr. Fix.
A Frenchman came up to the other pier with a passport, which his master decided to have visaed. The description on this passport is identical with that which we received from the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. I told him that his master must present himself in person at your office to establish his identity.
I shall be interested to see. That was a heavy robbery.
A magnificent robbery. £55,000. And 1/5 of the money recovered for the man who apprehends him.
Mr. Fix, I earnestly hope you are right. But from a mere cable description, do you not fear you may be mistaken? That this may be an honest man after all?
Mr. Counsel, Great robbers always resemble honest people. Honest faces are the very ones that must be unmasked. It is a difficult task. To solve such mysteries is not a trade so much as an art. We detectives feel these people rather than know them.
If the man is what you suppose, I doubt if he will present himself at my office. A robber does not like to leave behind him the tracks of his passage.
Mr. Counsel, if he's a shrewd man as I think, he will come.
To have his passport visaed?
Yes. Passports serve only to incommode honest people and to aid the flight of rogues. I promise you that his passport will be in perfect order. But I hope you will not visa it.
And why not? If his passport is regular, I have no right to refuse my visa.
But, Mr. Counsel, I must detain this man until I have received from London a warrant for his arrest.
You have no proof, Mr. Fix.
Mr. Counsel, you know who I am. You know I represent Scotland Yard. Do you think I would detain an innocent man? I am asking you to help me capture a man who has stolen £55,000.
That, Mr. Fix, is your business, but I cannot, as Her Majesty's counsel, legally... Come in.
You're the consul, sir.
I am.
Here's my passport. May I ask you to visa it?
You are Phileas Fogg, Esquire?
Yes, sir.
This man is your servant?
Yes, a Frenchman named Passepartout.
You come from London?
Yes?
And you are going?
To Bombay.
Well, sir, you know this formality of a visa is useless and that we no longer demand the presentation of a passport.
I know it, sir, but I wish to prove by your visa my trip to Suez.
Very well, sir. Here it is.
I thank you, sir. Good day.
Now then, will you admit, Mr. Counsel, that this phlegmatic gentleman resembles feature for feature the robber whose description I have received?
I agree with you, but you know that all description...
I have a clear conscience in the matter. Since you will not help me, I shall take other steps. His servant appears to me less of a riddle than the master. Moreover, he is a Frenchman who cannot keep from talking. I shall not let him out of my sight. I shall follow them to the port. I shall follow them to Bombay. If necessary, I shall follow them round the world. Suez to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. I have bank robber Phileas Fogg. Send without delay, warrant of arrest. Bombay. Fix, detective. From Suez to Bombay, voyage uneventful. Fogg leaves his cabin only to play whist, plays 30 rubbers a day. No chance to speak to him. French servant, more communicative. Had exchanged several drinks with him. Says his master carries an enormous sum of money with him in fresh new banknotes. He has promised £1,000 to chief engineer if he makes Bombay 2 days ahead of time. Bombay to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. Arrive Bombay 2 days early. Warrant not here. Following bank thief to Calcutta. Send warrant there. 6. Detective.
All trains, all passengers leave the train. Monsieur.
Yes?
Monsieur, it is a calamity.
Explain yourself.
Monsieur, we are stopped. There is no more railway.
Conductor.
Sir?
Conductor, where are we?
A circus, sir. Whether our way ends?
This railroad is not finished.
No, sir.
The papers announced the opening of the entire line 3 weeks ago.
The papers were mistaken, sir. From Estarga to Allahabad, the tracks are not finished. Passengers must be otherwise transported.
Monsieur, what a calamity. This delay will ruin us.
It was provided for. We have gained 2 days, which we can afford to lose. The steamer leaves Calcutta for Hong Kong at midnight on the 25th. This is only the 23rd. We shall arrive at Allahabad tomorrow and Calcutta on the following day. How far is it from here to Allahabad?
80 miles, sir.
How may one get there?
There are many ways, sir. Four-wheel turn Harris, Debug cart, palanquin.
How long does it take to reach Allahabad by these methods?
2 days, sir. Perhaps 3.
Too long. Is there no faster means of transport?
No, sir.
Think.
Well, there's only one thing. Can go from here to Allahabad in less than 2 days, and that is not obtainable.
What is it?
An elephant, sir.
Thank you. I shall acquire an elephant. 10 pounds an hour.
No, sir.
15 pounds.
Hire my elephant, Your Honor. I could not consider it. His name is Kiuni. He is an elephant of combat. Very swift and very strong.
30 pounds.
But no, sir.
40 pounds.
For so small a sum, sir, I cannot let him out of my sight. He is my only treasure, Your Honor. How do I know I could ever see him again?
Then I will buy him from you.
It is not possible.
I will give you 1,000 pounds.
Sahib, for such a beast, that is nothing.
1,200.
No, sir.
1,500.
Sir, I love him as though he were my own child.
1,800.
I am not a greedy man, Your Honor. Your Honor, but
2,000 pounds.
I cannot refuse a favor to so noble a gentleman. Sahib, you may have my beast, and I will be your guide.
Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
The carpet bag. We start at once.
Mr. Fogg. Mr. Fogg.
Sir?
Mr. Fogg, allow me to introduce myself. My name is...
Mr. Fix, I believe.
It is indeed, sir. Though it surprises me that you know it.
I always know the names of my fellow passengers. Can I be of service to you, sir?
Mr. Fogg, you have acquired this elephant, the only one within 20 miles.
That is correct, sir.
And with it you hope to reach Allahabad tomorrow?
I do, sir.
Then I beg you, sir. I'm in as great a hurry to reach Calcutta as yourself. If only you will permit me to accompany you, I shall be more than happy. 26th to Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. October 23rd, left a Surga. 11:30 a.m. on elephant back. Phileas Fogg in one of the howdahs, I in the other. The French server between us astride the animal. The Parsi guide perched on the elephant's neck. At nightfall, we entered the jungle, proceeding at a steady, rapid pace. As we proceeded, the forest grew denser. Fog is untiring. The man is made of iron. Towards morning, we entered the territory of Bundelkund. Allahabad now only 12 miles to the northeast. At a little before 2, the elephant, showing signs of uneasiness, suddenly stopped. Yoni, stop that!
Why does he stop?
I do not know, sir. I will see. Salati, Yoni! Ramin, sir. It's very dangerous. They come towards us. We must remain still. If the elephant is hidden behind these trees, they will not see us. Sati! First came the priest with mitres on their heads. Behind them in a car with large wheels was a statue with 4 arms, its body colored dark red, its eyes haggard, its hair tangled, its tongue hanging out, its lips covered with henna and beetle. Around its neck was a collar of skulls, around its waist a girdle of human hands.
What is that statue they're dragging?
Kali, the Hindu goddess of love and death. Of death, perhaps. Of love, never. That of the old witch. No, in my confinement. Look there! A woman! She's beautiful. 2 priests were dragging her along. A young woman, half conscious, deathly pale. Her neck, her shoulders, her ears, her arms, her hands, her toes were loaded down with jewels, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and finger rings. Behind her were guards armed with naked sabers, carrying the body of an old man dressed in silk and gold. They disappeared among the trees.
Tell me, what is sati?
Sati, Sab, is a human sacrifice. The woman you have just seen will be burned to death tomorrow in the early part of the day on the funeral pyre of her husband.
Burned alive or the villain?
Yes, Sab.
This corpse, then, was her husband?
Yes, Sab. The prince, her husband, the Raja of Bundelkund. As a child, I betrothed her to him. She has never seen him. In Allahabad, they seized her.
Where are they taking her?
To the pagoda of Pilaji, 2 miles from here. There she will pass the night in waiting for the sacrifice.
And this sacrifice will take place?
At the first appearance of day.
There will be no sacrifice. We will save this woman.
Save her?
I have still 12 hours to spare. I can devote them to her.
Bravo, monsieur, bravo. You are a man of heart.
Occasionally, Passepartout, occasionally. When I have the time.
Waited for nightfall. 12:30, reached the pagoda of Pilaji. Found it heavily guarded. We can do nothing before dawn, Sab.
We will wait.
You know, Sab, that we not only risk our lives, but horrible punishment if we are taken.
I know that. We will wait.
What good gad, Mr. Fogg? Didn't you say you must reach...
Mr. Fix, it will do if I reach Allahabad tomorrow before noon. We will wait.
A little before dawn, men began to move in the pagoda. The hour had come in which the unfortunate woman was to die. Beside me stood Phileas Fogg. His face was white and drawn. The French servant had vanished. The doors of the pagoda were now open. An intense light came from the inside. We could see the victim all lighted up, being dragged by two priests to the outside. She seemed to be drugged. In Phileas Fogg's hand, I saw the glint of an open knife. The crowd began to move towards the river. There stood the funeral pyre with the Rajah's body. In the half-light, we could dimly see the victim motionless, stretched beside her husband's corpse. A torch was brought. Then there took place a most extraordinary occurrence. The dead Rajah moved. He was seen suddenly rising upright, like a phantom, raising the young woman in his arms. Descending from the pyre amidst clouds of smoke, he advanced rapidly towards us, between the lines of Brahmins groveling on the earth with terror. Now he was only a few yards off.
Quick, quick, my master!
Passepartout!
Quick, 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 run before they see!
A few bullets flew around us, and an arrow pierced Phileas Fogg's hat. Soon we were out of range. At 11:45, we entered the streets of Allahabad. The young woman we had rescued from death lay still unconscious in the arms of Phileas Fogg. Calcutta to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard, October 25th, 4 p.m. Had Phileas Fogg and French servant arrested today, charged of abducting Indian princess. Rush warrant for arrest on bank robbery charges. 6 detectives. Calcutta to London, October 25th, 11:10 p.m. Phileas Fogg and servant freed on payment of £1,000 fine. Sailing Hong Kong tonight with Indian princess. And following them. Rush warrant, Hong Kong. 6 detectives. Hong Kong to London, November 7th. Warrant received too late. Fogg left for San Francisco tonight aboard special charter. Following him. Arranged expedition proceeding San Francisco. 6 detectives. San Francisco to London, Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard. Phileas Fogg, French servant and Indian princess arrived at San Francisco December 3rd. Leaving 6 p.m. for New York. Advise Her Majesty's Council, New York, arranged expedition. 6 detectives. Salt Lake City to London, December 5th. Traveling, same train as Fogg and Party. Had him under constant surveillance. 6 detectives.
You are listening to a CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air in an original adaptation of Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days. The performance will continue after a moment's intermission. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Jules Verne's Around the World in 80 Days, as adapted for radio by Orson Welles and performed by the Mercury Theatre on the Air.
Oh, mon Dieu, what a country is this America? December 3rd, we leave San Francisco. There are men fighting in the streets. They are electing a justice of the peace. December 5th, 12,000 buffaloes stand on the railroad. We cannot proceed for 3 hours. December 6th, at Great Salt Lake, 3,000 feet over the sea, monsieur. Tonight, we will be in Omaha. We are in the 65th day of our journey. By the calculations of my master, Phileas Fogg, we are not behind, and we are not before. Between Hong Kong and Yokohama, we have lost the day. But on the Pacific Ocean, we have got it. This man, my master, is mad. Of that there is no doubt. It is not permitted to a man of sound mind to pass his life in jumping from a steamer into a railway car, from a railway car into a steamer. And already from the carpetbag he has taken for ships, for trains, for fines, for bribes, for elephants, more than 7,000 pounds. If he loses bet, surely he is ruined. But he gives no sign. With us, always, goes Monsieur Fix. This one I do not like. Surely he is spying upon my master. Always he is asking me questions. I tell him nothing. With us also goes the beautiful Princess Aouda. In India, she is in danger of death. My master takes her with him to England. I do not understand. With a woman so beautiful, he is always so cold, so formal. Mon Dieu, these English. He has taught her to play whist. All day they sit, all day they play.
Madam, your turn to cut.
Hard that comes, Mr. Fogg.
Your lead, Miss Fix.
7 o'clock.
The train has stopped. Pastor Two, come with me. We will see what has happened. Excuse me, madam. Engineer, what is this? Why do we stop?
Well, there's medicine boat, sir. Word just come through. The bridge is shaky. Can't pass.
And what do you propose to do?
Well, couldn't say, sir. Guess we're stuck. Bridge shaky, won't bear the weight of the train.
We will not, I suppose, remain here and take roots in the snow.
We've telegraphed Omaha for a train. It'll be 6 hours at least before it gets here.
Cannot the river be crossed in a boat?
No, can't be done. Creek swollen with the rain should never make it.
Make it? I fail to understand. I have contracted with the Central Pacific Railroad to convey me from San Francisco to Chicago. I demand that the Central Pacific Railroad fulfill its contract. In addition to that, here is 100 pounds.
Well.
The present rate of exchange, $483.22, if I am in Omaha tonight.
Well, there might be a way of passing.
On the bridge?
On the bridge.
With our train?
Yeah, with our train.
But the bridge threatens to fall, Monsieur Fogg.
Nonsense.
Well, it's my idea that by rushing the train over at full speed, we have a chance of passing.
Now, how much chance?
40%, maybe 50.
What are we waiting for? Come, Passepartout. Let us return to our whist game and to the Princess Aouda. I left a very interesting hand.
Then comes a terrible moment. The train stops. First, she goes back. And then she goes towards the bridge. It goes faster. Faster and faster. We are at the bridge. Ah, we have crossed.
What was that?
Sacre Dieu. That was the bridge falling behind us.
I think we shall win this hand, Mr. Fix. December 8th. Arrived Medicine Bow. December 8th. Attacked by Red Indians. Arrived Fort Kearney, 7 a.m., 20 hours behind time. December 8th, left Fort Kearney, 8 a.m. by ice sled. December 9th, arrived Omaha, 3 p.m., 14 hours behind time. December 10th, arrived Chicago, 4 p.m., 8 hours behind time. Left Chicago, 4:30 p.m., by special train. December 11th, arrived New York, 9:35 a.m. Steamship China sailed 9:10. We've missed it. Officer, when did the next ship sail?
Well, the Perrier leaves on December 14th, sir.
And arrives in England when?
It doesn't go to England. It lands in Havre December 24th, sir.
Is there any vessel which arrives in England by December 21st?
None, sir.
Then I must arrange that one shall. Come, Passepartout, and bring the carpet bag.
captain of this ship?
I am.
I'm Phileas Fogg of London.
I am Andrew Speedy of Cardiff.
Excellent. Are you ready to sail?
In an hour.
You are loaded for...
Bordeaux.
Your cargo?
Gravel.
You have passengers?
No passengers. Never have passengers. A cargo that talks too much.
Your vessel sails
Between
swiftly?
11 and 12 knots. The Henrietta, well known, sail and steam.
Do you wish to convey me to Liverpool, myself and 3 persons?
To Liverpool? Why not to China?
I said Liverpool.
No.
No?
No, I'm setting out for Bordeaux.
It doesn't matter what price?
It don't matter what price.
But the owners of the Henrietta...
The owners of the Henrietta are myself. The vessel belongs to me.
I will charter it from you.
No.
No? I will buy it from you.
No.
No. Well, will you take me to Bordeaux?
No, not even if you paid me $200.
I offer you 2,000.
For each person?
For each person.
And there are 4 of you?
4.
I leave at 9 o'clock.
It is 8:30. At 9 o'clock, we will be on board.
Commissioner of Police, Scotland Yard, New York to London. Sailing tonight with bank robber Phileas Fogg on board steamship Henrietta, bound Bordeaux. This time, positively, he will not escape me. Fixed, detective. December 11th, off Sandy Hook at midnight, past Fire Island Lights and headed east at 3/4 speed, making 9 knots. December 13th. At noon, vessel suddenly changed course, heading northeast. Speed increased to 12.5 knots. Captain nowhere to be seen. Phileas Fogg at the helm. No whist has been played since we started. Indian princess remains below. December 14th. Find captain missing. Detects curious attitude in crew. Last night heard strange noises in forecastle. In the afternoon, barometer fell. Still no sign of captain. December 15th. Discover captain has been locked in his cabin for 2 days. Crew heavily bribed. Vessel no longer headed Bordeaux, but unknown destination. Running into heavy weather. Late this evening, overheard conversation on deck between Fogg and chief engineer. Everything now clear.
You are certain of what you say, engineer?
I'm certain, sir. Don't forget that since our departure, all our furnaces have been going. And although we had enough coal to go under a small head of steam from New York to Bordeaux, we've not enough for a full head of steam from New York to Liverpool.
I will take this matter under consideration. Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
Go below and bring up the captain.
Monsieur, I fear I shall find a madman.
Do as I say.
Oui, monsieur.
Engineer, you will keep up your fires and continue on your course until the complete exhaustion of the fuel. Don't let the fires go down. On the contrary, let the fire continue full.
Where is he? Where is he?
Good evening, Captain.
Oh, you scoundrel.
Captain Speedy, you will forgive me for any slight inconvenience I have caused you, but you are an obstinate man, and my business is urgent.
Pirate, where are we?
770 miles from London.
See, skipper. What have you done with my ship?
I have sent for you, Captain, to ask you to sell it to me.
No. By all the devils, no.
Then I shall be obliged to burn her.
To burn my ship?
Her upper portions, for we are out of fuel.
Burn my ship? A ship that's worth $50,000.
I offer you 60,000.
Almighty heaven.
Well, Captain, what do you say?
And the iron hull will be left?
The iron hull and the engine, sir. Is it a bargain?
A bargain.
Passepartout.
Yes.
The carpet bag. Captain Speedy here is your money. Count it, please, and don't let all this astonish you. Know that I shall lose £20,000 if I'm not in London on the 21st of December at 9:15 in the evening. This ship is now mine?
Certainly, from keel to the tuck of the mast. All the wood she carries.
Very well, Captain Speedy. You may resume command of your ship. Dismantle the furniture and fire up the debris.
Poop deck, the cabins, the bunk, the spare deck were burned today. Reached speed of 13 knots. December 19th, drops, knots, and spars consumed. December 20th, the railings and remaining portions of the deck fed to the furnace. At 7 in the evening, sighted coast of Ireland, fast at light. At 10 o'clock, arrived off Queenstown.
Mr. Fogg.
Yes, Captain?
Mr. Fogg, you're a brave man.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, I pity you. Everything is against you. You have 24 hours in which to reach London, and yet we are only off Queenstown, and there's no more wood.
Is that Queenstown where I perceive the lights?
Yes.
Can we enter the harbor?
Not for 3 hours, only at high tide.
Very well. We will wait.
1 in the morning, what was left of the Henrietta entered Queenstown Harbour. We landed immediately. At 1:30, we boarded a train, arrived at Dublin at dawn, embarked on the Liverpool packet. At 20 minutes before noon, the 21st of December, Phileas Fogg finally landed on the quay at Liverpool. He was now only 9 hours from London. At this moment, with what I must admit was a heavy heart, I approached him and put my hand on his shoulder.
Sir?
You are really Phileas Fogg?
Yes, sir.
Then with this warrant, in the name of the Queen, I arrest you.
Ah, mon Dieu, mon Dieu. So, on the 80th day of his tour around the world, only 9 hours from London, with 3 hours and 5 minutes to spare and 20,000 pounds at stake, my master is imprisoned here in the custom house at Liverpool. I am desolate. It is snowing. Mon Dieu, what shall I do? All morning we wait. On the porch of the custom house where we wait, it is damp and cold. But Madame Aouda will not desert my kind master, who sits inside alone. What will become of him? The last train for London leaves at 2 o'clock. Alas! Ah, mon Dieu!
Bring water arrested. Read all about the rest of 55,000 pound robber. X3.
The last train has left.
Ah, yes, madame. This is truly the end.
Mr. Fogg! Mr. Fogg, madame! Pass for two.
What is it, scoundrel?
I have made a mistake, a terrible thing. Quickly, quickly, come with me. Hurry, or your master will be ruined. Oh, Fogg. Oh, Mr. Fogg, forgive me.
Sir?
Oh, pardon me, sir. I made a terrible mistake, a dreadful error, an unfortunate resemblance, sir. You are not the robber. You are not the robber. The robber was arrested in Edinburgh this morning. You may go, sir. You are free.
Then my master does a wonderful thing. He wastes 5 seconds. He goes to the detective. He looks him well in the face. And then, with the only rapid movement he has ever made in his life, he draws both his arms back, and then, with the precision of an automaton, with both his fists, he strikes.
Take that, sir.
We jump into a carriage, and in 5 minutes we are at the station. It is 40 minutes past 2. Phileas Fogg orders a special train. 6 hours and 20 minutes later, we are in London. As we enter the station, the clocks are striking.
My friends, I've been around the world in 80 days and 15 minutes. I've lost.
My master is ruined. With my own eyes, in these 80 days, I have watched him spend more than 19,000 pounds of his money. The carpet bag is flat and empty. And tomorrow the gentlemen of the Reform Club will cash their cheque for 20,000 at Baring Brothers. Sadly, this evening, we return to the house in Savile Row. In the kitchen, the gas is still burning. Our neighbors do not know we have returned. The doors and the windows of the house are kept closed. Sadly, I cook the dinner. Sadly, I prepare an apartment for the Princess Aouda. Sadly, I tell her the truth, that for my master, as a man of honor, there is only one course open.
Passepartout, we must do something to prevent it.
Madame, I can do nothing by myself, nothing at all. I have no influence over my master's mind. But you, perhaps...
What influence would I have? Mr. Fogg is subject to none. Has he ever understood that my gratitude for him was overflowing? Has he ever read my heart? My friend, you must not leave him for a single instant.
The night passes. Monsieur Fogg has retired, but has he slept? I have watched like a dog at my master's feet all night till morning. I have heard him restlessly pacing the floor. You call, sir?
I did. You will prepare the Princess Aouda's breakfast. For myself, I will be satisfied with a cup of tea and a piece of toast. You will beg her to be good enough to excuse me from luncheon and dinner. I have certain affairs to set in order. You will say that I would like to see her in the library at 8 o'clock.
Then you will not go to the club today, monsieur?
No.
My master, I wish you to know that whatever happens, I shall always...
Go. I have desired to speak with you this evening, madame, in order to beg your forgiveness.
Mine, sir.
Can you ever forgive me, madam, for having brought you to England?
I, Mr. Fogg?
Be kind enough to allow me to finish. When I thought of taking you so far away from that country which had become so dangerous for you, I was rich. And I counted on placing a portion of my fortune at your disposal. Your life would have been happy and free. But now, madam, as you know, I'm ruined. I can no longer...
I know it, Mr. Fogg. And I, in turn, ask you, will you pardon me for having followed you? And who knows, for having perhaps assisted in your ruin by delaying you?
Madam, you could not remain in India. And your safety was only assured by removing you so far that those fanatics could not retake you.
But, Mr. Fogg, was it not enough that you should rescue me from a horrible death without feeling that you were obliged to assure my position abroad?
It would have been my pleasure, madam. Events have turned against me. However, I ask your permission to dispose of the little I have left in your favor.
But you, Mr. Fogg, what will become of you?
I, madam, shall not need anything.
But how, sir, do you look upon the fate that awaits you?
As I ought to look at it.
Whatever the future holds for you, so kind a man as you could never be in want, I am sure. Your friend...
I have no friends, madam.
Your relative?
I have no relatives.
I pity you, Mr. Fogg. Solitude is a sad thing. Is there not one heart into which you can pour your troubles? They say that with two, misery itself is bearable.
They say so, madam.
Mr. Fogg, you will not think me bold if I ask you whether you might wish at once a relative and a friend. Will you have me for your wife? You close your eyes, Mr. Fogg. Will you not look at me and answer my question?
I love you. Yes, in truth. By everything most sacred in the world, I love you. And I am yours.
Ah, my friend.
Did you ring, sir?
Passepartout.
Oui, monsieur.
You will notify the Reverend Samuel Wilson of Marylebone Parish of our intention to be married as soon as possible.
Bon, monsieur.
It is not too late to go now, is it?
Never too late, monsieur. It will be for tomorrow, Monday.
For tomorrow, Monday, my dear?
For tomorrow, Monday.
Yes, monsieur. Yes, madame.
In 15 minutes, the time agreed upon between Phileas Fogg and ourselves will have expired.
At what hour did the last train arrive from Liverpool?
23 minutes after 7, and the next train doesn't arrive till after midnight.
Gentlemen, if Phileas Fogg had arrived on the train 23 minutes after 7, he would already be here. We can therefore consider we have won the bet.
I wouldn't be too sure, gentlemen. Mr. Fogg is an eccentric of the first order. His punctuality is a byword. Never arrives too late or too soon. He'll appear here at the very last minute, or I shall be very much surprised. Let's continue our game, gentlemen. Your deal, Flanagan. This is the rubber game.
He has 11 minutes.
What's the matter, Passepartout?
Monsieur, the marriage is
Impossible? What do you mean? What stands in the way?
Impossible tomorrow, sir.
Explain yourself, Passepartout.
It is impossible tomorrow, monsieur. Tomorrow is Sunday.
Monday, Passepartout.
Today is Saturday, monsieur.
Have you lost your mind? Today is Sunday.
Yes, sir. Today is Saturday.
Saturday? Impossible.
Yes. You have made a mistake of one day. We have arrived 24 hours in advance. Today is Saturday, the 21st. We have convinced. We have won. We have faith.
10 minutes. 9 of hearts.
9 of hearts.
For my part, Mr. Ralph, I would not believe it was he if I saw him. China, the only steamer from New York that could be of any use to him, arrived yesterday. Name was not on the passenger list. Admitting the most favorable chances, Phileas Fogg has scarcely reached America. I calculate 20 days at least of the time he'll be behind, if, that is, he is still alive.
The thing was senseless from the very start. However exact he may be, it is beyond human power to prevent the occurrence of inevitable delays, and a delay of only 2 or 3 days would be enough to destroy his chances.
Tomorrow morning we will present to Baring Brothers Mr. Fogg's check for £20,000.
3 minutes. Get used to it.
Hearts of trumps.
2 of clubs.
10 of clubs.
I trump you. 3 of hearts.
Your trick, Stuart.
1 at 1/2 minutes to go.
Gentlemen, it is now 8:43 and a quarter. I propose we resume this game at 8:45 p.m.
Gentlemen, we may safely congratulate ourselves. The bet is won.
1 minute, 5 seconds.
50 seconds left.
40.
25.
15.
14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's a good wager. I'm afraid you've lost.
If you don't mind, Mr. Phileas Fogg, that is Mr. Orson Welles, how did a man of your character happen to be on time when all along you thought you were a day late?
Well, Mr. Seymour, it's this way. You know, speaking out of character, and as one of the least punctual of mortals, I am always happiest on the 79th day of the Jules Verne adventure. Here, for a blissful page or two, it does really look as though all my life's long list of trains missed and appointments forgotten may be finally justified in the delirious unlikelihood of Mr. Fogg losing his bet. We of the world who can't read timetables, wind watches, or get out of bed, we for whom traffic jams were made and for whom the alarm clock never rings, we more than any regard with benevolent suspicion those incidents which delayed the undelayable Englishman. To us, they are less like incidents than excuses. And the whole story is too good to be true. An alibi we'd never dare. At least, I'd never dare anything like this. Excuse me, old man, I tried to make it, but you see, there was an Oriental princess and a tribe of Red Indians, and then we had to burn up our ship on the way over for fuel. I'm sure you know how it is. Most annoying. Hope you'll forgive. As I say, it sounds like the ultimate, the magnificent alibi it ought to be, but, oh, horror. There appears in the last chapter a Jules Verne nick in time. An unpredictable split infinity that flings the truth in our teeth and turns the timetables. And here our envy turns to loathing as we, who are always late, realize that the 81st day is actually the 80th. that the 5 minutes after midnight is really the 11th hour, that Phileas Fogg made it and is lost to us. Well, Mr. Seymour, here's the solution. At a period when your grandfather saw the sun pass the meridian 80 times, Mr. Fogg, rushing precisely around the globe toward the sun, celebrated this solemn and unavoidable occasion 79 times only and gained a day. Myself, I don't understand it even after I've explained it. But you do, I'm sure. You who get there and keep nobody waiting. You probably guessed it before we began.
Just heard Orson Welles' original adaptation for radio of Jules Verne's classic Around the World in 80 Days. It was the 16th in the Columbia Broadcasting System's weekly dramatic series featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air. In the cast tonight were Ray Collins as Mr. Fix, Edgar Barrier as Passepartout, Eustace Wyatt as Ralph, Frank Rettig as Stuart, Arlene Francis as Madame Aouda, Stefan Schnabel as the Parsi, Al Swenson as the Captain, William Allen as the officer, and Orson Welles as Phileas Fogg. The original music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and Davidson Taylor supervised the production for CBS. This is Dan Seymour speaking. Next week, The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells, with Orson Welles as producer, director, and featured artist, supported by the Mercury Theatre on the Air. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mercury Theatre on the Air. The Columbia Broadcasting System takes pride in bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air in another broadcast of the unique series which signalizes radio's first presentation of a complete theatrical producing company. For these programs, the regular member stations of the Columbia Broadcasting System are joined by the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tonight, the Mercury Theatre turns to another of the great narratives and adventure stories of the world of literature, The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. And here again is the director, the star, and producer of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. There is no reasonable explanation of Alexandre Dumas. He was a rich man. We note with interest that he went bankrupt in the theater. He was a revolutionary. His grandfather was a marquis. His grandmother was a negress. He was born as Napoleon became emperor. He died in poverty as the Germans marched into France. He wrote The Count of Monte Cristo as a newspaper serial, and shortly after the last installment, a ball and a bullfight were organized for him in Seville, and finally in Algiers, the customs men let his baggage through without examination. Such things don't and can't happen today, but then, neither does Alexandre Dumas himself, the wildest romance of a man who could and did openly maintain at 70 numerous establishments, and a literary factory as well, whose quantitative output is equaled in the arts only by Rubens' studio. There's a good story about what Dumas père told Dumas fils. Father, said the inventor of Camille, I have just read your latest book. Have you, my son, said Dumas père. What's it about? I am not sure I have. It is no secret and no shame either that the Chateau Monte Cristo was haunted by many ghostwriters, and that its owner signed his name to more books than anyone could ever write. It is not expected of Pharaoh that he build with his own hands his own pyramids, and the mere blueprint of one Dumas plot is an airtight alibi for a whole career. Of all these, out of question, the most gloriously complex, possibly the most impossible, a mathematical miracle, as perfect as watchworks and as big as Pittsburgh. Among hundreds, one Dumas plot persists as the most ingenious tall story ever perpetrated by the mind of man. God's vengeance on radio scriptwriters and your indestructible delight in spite of us. Here, then, is a humble 57 minutes' worth of The Count of Monte Cristo. In the year 1815, I, Edmond Dantes, was first mate of the Pharaoh, bound for Marseille from Smyrna, Trieste, and Naples. The day we left Naples, the captain was attacked by a fever and died within 3 days. On the 28th day of September, we sighted the coast of France. Some hours later, we rounded the Chateau d'If and entered Marseille harbor. Monsieur Morel, the owner, came abroad.
Good day, Monsieur Morel.
Good day, Monsieur Danglars.
You've heard of the misfortune that's befallen us, Monsieur Morel?
Yes, you mean poor Captain Leclerc. He was a brave and an honest man.
And a first-rate seaman, grown old between sky and ocean.
Well, a man needs not be old, Danglars, to know his business. Edmond Dantes, your mate there, seems to understand his thoroughly.
Hey, let go the anchor! You see, he fancies himself captain already.
And so, in fact, he is.
Monsieur Morel, I'm at your service. You called me, I think.
Yes, Dantes. I'm told you stopped a day and a half at the Isle of Elba. Why?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir. It was to fulfill a last instruction of Captain Leclerc when he was dying. He gave me a packet to be delivered on the island.
You did right, Dantes, to follow Captain Leclerc's instructions, though if it were known that you've delivered a packet to the island, it might get you into trouble.
How could it get me into trouble, sir, if I don't even know what it was I was delivering? Beg your pardon, sir. Yeah, the customs officer's coming alongside.
Hey there, lower the companionway. Well, Monsieur Morel?
Yes, Monsieur Danglars?
Edmond Dantes gave you satisfactory reasons for his landing at Elba?
Oh, yes, quite satisfactory.
So much the better.
Yes, it was Captain Leclerc who gave orders for this delay.
Talking of Captain Leclerc, has Dantes given you a letter from him?
To me? No, was there one?
I believe that besides the packet, Captain Leclerc had confided a letter to his care.
Of what packet are you speaking, Danglars?
Of that which Dantes left at the Isle of Elba.
How do you know he had a packet to leave at the Isle of Elba?
I was passing close to the door of the captain's cabin, which was partly open. I saw him give the letter and the packet to Dantes.
He didn't speak to me of it, but if there was any letter, he'll give it to me. Danglars, you'll report to the office this afternoon with the bills of lading and the storage plans. Good day.
Good day, Monsieur Morel.
It's a wonderful thing to be home again after 3 months at sea. To see the places you've grown up in as a boy and the streets full of people. I found my father in the little dark room where he lived on the 4th floor of a house in the Rue du Noyer. Father.
Oh, Edmond.
Father. What is it? Are you ill? Father, what's wrong with you?
No, my boy, my son, no, but I didn't expect you in the joy and surprise of seeing you so suddenly.
Father, listen to me. I'm to be captain at 20, a captain with 3,000 francs pay and a share in the profits. Isn't that more than I could have hoped for?
Yes, dear boy. Much more than we could have expected.
Smart young dog, your son, eh, Dantes?
In the doorway stood our neighbor, the tailor, Caderousse.
Captain, eh? I know someone below the church of Saint Michel who won't be sorry to hear about this, eh, Dantes?
Mercedes?
That's who he means, Father. And now that I know your will, your consent, I'll go to her.
Oh, go, dear boy, and heaven bless you in a wife, as it blessed me.
In a wife? How fast you go, Father Dantes. She isn't his wife yet, as far as I know.
She soon will be.
Yes, but you were wise to return when you did, my boy.
Well, Caterus, what do you mean by that?
Oh, I don't mean anything in particular. Mercedes is a very fine girl, and fine girls never lack suitors. There's one in particular, a cousin of hers, I think he is. Fernand Mondego. I've even heard it
What's
said... that? Oh, don't worry, my boy. Now that you're captain, who could refuse
You
you?
mean to say that if I were not a captain...
I didn't say that, my boy. I didn't say that. No offense meant, my boy. No offense.
I went into the street, down past the church of San Michel, into the fisherman's quarter. Mercedes! Mercedes!
Edmund, you're back.
We were in each other's arms. The burning sun of Marseille covered us with a flood of light. At first I saw nothing but her face raised to mine. The shining eyes, the eager lips. Then suddenly in the room behind us I saw the face of a young man, pale and threatening. And I saw that he had his hand on a knife at his belt.
Mercedes, who is this man?
Mercedes, I did not expect to meet an enemy here in your house.
He is no enemy. This is my cousin. We've been friends since childhood. Fernand is the man whom, after you, Edmond, I love best in the world.
Well, give me your hand, Fernand.
Is your name Edmond Dantes?
Fernand Mondego came forward. For an instant I saw a look of deadly hatred in his eyes. Then quickly, without giving me his hand, he went past us and out into the street. The betrothal feast is a gay affair in the South. Monsieur Morel removed every difficulty. The papers were soon drawn up. The arrangements were simple. Mercedes had no fortune. I had none to settle on her, and the wedding was set for 2. All our friends were there, and the crew of the Pharaoh and Mercedes people from among the fishermen.
What did he say?
The law.
Get a hold of it.
Who among the persons here assembled answers to the name of Edmond Dantes?
I'm Edmond Dantes. What do you want of me?
Edmond Dantes, in the name of the law, I arrest you.
Arrest me?
You'll be duly acquainted with the reason for your arrest at your first examination.
Officer, he is my son.
Nothing.
He's done nothing wrong. He's a good boy.
Edmund. It is possible, in which case every reparation will be made.
Edmund.
Meantime, Edmond Dantes, you're under arrest.
Why?
Follow me. All attention! All!
Come in.
Monsieur de Villefort, here is the prisoner.
Bring him in. Wait outside.
Yes, sir.
What is your name?
Are you the king's prosecutor, sir?
Yes. Your name?
My name is Edmond Dantes.
Give all the information in your power. Have you served under the usurper, Napoleon?
No, sir.
It is reported that your political opinions are extreme.
My political opinions? Alas, I never had any opinions. I'm hardly 19, sir.
What do you make of this, then? It is a letter, Monsieur Dantes. Well, read it.
Monsieur, the king's prosecutor is hereby informed by a friend of the throne and religion that one Edmond Dantes, mate of the ship Pharaoh, arrived this morning from Smyrna after having touched at Naples and the island of Elba. He's been entrusted by the usurper with a letter for the Bonapartist committee in Paris. Proof of this crime will be found on arresting him, for the letter will be found on his person or at his father's or in his cabin on board the Pharaoh. I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand it.
Do you know the writing?
No, sir.
Whoever did it writes well. Now, have you any enemies?
Not that I know of, sir.
Now answer me frankly. Not as a prisoner to a judge, but as one man to another. Is there any truth in this accusation?
Well, not at all, sir. I swear by my honor as a sailor. Then I told him my story. I told him how Captain Leclerc on his deathbed had entrusted a packet to me and told me with his dying breath to deliver it to the island of Elba.
What did you do then?
What should I have done, monsieur? What every man would have done in my place. I sailed for the island of Elba. I delivered the packet and was given in return a letter to be delivered to a man here in Marseille. I did it because it was what my captain had told me to do. I landed here yesterday. That is all, sir.
I see. Well, that sounds like the truth. Now, give up this letter you have brought from Elba. Give us your word that you will appear if you're called, and go back to your friends.
I'm free then, sir?
Yes. But first, give me this letter.
Here you are, sir.
Very well. By the way, to whom were you to deliver this letter?
To Francois Noirtier of this city.
Francois Noirtier?
Yes, sir. Why, do you know this man?
A faithful servant of the king does not know conspirators. Have you shown this letter to anyone?
To no one, sir, on my honor.
Nobody knows that you are the bearer of a letter from the Isle of Elba addressed to Francois Noirtier?
Nobody, sir, except the person who gave it to me. Why, sir? What's the matter? What's the matter, sir?
You give me your word of honor that you're ignorant of the contents of this letter?
My word of honor, sir, but what's the matter? You're ill, sir. Shall I call for help?
No, stay where you are. It is for me to give orders here, not you. I'm sorry. I am no longer able, as I had hoped, to restore you to liberty. Before doing so, there are formalities to be gone through. I'll try to make them as short as possible. The principal charge against you, as you know, is this letter. And you see what I do with it. You see? I destroy it.
Oh, Monsieur de Villefort. Your goodness itself.
Now then. Do you trust me?
Order me, sir, and I'll obey.
Listen, this is not an order, but advice that I give you.
Yes, monsieur.
I shall keep you until this evening here in the Palais de Justice.
Yes, sir.
Should anyone else question you, don't breathe a word of this letter.
I promise.
You see, the letter is destroyed. You and I alone know of its existence. So if they question you about it, deny all knowledge of it.
I will, sir.
It was the only letter you had?
It was.
Swear it?
I swear.
Did you ring, monsieur?
A guard entered. Villefort whispered something in his ear, to which he replied by a motion of his head.
Follow this man, Monsieur Dantès. He has his orders.
I was taken to a cell. Presently it grew dark. Hours later, I heard steps coming along the corridor. By the torches they carried, I saw the glittering sabers and carbines of 4 gendarmes.
Edmond Dantes?
Have you come to fetch me?
Yes.
By the orders of the king's prosecutor?
I believe so. Come with us.
Is this carriage for me?
It is for you. Get in. Get on board.
Heave off there!
I sat in the stern sheets with a guard on each side of me in the little boat.
Hey there! King's business! Lower the chain!
The chain that closes the mouth of the port at night was lowered. Soon we were outside the harbor. My first feeling was one of joy at breathing the fine sea air again. Then of sadness as I saw the lights of La Réserve away to the left of me and heard the sound of voices and music coming through the open windows. Now we had passed the Tête de Mort. We were in front of the lighthouse. We were about to double the battery. Where are you taking me?
You'll soon know.
But I want to know...
We are forbidden to give you any information.
Now we had left the Eyre where the lighthouses stood, and we were going past the fisherman's quarter. A few lights were visible from the water. If I cried out, perhaps Mercedes might hear me. I remained silent, my eyes fixed on the lights. The boat went on, and presently a rising ground hid the lights. Then I saw that we were out to sea. Comrades! For the love of God, tell me where we're going.
You're a native of Marseille and a sailor, and yet you don't know where you're going?
I have no idea.
Well, unless you're blind or have never been outside the harbor, you must know.
No.
Look around you.
Then suddenly, within 100 yards of me in the night, I saw a dark, frowning rock with a tower on it, like a great black scaffold. The Chateau d'If.
Quite right, my friend. The Chateau d'If.
Help! Help! Let me go! Help! 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 I'm innocent! I'm innocent! I'm innocent! I'm innocent!
Dantes, haven't you slept?
I don't know.
Are you hungry?
I don't know.
Do you want anything?
I want to see the governor. The governor. I want to see the... I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent! Another day. Another eternity. I threw out my food onto the floor. I walked round and round the narrow cell like a wild beast in its cage. I tore up the straw of my mattress.
Dantes! Well, are you reasonable today?
I want to see the governor.
I've told you that's impossible.
Why is it impossible?
It's not allowed.
I want to see the governor.
Take my advice, my friend. Don't brood over what's impossible. You'll go out of your head.
You think so?
We had an instance of it here in this cell. A priest who was here before you. He kept offering the governor 1 million francs for his freedom. In the end, he went out of his head.
When was he in this cell?
2 years ago.
Was he set free?
No. He was put in a dungeon.
Listen to me. I want to see the governor. If you don't let me see the governor someday, I'll hide behind the door, and when you come in, I'll dash your brains out with a stool.
That's, Hey, put that stool down.
Are you going to let me see the governor?
Put it down. Put that stool down. Put it down.
Where do I see the governor?
Yes. You shall see the governor at once.
That's better. It's better. Hurry. Hurry! Presently, the jailer returned with 4 soldiers.
By the governor's orders, take the prisoner to the floor below.
The dungeon, then?
That's right. We put madmen with madmen.
You don't understand. I tell you, I'm innocent. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Months went by underground, foul, humid, and dark. Every day, twice a day, morning and evening, the jailer came to my cell and put down the vile food and went away without speaking to me. My hair and nails had grown long, and my skin was white as a leper's. I'd been proud the first months. Now I began to beg. I begged to be moved from this dungeon to another. I begged to be allowed to walk about. I begged for books. Nothing was granted. I spoke to the jailer when he brought me my food. He rarely answered me. But to speak to a man, even though mute, was something. I tried to speak when alone, but the sound of my own voice terrified me. After what must have been 3 or 4 years, the governor of the Chateau d'If was transferred. The new man never troubled to learn my name. I was no longer Edmond Dantes. It was number 34. I took to praying, but not as men pray in prosperity. In my prayers, I laid out every action of my life before the Almighty. Still, I remained a prisoner. Then a deep gloom took possession of me, and then furious rage and savage thoughts of revenge. And wildly, I dashed myself against the walls of my prison. I tore at my own flesh with my nails, and then in the end, I began to think of dying. I swore that I would starve myself to death, so every morning and every evening I threw out through the small grated window all the food the jailer brought me, every bit of it, at first gaily and then thoughtfully, and then with regret. I held the plate in my hand for an hour at a time, gazing at the morsel of bad meat, of tainted fish, of black and moldy bread. Then I remembered my oath and threw the dish away. One day, I found I had not sufficient force to throw my supper out of the window. The next morning, I could hardly see or hear. I knew I was dying. The day went by. I felt a sort of stupor creeping over me. The gnawing pain at my stomach had ceased. My thirst had abated. When I closed my eyes, I saw myriads of lights dancing before them. I was on the edge of that mysterious country called death. Suddenly, a little after dark, I heard a hollow sound in the wall against which I was lying. I sat up and listened. It was a continual scratching, as if made by a huge claw or some iron instrument scraping against the stones. Then all was silent. Soon afterwards it began again, nearer and more distinct. Perhaps it was only a workman repairing a neighboring dungeon. I would soon find out. The sound continued. With my earthenware jug, I knocked against the wall where the sound came. Then, the sound stopped. The night passed in complete silence. I never closed my eyes. 3 days passed. 3 long days. And never a sound. At last, on the 4th evening, whoever it was quite close to me now. I wanted desperately to help him. But I had nothing, no knife or sharp instrument. I smashed my earthenware jug. That night I moved my bed out from the wall and started to scrape the plaster with a piece from my broken jug. Soon the fragments of plaster began to fall away. In 3 days, I uncovered a large stone. The next day, about noon, the stone began to move. Oh, my God, don't fail me now. My God.
Who talks of God in this place?
Speak again. In the name of heaven. Speak.
Who are you?
A prisoner.
Of what country?
A Frenchman.
Your name?
Edmond Dantes.
How long have you been here?
Since the 28th day of February, 1815.
Your crime?
I'm innocent. And you?
Who are you?
I am number 27.
How long have you been here?
Since 1804. 20 years.
All that night we worked. Then, just before dawn, a portion of the floor in my cell gave away. And from the bottom of this passage, the depth of which it was impossible to measure, appeared the head, then the shoulders, and lastly the body of a man. To this man, I owe all that I possess, all that I know, all that I have become. In the prison, he was known as the Mad Priest. I never learned his name. For 8 years, we saw each other every day, using the tunnel he had dug through the solid rock, concealing the mouth of the passage with stones carefully fitted in place. By the sundial he had traced on the wall of his cell, we knew the hours of the guard's visit. The rest of the day we were together. He had been a great scholar in his day, and all that he knew, he taught me with infinite loving patience. Day after day, year after year. Then, one morning when I went down, I found him standing in the middle of his cell, pale as death.
Quick, Dantes, quick. Listen to what I have to say.
What is it, Father? Tell me, I beseech you, what's the matter?
I am dying. Help me to my bed. See, half my body is paralyzed already.
Here, Father.
Thank you, my son. Now listen to me. All is over with me. This night or tomorrow, I shall be dead.
But, Father...
I know the illness. There is no hope. And I shall never leave this place now. Before I die, there's something I want to give you.
In his hand, he held a morsel of paper tightly rolled together. A half-burned paper on which were some lines of Gothic character, traced with a peculiar kind of ink.
This paper, my child, is my treasure. From this day forth, it belongs to you.
Your treasure?
Oh, yes. I know what's passing through your mind at this moment. Even now, you, like all the others... But be assured, my child, I am not mad. This treasure exists. Read what it says.
This treasure, which may amount to declared April 14.
You see?
I see nothing but broken lines and unconnected words.
Yes. To you who read them for the first time. But to me, who have grown pale over them by many nights' study, who have reconstructed every phrase, completed every thought. Have you ever heard of the great Spada treasure?
I've heard sailors talk of it, yes.
For 10 years, I worked for the house of Spada. That paper you have is what is left of the will of Cardinal Spada, murdered by Roderick Borgia. Now, take this and put the two pieces together and read.
The 25th day of April, 1498, being invited to dine by His Holiness Alexander VI, and fearing for my life, I declare to my nephew Guido Spada, my sole heir, that I have buried in a place he knows, in the caves of the island of Monte Cristo, all I possessed of ingots, gold, money, jewels, and diamonds, which treasure may amount to nearly 2 million of Roman crowns, which you will find in the farthest angle of the island cave. And this treasure I bequeath and leave entire to him as my sole heir, Rodrigo Spada. 10 million crowns.
Yes, 100 million francs of our money. Think of the good a man could do in the world with 100 million francs.
Yes.
And now, I am dying. With my dying breath, I leave this treasure to you. Pray God you'll be more fortunate than I.
But I have no right to it, sir.
You are my son, Dantes. You are the child that God sent to console me in my captivity.
Two days later, in fearful agony, he died. I closed his eyes and laid him out to rest as well as I could. That night, the governor of the prison came down to look at the body.
Well, the madman's gone to look after his treasure.
With all his millions, he hasn't enough to pay for a shroud, eh? Is the iron heated?
Yes, sir.
Apply it to the soles of his feet.
From where I stood in the secret passage, I could smell the sickening odor of burnt flesh.
He's dead, all right. Poor devil. He was a priest. Get him the newest sack you can...
What time shall we bury him, sir?
The usual.
When the cell was empty again, I went in. On the bed at full length. And faintly lighted by the light of a single candle was visible a sack of coarse cloth. In it was stretched a long and stiffened form. I unlaced the sack, drew the corpse out, and carried it through the tunnel to my cell. I laid it on my bed, turned the head to the wall, and covered it with a sheet. For the last time, I kissed the ice-cold brow. Then I went back to the dead man's cell.
Here's a job I could do now. Right you are. Cold as the devil up there in that clear.
I could hear steps in the passage as the guards came down with a stretcher. Quickly, I laced up the sack around my body. I lay stiff, hoping they would not hear the beating of my heart.
Here we go. You take the head. I'll take the feet.
He's heavy enough for an old man.
They say every year adds half a pound to the bones.
Forward, march. Careful now.
Steady, while I open this door.
Lord, it's cold up here.
Yeah, pleasant morning for a dip in the ocean.
A bit chilly, I'd say.
Have you got the weight?
Here it is.
Tie it on, round his feet. Yeah, that's right. Tight.
See if you can do it any tighter.
Yeah, that's all right. That'll sink him.
All right, now. Are you ready? 1, 2.
Hey, wait a minute. Get nearer to the edge. The last one was mashed on a rock. We got the blame for it.
All right, then. Come on, I'm freezing to death. Ready? Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
You are listening to the CBS presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theatre on the Air in Alexander Dumas' Count of Monte Cristo. The performance will continue in just a moment. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We continue now with the Count of Monte Cristo, starring Orson Welles with the Mercury Theatre on the Air.
In September 1834, there arrived in Marseille a man of about 38 or 40, of a pallor that was almost livid. He gave the impression of a man who had been enclosed for a long time in a tomb. Soon after landing, he inquired for a man by the name of Dantes. And hearing that he'd been dead for the past 14 years, he asked for a tailor called Caderousse. Are you Gaspard Caderousse?
I am.
Let's go inside, my friend. I have to talk to you.
Well, what is it?
Monsieur Caderousse, in the year 1814 or 15, did you know a young sailor by the name of Dantes?
Dantes? Yes. Why do you ask? Is he alive?
No, he died in prison.
Died, eh? What did he die of?
What do young, strong men usually die of in prison? He died of sorrow and a broken heart. And before he died, he begged me to clear his name. He gave me the names of the people here in Marseille who had been his friends. There are 3, he said, besides my father and the girl I was betrothed to. One of them is Caderousse.
He said that?
The second is Danglars.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre. Ladies and gentlemen, the element of suspense is so vital to our story tonight that our sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, are omitting their usual commercial message during the intermission between the acts so that our play will go uninterrupted from spooky start to spooky finish. Therefore, let's give Ken Roberts his 45-second opportunity right now to extol the merits of that splendid, Ken?
Of that blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Those 2 words tell the whole flavor story. You see, every single drop of Pabst Blue Ribbon is the happy result of blending, the full flavor blending of never less than 33 fine brews. That's right. Never less than 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you that splendid flavor. Not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. Friends, these days, when your dealer is occasionally unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, please keep on asking. For every single bottle you do get will live up to the same high standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
We of the Mercury reckon that a story doesn't have to appeal to the heart, it can also appeal to the spine. Sometimes you want your heart to be warm, sometimes you want your spine to tingle. Well, the tingling, it's to be hoped, will be quite audible as you listen tonight to a classic among radio thrillers. Its author is one of the most gifted of all the writers who've ever worked for this medium, Lucille Fletcher, who wrote the greatest single radio script ever written. Sorry, wrong number. The title of this, her terrifying little tale of Gru for this evening, is another spine tingler by name, The Hitchhiker. I am in an auto camp on Route 66, just west of Gallup, New Mexico. If I tell it, maybe it'll help me. It'll keep me from going crazy. But I must tell this quickly. I'm not crazy now. I feel perfectly well. Perfectly well. Except that I'm running a slight temperature. My name is Ronald Adams. I'm 36 years of age, unmarried, tall, dark, with a black mustache. I drive a 1940 Ford V8, license number 6B7989. I was born in Brooklyn. All this I know. I know that I'm at this moment perfectly sane. That it is not me who's gone mad, but something else. Something utterly beyond my control. But I must speak quickly. At any moment, the link with life may break. This may be the last thing I ever tell on Earth. The last night I ever see the stars. Six days ago, I left Brooklyn to drive to California.
Goodbye, son. Good luck to you, my boy.
Goodbye, Mother. Here, give me a kiss, and then I'll go.
I'll come out with you to the car.
Now, it's raining. Stay here at the door.
Oh.
Hey, what's this, tears?
Oh, it's just the trip, Ronald. I wish you weren't driving.
Oh, Mother, there you go again. People do it every day.
I know, but you'll be careful, won't you? Promise me you'll be extra careful. Don't fall asleep or drive fast or pick up any strangers on the road.
Strangers? Don't you worry. There isn't anything going to happen. It's just 8 days of perfectly simple driving on smooth, decent, civilized roads with a hot dog or a hamburger stand every 10 miles. I was in excellent spirits. Drive ahead. Even the loneliness seemed like a lark. But I reckoned without him. Crossing Brooklyn Bridge that morning in the rain, I saw a man leaning against the cables, He seemed to be waiting for a lift. There were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. He was carrying a cheap overnight bag in one hand. He was thin, nondescript, with a cap pulled down over his eyes. He stepped off the walk, and if I hadn't swerved, I'd have hit him. I almost did. Almost did hit him. Now, I would have forgotten him completely, except that just an hour later, while crossing the Pulaski Skyway over the Jersey Flats, I saw him again. At least he looked like the same person. He was standing now with one thumb pointing west. I couldn't figure out how he got there, but I thought maybe one of those fast trucks had picked him up, beat me to the Skyway, and let him off. I didn't stop for him. Then, late that night, I saw him again. It was on the new Pennsylvania Turnpike between Harrisburg and Pittsburgh. It's 265 miles long with a very high speed limit. I was just slowing down for one of the tunnels when I saw him standing under an arc light by the side of the road. I could see him quite distinctly. The bag, the cap, even the spots of fresh rain spattered over his shoulders. He hailed me this time. I stepped on the gas like a shot. It's lonely country through the Alleghenies, and I had no intention of stopping. Besides, the coincidences, or whatever it was, gave me the willies. I stopped at the next gas station.
Yes, sir.
Fill her up, will you?
Check your oil?
No, thanks.
Nice night, ain't it?
Yes, it hasn't been raining here lately, has it?
Not a drop of rain all week.
Oh, no? I suppose that hasn't done your business any harm.
Well, people drive through here all kinds of weather. Mostly business, though. Ain't many pleasure cars out in the turnpike this season of the year.
I guess not. What about hitchhikers?
Hitchhikers here?
Why, what's the matter? Don't you ever see any?
A guy'd be a fool to start out to hitchhike on this road. Look at it.
Then you never see anybody?
No. Maybe they get a lift before the turnpike starts. I mean, you know, just before the toll house. But then it's a mighty long ride. Most cars wouldn't pick up a guy for that long a ride. This is pretty lonesome country here, mountains and woods.
Yeah.
Hey, you ain't seen nobody like that, have you?
Oh, no. It's just a technical question.
Oh, I see. Well, that'll be $1.49 with the tax.
The thing gradually passed from my mind as coincidence. I had a good night's sleep in Pittsburgh. I didn't think about the man all next day until just outside of Zanesville, Ohio, I saw him again. It was a bright, sunshiny afternoon. The peaceful Ohio fields, brown with the autumn stubble, lay dreaming in the golden light. I was driving slowly, drinking it in, when the road suddenly ended in a detour. In front of the barrier, he was standing. Let me explain about his appearance before I go on. I repeat, there was nothing sinister about him. He was as drab as a mud fence, nor was his attitude menacing. He merely stood there, waiting, almost drooping a little, the cheap overnight bag in his hand. He looked as though he'd been waiting there for hours. And he hailed me. He started to walk forward.
Hello! Hello!
I'd stopped the car, of course, for the detour. For a few minutes, I couldn't seem to find the new road. I realized he must be thinking that I'd stopped for him.
Hello!
No, I'm... Not just now. I'm sorry.
Going to California?
No, not today. The other way. I'm going to New York. Sorry. After I got the car back onto the road again, I felt like a fool. Yet the thought of picking him up, of having him sit beside me, was somehow unbearable. Yet at the same time, I felt more than ever unspeakably alone. Hour after hour went by. The fields, the towns ticked off one by one. The lights changed. I knew now that I was going to see him again. And though I dreaded the sight, I caught myself searching the side of the road, waiting for him to appear.
Yep. What is it? What you want?
You sell sandwiches and pop here, don't you?
Yep, we do. In the daytime. But it close up for the night.
I know, but I was wondering if you could possibly may have a cup of coffee. Black coffee.
Not at this time of night, mister. My wife's a cook and she's in bed.
Well, now, listen, just a minute ago, there was a man standing here, right beside here, and he was a suspicious-looking man.
Henri? Who is it, Henri?
It's nobody, Mother. Just a fella thinks he wants a cup of coffee. Go back into bed.
I don't mean to disturb you, but you see, I was driving along when I just happened to look, and there he was.
What was he doing?
Nothing.
You've been hitting a bottle. That's what's the matter with you. You got nothing better than do than wake decent folk out their hard-earned sleep. Now get going. Go on.
But he looked as though he was going to rob you.
I ain't got nothing in this stand to lose. Now on your way before I call out sheriff folks.
I got into the car again and drove on slowly. I was beginning to hate the car. If I could have found a place to stop to rest a little, but I was in the Ozark Mountains of Missouri now. Few resort places there were closed. I had seen him at that roadside stand. I knew I'd see him again. Maybe at the next turn of the road. I knew that when I saw him next, I'd run him down. But I didn't see him again until late the next afternoon. I'd stopped the car at a sleepy little junction just across the border into Oklahoma. Let a train pass by when he appeared. Across the tracks. He was leaning against a telephone pole. It was a perfectly airless, dry day. The red clay of Oklahoma was baking under the southwestern sun. Yet there were spots of fresh rain on his shoulders. I couldn't stand that. Without thinking, blindly, I started the car across the tracks. He didn't even look up at me. He was staring at the ground. I stepped on the gas hard, veering the wheel sharply toward him. I could hear the train in the distance now, but I didn't care. Then, something went wrong with the car. It stalled right on the tracks. The train was coming closer. I could hear its bell. Heard its cry, its whistle crying. Still, he stood there. And now I knew that he was beckoning. Beckoning me to my death. Well, I frustrated him that time. The starter had worked at last. I managed to back up, but after the train had passed, he was gone. I was all alone in the hot, dry afternoon. After that, I knew I had to do something. I didn't know who this man was or what he wanted of me. I only knew that from now on, I mustn't let myself be alone on the road for 1 minute. Hello there. Hello. Like a ride?
What do you think? How far you going?
Amarillo. I'll take you to Amarillo.
Amarillo, Texas?
Yeah, I'll drive you there.
Gee.
Hop here.
Mind if I take off my shoes? My dogs are killing
No,
me.
go right ahead.
Oh, gee, what a break this is. Swell car and decent guy, driving all the way to Amarillo. All I've been getting so far is trucks.
You hitchhike much?
Sure. Only it's tough sometimes in these great open spaces to get the break.
Yeah, I think it would be, but I'll bet, though, if you got a good pickup and a fast car, you could get to places faster than, well, say, another person in another car.
I don't get you.
Well, you take me, for instance. Suppose I'm driving across the country at a nice, steady clip of about 45 miles an hour. Couldn't a girl like you, just standing beside the road, waiting for lifts, beat me to town after town, provided she got picked up every time in a car that was doing 65 or 70 miles an hour?
I don't know. Maybe she could, maybe she couldn't. What difference does it make?
Oh, no difference. It's just crazy idea I had sitting here in the car.
Oh, imagine spending your time in a swell car thinking of things like that.
What would you do instead?
What would I do if I was a good-looking fellow like yourself? Well, I'd just enjoy myself. Every minute of the time. I'd sit back and relax. If I saw a good-looking girl along the side of the road... Hey!
Did you see him, too?
See who?
That man standing beside the barbed wire fence.
I didn't see anybody.
Right there.
There was nothing, just a barbed wire fence. What did you think he was doing, trying to run into that barbed wire fence?
There was a man there, I tell you. A thin, gray man with an overnight bag in his hand. I was trying to run him down.
Run him down? You mean kill him?
I'm trying to get rid of him. Or at least prove that he's real. But you say you didn't see him back there. You sure?
I didn't see a soul. As far as that's
concerned... Well, watch for him.
Yes,
watch for him the next time. And keep watching. Keep your eyes peeled on the road. He'll turn up again. Maybe any minute now. There! Look there!
How's this door work? I'm getting out of here.
Did you see him that time? Did you see him?
No, I didn't see him that time. And personally, mister, I don't expect never to see him. All I want to do is go on living. And I don't see how I will very long driving with
look,
you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. Please, don't go.
So if you'll excuse me,
Please, you can't go. Listen, how'd you like to go to California? I'll drive you all the way to California.
Pink elephants all the way? No, thanks.
Listen, please, just 1 minute.
You know what I think you need, big boy? Not a girlfriend, just a good dose of sleep. There, I cut it now.
No, you can't go.
Leave your hands off of me, do you hear? Leave your hands
Come back here, please. Come back! She ran from me. As if I was some kind of monster. A few minutes later, I saw a passing truck pick her up. I knew then that I was utterly alone. I was in the heart of the great Texas prairies. There wasn't a car on the road after the truck went by. Trying to figure out what to do, how to get hold of myself. If I could find a place to rest, or even if I could sleep right here in the car. Just a few hours. And sleep. Just along the side of the road. I was getting my winter overcoat out of the back seat to use as a blanket. Just as a blanket. When I saw him coming toward me. Coming toward me. Emerging from the herd of moving steer. I didn't wait for him to come any closer. Maybe I should have spoken to him then. Fought it out then and there, for now he began to be everywhere. Whenever I stopped, even for a minute, for gas, for oil, for a drink, a pop, a cup of coffee, a sandwich, he was there. I saw him standing outside the auto camp in Amarillo that night when I dared to slow down. He was standing near the drinking fountain, a little camping spot just inside the border of New Mexico. He was waiting for me outside the Navajo reservation where I stopped to check my tires. I saw him in Albuquerque where I bought 10 gallons of gas. I was afraid now. Afraid to stop. I began to drive faster and faster. I was in lunar landscape now. The great arid mesa country of New Mexico. I drove through it with the indifference of a fly crawling over the face of the moon. And now he didn't even wait for me to stop, unless I drove at 85 miles an hour over those endless roads. He waited for me at every other mile. I'd see his figure, shadowless, flitting before me,
still in its same attitude, over the cold and lifeless ground, flitting over dried-up rivers, over broken stones cast up by old glacial upheavals, flitting in the pure and cloudless air. Beside myself when I finally reached Gallup, New Mexico this morning. There's an auto camp here. It's cold. Almost deserted this time of year. I went inside and asked if there was a telephone. I had the feeling that if I could speak to somebody familiar, somebody that I loved, I could pull myself together.
Number, please.
Long distance.
Thank you. This is long distance.
I'd like to put in a call to my home to Brooklyn, New York. I'm Ronald Adams. The number is Beechwood 9970.
Thank you. Thank you. What is your number?
My number? It's 312.
Albuquerque. New York for Gallup. New York. Gallup, New Mexico, calling Beechwood 9970.
I'd read somewhere that love could banish demons. It was in the middle of the morning. I knew Mother'd be home. I pictured her tall, white-haired, in her crisp house dress going about her tasks. It would be enough, I thought, just to hear the even calmness of her voice.
Will you please deposit $3.85 for the first 3 minutes? When you have deposited $1.50, will you wait until I have collected the money? All right. Deposit another $1.50. Will you please deposit the remaining 85 cents? Ready with Brooklyn. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Mrs. Adams' residence.
Hello? Hello, Mother?
This is Mrs. Adams' residence. Who is it you wish to speak to,
What?
please?
Who is this?
This is Mrs. Whitney.
Mrs. Whitney? I don't know any Mrs. Whitney. Is this Beechwood 9970?
Yes.
Where's my mother? Where's Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams is not at home. She's still in the hospital.
The hospital?
Yes. Who is this calling, please? Is it a member of the family?
What's she in the hospital for?
She's been prostrated for 5 days. A nervous breakdown.
Nervous?
Who is this calling?
Nervous breakdown. My mother's never...
It's all taken place since the death of her oldest son, Ronald.
Since the death of her oldest son, Ronald. Hey, what is this? What number is this?
This is Beechwood 9970. It's all been very sudden. He was killed just 6 days ago in an automobile accident on the Brooklyn Bridge. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Your 3 minutes are up, sir. Sir, your 3 minutes are up. Your 3 minutes are up, sir.
And so, I'm sitting here in this deserted auto camp in Gallup, New Mexico. And so I'm trying to think. I'm trying to get a hold of myself. Otherwise I'll go crazy. Outside, it is night. The vast, soulless night of New Mexico. 1 million stars are in the sky. Ahead of me stretch 1,000 miles of empty mesa and mountains, prairies, desert. Somewhere among them, he is waiting for me. Somewhere I shall know who he is and who I am.
Orson Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's production of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon wish to remind you that though you may not be able to get Pabst Blue Ribbon every time you want it in these days of grain restrictions, it is well worth your while to keep asking. For every bottle you do get will continue to live up to its name. And speaking of grain restrictions, not a single grain of wheat is being used in the brewing of beer and ale. And the grains that are being used by breweries are not the grains wanted for famine relief. Now, let me repeat. When you do get Pabst Blue Ribbon, you can be sure this truly great beer will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. As always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Now, here is Orson Welles.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to your radio another Mercury favorite. We hope a favorite of yours. You've asked for it many times. We've performed it many times. Jane Eyre. And Jane will be played by a Mercury actress who was heard tonight and has been heard so often on our shows. One of the most gifted people we know in our business, Miss Alice Frost. Jane Eyre, then, with Alice Frost and your obedient servant. That's the same time next week, same station. Please join us. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, for all of us on the Mercury Theatre, including Bernard Herrmann, who wrote and conducted the music on this program, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
More than one half of all our nation's workers make their living in the food industry or a related field. One of the largest groups in the food industry are the grocers. Next week in Chicago, the National Association of Retail Grocers, which represents more than 500,000 retailers, is holding its first post-war convention, at which problems of food distribution will be discussed and new ideas and methods will be worked out to better serve its customers. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer salute the grocer, who is doing his very best under trying conditions to keep America well fed. This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. So while Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great theater and this truly great beer.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we bring you a tale of dark secrets, and of a dark and secret love, an English classic, a standard work, too, in our Mercury repertory, with a special score composed and conducted by that pillar of the Mercury, Mr. Bernard Herrmann, with your obedient service as the strange master of Thornfield Hall, and Miss Alice Frost in the title role of Jane Eyre.
My name is Jane Eyre. I have no father or mother, brothers or sisters. When I was 10 years old, my aunt sent me off to Lowood School. It was not so much a school as an institution for the children of the poor. Soon after I was 18, I placed an advertisement in the Yorkshire Herald, applying for the position of governess. The following week, a reply came from a Mrs. Fairfax at Thornfield Hall in Yorkshire. If J.E., who advertised last Thursday, is qualified to teach the usual branches of a good English education, a situation can be offered her where there is but one pupil, a little girl 9 years of age. I left Lowood School, and that evening I was at Thornfield Hall. How do you do, my dear? Oh, I'm afraid you've had a tedious ride. No, indeed, ma'am. Shall I have the pleasure of seeing Miss Fairfax tonight? I am Mrs. Fairfax. Oh, you mean your pupil, Adele. She is not my daughter. The child is Mr. Rochester's ward. And who is he? The owner of Thornfield Hall. I'm merely the housekeeper. Your pupil is his ward. He wrote me to find a governess for her. He's not here himself? Almost never. Much of the time he's abroad. It does seem strange for a gentleman to own this great house, yet never stop here to enjoy it. You will find, Miss Eyre, that Mr. Rochester is in many ways a strange gentleman. I slept smooth and soundly that night in my new home. Once I woke and heard a clock strike. I heard another sound. It seemed to me that somewhere in the house I heard a low, mirthless laugh. Then for many weeks, nothing happened to break the smooth course of our lives at Thornfield Hall. One day in January, I put on my coat and went out for a walk. The afternoon was already dimming. On the hilltop above me sat the rising moon, pale as a cloud. Suddenly, in the distance, I heard the sound of hoofs. A horseman came over the hill, down toward the little bridge.
Easy there! Oh, the devil.
Are you injured, sir?
Stand on one side.
Oh.
Down, pilot. Down. Oh, my leg.
Where do you come from? You young girl, you're not a servant in the hall.
I'm the governess to Mr. Rochester's ward.
Oh, you're a governess. You take it if I haven't forgotten the governess. Well, necessity compels me to make you useful. Come close to me, lean on your shoulder. Now, hold the bridle. Here we are. Now just hand me my whip, which lies down to the hedge.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Goodbye, child.
enveloped in a riding cloak, fur-collared and steel clad, remembering his stern face, his angry, thwarted eyes. It was late when I got back to the hall. What dog is that?
He came with the master.
With whom?
With the master, Mr. Rochester. He had an accident, a horse fell coming down Hay Lane. He said you were to go to him the minute you came in. You'd better hurry.
Come in.
Well, sit down, Miss Eyre. You've been resident in my house 3 months.
Yes, sir.
You come from...
From Lowood School.
Charitable concern. How long were you there?
8 years.
8 years. You must be tenacious of life. No wonder you have rather the look of another world. I marveled where you got that sort of face. I'd half a mind just now in Hay Lane to demand whether you'd bewitched my horse. Indeed, I'm not sure yes. Who are your parents?
I have none.
You never had, I suppose. But don't draw that chair further off, Miss Eyre. Sit down exactly where I placed it. If you please. Otherwise, I cannot see you without disturbing my comfortable position, which I have no mind to do. You examine me, Miss Eyre. You think me handsome?
No, sir.
And what faults do you find with me, pray? Does my forehead not please you? Does it look as if I were a fool? Why don't you answer me? You look very much puzzled, Miss Eyre. You are not pretty any more than I am handsome. This puzzled air becomes you, so puzzle on. I leave the choice of subjects entirely to you. You're dumb, Miss Eyre. Or stubborn. Yes, stubborn. A little annoyed. Confess it, you're afraid of me.
I'm bewildered.
You're afraid.
I have no wish to talk nonsense.
If you did talk nonsense, you would be in such a grave, quiet man, I should mistake it for sin. You never laugh, Miss Eyre. Don't trouble to answer.
It's past 9, sir. I must say good night.
Good night. Good night, Miss Eyre.
I could not sleep for thinking of Mr. Rochester. I lay there listening. Soon my door was touched, as if fingers were groping their way along the panels in the dark gallery outside. Who's there? What is it? There was a strong smell of burning. Mr. Rochester's door was ajar, and smoke rushed from his room. The curtains were on fire. Wait! Wait, Mr. Rochester, wait!
Yeah? Huh?
He lay stupefied in his sleep. I rushed to the basin and pitcher.
Oh, what is it? Is there a flood?
No, sir, but there's been a fire.
In the name of all the elves in Cristo, is that Jane Eyre? You done with me, witch? Sorceress? The smoke. Who's in this room besides you? Look at me, Jane. Did you happen to hear during the night an odd laugh?
Yes, sir. I thought perhaps one of the servants.
Just so, one of the servants. You guessed it. Jane, you're no talking fool. Say nothing about it. What? You quitting me already, and in that way?
You said I might go, sir.
But not without taking leave, not in that brief, dry fashion. You saved my life, at least. Shake hands. You saved my life, Jane. I knew you'd do me some good in some way. Sometime.
Then Mr. Rochester left Thornfield Hall. And when he returned, it was with a large company of very elegant guests. There was one lady in particular to whom my master seemed especially attentive.
The Honorable Blanche Ingram, Lord Ingram's sister she is. She's held the most beautiful girl in the county.
And this beautiful and accomplished young lady is not yet married?
It appears not. What is the matter with you, child? You've eaten nothing. What is it, Jane? What's happened to you?
evening, word came that Mr. Rochester wished to introduce my pupil, Adele, to the ladies in the drawing room after dinner. I rose and curtsied to them. One or two bent their heads in return. The others only stared at me. As soon as I could, I left quietly through the side door.
How do you do?
I'm very well, sir.
Why did you not come over and speak to me in the drawing room, Jane?
I did not wish to disturb you.
What have you been doing while I was away?
Teaching Adele, usual.
Oh, getting a good deal paler than you were. Now, who in the devil is that at this time of night?
Shall I go and speak,
Yes,
sir?
Jane, I must return to my guest. I fear Miss Ingram will have marked my absence.
Mr. Rochester?
Yes?
There's a man to see you, sir. He went into the drawing room.
Devil he did it. His name?
Mason, sir, and he's come from the West Indies.
Mason?
From Jamaica, I think.
I'll see him presently.
Yes, Mr. Rochester.
Mason, West Indies. Is that what she said?
You feel ill, sir?
Oh, Jane. Jane. I've got a blow. Oh, Jane. If all the people in that drawing room came in a body and spat at me, what would you do, Jane?
I'd turn them out of the room, sir. If I could.
But if I were to go into them and they dropped off and left me one by one, what then? Would you go with them?
I rather think not, sir. I should have more pleasure in staying with you.
To comfort me?
Yes, sir. To comfort you as well as I could. Much later that night, I wakened suddenly.
Jane! Get up! Get up, I need you. Have you a sponge in your room?
Yes, sir.
You won't turn sick, Jane, at the sight of blood. Here, give me your hand. Let me see. Warm and steady. You'll do, Jane. Come along.
I followed Mr. Rochester to the floor above. We entered a large room. And beyond that, there was an open door. And from inside came a low sound. Almost like a dog growling. In a chair was the form of a man, huddled and still. I saw that it was a stranger, Mason, the gentleman who had called earlier. His sleeve and his shirt on one side was soaked with blood.
She's done for me.
Quiet, please.
Done for me.
Nonsense. You've lost a little blood, that's all. Now then, Jane. Hold this basin.
Oh, she went at me with her teeth.
Will you be silent?
She sucked the blood. She said she'd drain my heart.
I warned you, Mason.
I thought I could have done her some
You
good.
thought, Mason. Get up here. You'll be out of the house before morning.
Let her be taken care of. Let her be treated as tenderly as baby. Let
I
her
do my best, Mason. And have done my best. And will do it. Never fear. Yet. Would to God there was an end to all this. You're listening, ladies and gentlemen, to the Mercury Theatre's radio production of the great English classic, Jane Eyre. And now, before we go on with part the second, here is Ken Roberts, alert and ready to speak a few lines about
another masterpiece, another classic, Blended, Splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, friends, the work of art Mr. Wells is bringing you tonight is a blend of many talents. Just as Pabst Blue Ribbon is the blend of never less than 33 fine brews, each merging its individual goodness with the other to give you that splendid flavor, not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. No doubt your dealer is occasionally unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like these days. But please keep on asking. For every single bottle you do get will live up to the same high standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, blended, splendid, Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now Orson Welles continues with Jane Eyre.
Mr. Rochester stayed on at Thornfield Hall. The talk continued about his coming marriage to Miss Ingram. Yet never had he called me more frequently to his presence. Never had he been kinder to me. And alas, never had I loved him so well. It was a midsummer eve. I went down into the orchard. I heard a nightingale singing in a wood far away.
Jane? Good evening, Jane. Thornfield is a pleasant place in summer, is it not?
Yes, sir.
You'd be sorry to leave.
Oh, yes.
Pity, it's always the way in this life. No sooner have you got settled in a pleasant resting place than a voice calls to you to rise and move on.
Must I move on, sir? Must I leave Thornfield?
I believe you must, Jane. I'm sorry, Jane, but I believe indeed you must.
You're going to be married, sir.
Look at me, Jane. You're not turning your head to look after more nightingales, are you? That Dale must go to school, and you, Miss Eyre, will get a new station.
Yes, sir. I will advertise immediately.
I've heard of a place that I think would suit, a place in Connaught Island.
It's a long way off, sir.
A long way off from what, Jane?
Oh, from England, from Thornfield, and...
Well?
From you, sir.
Oh, it is, to be sure, it is. Long way off. We've been good friends, Jane, have we not? Come, we'll sit here in peace tonight. We should never more sit here together. You know, sometimes I have a queer feeling with regard to you, Jane. Especially when you're near to me, as now. It's as if I had a string somewhere under my left rib, tightly and inextricably knotted to a similar string situated on the corresponding corner of your little frame. As if that boisterous channel come broad between us. I'm afraid that cord of communion will be snapped. And then I've a nervous notion I should take to bleeding inwardly. As for you, you'd forget me. Now, Jane, I think you'd better stay.
Do you think I can stay to become nothing to you? Do you think because I'm poor, obscure, plain, and little, that I'm soulless and heartless? I have as much soul as you, and full as much heart.
Jane, be still. I offer you my hand, my heart, and a share of all my possessions.
Don't, Mark.
I ask you to pass through life at my side to be my wife. You only I intend to marry. Come, Jane. Come here.
Your bride stands between us.
My bride is here. You strange. You almost unearthly thing. I love you as my own flesh. Come to me, Jane. Come to me entirely now. God pardon me. And men, meddle not with me. I have her, and will hold her.
Than God's word doth allow, are not joined together by God, neither is their matrimony lawful. Edward Rochester, wilt thou have this woman for thy wedded wife?
This marriage cannot go on. I declare the existence of an impediment.
Proceed to the service.
Mr. Rochester has a wedded wife, now living at Thornfield Hall. I saw her there last April. I am her brother.
What this man here says is true. Bigamy is an ugly word, yes? That is what I meant to be. A bigamist. I dare say you've heard gossip about the mysterious lunatic kept under watch and ward. I now inform you that she is my wife, Bertha Mason, whom I married 15 years ago in Spanish Town, Jamaica. Bertha Mason is insane.
And see for yourself, if you wish, what sort of being I was cheated into marrying. And judge whether or not I had a right to break the compact and seek happiness with this girl I love. Well, I failed. Take the coach back to Thornfield. Not be wanted today. To the right about every one of you. Away with your congratulations. Who wants them? They're 15 years too late.
I made my possessions into a parcel and stole from my room. For the last time, I passed Mr. Rochester's door, started down the dark stairs.
Jane, you mean to go one way in the world and let me go another?
I do.
You will not stay, Jane. You will not be my comforter, my rescuer, my deep love, my tragic grief. They're nothing to you.
God bless you, my dear master. God keep you from harm and wrong.
Jane. Jane. Jane.
A year and a half went by. I wrote to Mrs. Fairfax and begged for news. 3 months wore away. Day after day, the post arrived and brought nothing for me. I packed my things and took the stagecoach for the north. 36 hours later, I was at Milk.
Come a long way today, Mum. We don't get many travelers here these days.
I thought perhaps you could tell me. Is Mr. Rochester living at Thornfield Hall now?
I say, Mum, don't you know? Thornfield Hall was burned down. Not a stone standing. The fire broke out in the dead of night.
The dead of night? Was it known how it started?
They guessed, Mum, they guessed. There was a woman. Would you believe it? A lunatic.
But Mr. Rochester, was he at home when the fire broke out?
Yes, indeed he were. He went up to the tower to get his mad wife out of her cell. She was on the roof. We heard him call her name. We saw him approach her. And then, Mum, she yelled and gave a spring, and the next minute she lay smashed on the pavement.
Dead?
Yes, dead as the stones on which her brain and blood were scattered.
Oh. But is he alive?
Yes, Mr. Rochester is alive, but many think he'd better be dead.
Why? Where is he? Is he in England?
Aye, he's in England. He can't get out of England. I fancy he's a fixture now. He's stone blind. Yes, he's stone blind, is Mr. Rochester.
I found him in a small manor house nearby. A neglected handful of fire burned low in a grate. And leaning over it with his head supported against the high, old-fashioned mantelpiece stood Mr. Rochester.
Is that you, Mrs. Fairfax? Down, Pilot. What's the matter? Down, sir. Here's you, Mrs. Fairfax.
Mrs. Fairfax is in the kitchen.
Who is this? Answer me. Speak again.
Your dog knows me. John and Miss Fairfax.
Her very fingers. Her small, slight fingers. If so, there must be more of her. Is it Jane? This is her shape. This is her size.
And this is her voice. And her heart, too.
Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre.
I've now been married 10 years. I know what it is to live entirely for and with what I love best on earth. Edward Rochester continued blind the first 2 years of our marriage. Then one morning, as I was writing a letter for him to his dictation, he came and bent over me.
Jane. Jane, have you a glittering ornament around your neck?
Yes.
Jane, are you wearing
later, when our firstborn was put into his arms, he could see that the boy had inherited his own eyes as they once were, laughing, brilliant, and black.
Orson Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's production of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon wish to remind you that though you may not be able to get Pabst Blue Ribbon every time you want it in these days of grain restrictions, it is well worth your while to keep asking. For every bottle you do get will continue to live up to its name. And speaking of grain restrictions, not a single grain of wheat is being used in the brewing of beer and ale. And the grains that are being used by breweries are not the grains wanted for famine relief. Now, let me repeat. When you do get Pabst Blue Ribbon, you can be sure this truly great beer will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. As always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you one of the most fascinating stories that has ever been the privilege of the Mercury Theatre to broadcast. One of the very tallest of all the tall stories ever told. The yarn of high adventure on the high seas. It's called The Passenger to Bali. Till next week then, at the same time, same station, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon beer, and for everybody in the Mercury Theatre, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight, and every Friday night, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. So, while Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great theater and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Wells.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you one of the most effective short novels of recent years, written by Ellis St. Joseph, A Passenger to Bali.
Most secret, most urgent. To the Commission for Inquiry. A confidential report concerning the disappearance of His Majesty's ship Roundabout, lost somewhere in the China Seas. Here follow excerpts from the log of Captain English, that's myself, master of the Roundabout. In Shanghai, central China, October of last year, a foggy night.
Captain English!
That was the first time I heard that man's voice calling my name. It has been ringing in my ears ever since. That was the first time I saw his enormous figure in its dull-shaped greatcoat. A figure that haunts me still.
Captain English!
Yes, who is it?
I am the Reverend Dr. Ralph Walks, a Dutch missionary bound for Bali, there to distribute Bibles and spread the word of the Lord.
What can I do for
Your
you?
hand, sir. The Lord has brought us together tonight, Captain. What the Lord has put together, let no man put asunder.
Isn't that your marriage sermon, Dr. Walk?
A first meeting is a marriage.
Or a parting?
Captain, you're looking at this thing men call my face. Have you seen it before?
No.
So much the better. The meeting, sir, is a marriage.
Dr. Walk threw a palpable shadow over the whole ship. Something you couldn't put your finger on. A sort of restlessness. Unspoken dissension among the crew. Even the officers.
It gives me to lie down on the green pastures. You prepare at the table for me in the presence of my enemies. Amen. Gentlemen, I have an excellent appetite today.
I congratulate you, Dr. Walk. You've made a conquest of our cook.
The quickest way to a ship's heart is through its belly, sir.
Why not go straight to the heart?
A practicing missionary, Captain English, cannot afford an impractical idealism, opportunism, strategy.
I'm amazed at you, sir. A man of the cloth talking that way. You believe even in violence, Mr. Walks, to attain your end?
Even without an end, Captain English. Force! Force! Grab what you can in your fist. Throw the scraps to the weak. That's the law of nature.
No right to talk like that. Gentlemen.
It's unholy.
Well, I won't sit at the same table with a...
With a what? Of what, Mr. Stagg?
I don't know what. I've no name for the likes of you.
The Stag has had his fill. Yeah. What about you, Mr. Wrangle?
That's the kind of thing you preach to the natives. I'm sorry for it. Excuse me, Captain.
Goodbye, Mr. Wrangle. Yeah, we're alone now, Captain. Are you with me, sir?
No, Mr. Walk. You're with me on my ship, which you seem to have forgotten. The next morning, we lay off the shallow water of Beulah Long, the port of Bali.
Captain English, sir. Captain English, I beg a word with you.
Surely, Mr. Walks, you're not so poor in words that you need to beg one.
Here are $200 in the currency of God's own country. I'm hiring one of your lifeboats for a brief period of half an hour to get ashore.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Must I swim for it?
I wouldn't if I were you. That's the government launch.
Government launch? Listen, man. This is your last chance. Yours as well as mine. Get me off this boat and take the consequences. I swear it. You ransack the four corners of the globe looking for this minute. Don't let it slip through your fingers. There's eternity in it.
I am Van Matthews, Captain, Chief Inspector of the port. How do you do? So I look over your papers. Bills of lading. Manifest. What is this, a declaration? A passenger? You say you're a passenger? A missionary?
Well, certainly I see nothing peculiar about that.
But we are not permitting a missionary here in Bali for many years. They're causing too much trouble with the natives. All the world knows this.
How do you do?
Dr. Walks, Miller Van Matthews.
I'm very, very glad to meet you, sir.
Oh, it is you. This morning I wake, the birds sing, the sun is shining. Why is no volcanic eruption warning me that you are coming?
My good sir, I am the eruption.
But how is it possible you are coming as a clergyman here to Bali?
I had no time for shopping, my dear sir. This is the only suit that would fit there.
They are not making clothes big enough to fit you, eh?
No.
No countries either.
No.
Captain, this gentleman is not a Dutchman.
No, of course
He is not a missionary. He is what you call an international figure.
Yes,
What's
true.
that? Everywhere he goes, he is making trouble.
First in the west and now in the east.
Well, please be clear, sir. What does it do? What has it done?
Only God is knowing that. Last year, 5,000 coolies were following him from the cotton mills in Wuzhou, not 2 hours from Shanghai.
6,000 coolies, sir.
Oh, that's very interesting, but what am I to do with him?
Well, the Dutch East Indies are close to him. I do not know where is not close to such a man. I doubt you will lose him, ever. Here he is on this ship. He belongs to you.
Would you turn me into a Flying Dutchman, sir?
A Flying Dutchman. That's right, Mr. Walker.
A Flying Dutchman.
After Bali, the news of our Flying Dutchman flew like a screaming gull before our mast. In Makassar, Benyomasin, Lembang, Batavia, Koba, Pekan, Singapore, Bangkok, the answers were all the same.
No, Captain, you cannot land him here. We do not want him. We won't have him.
We want none of him. We know him. He's a pest, the plague, this man. The port is closed to Mr. Walk. Moreover, so long as he's on your ship, the port is closed to your ship.
It's impossible to say when or how, but slowly, imperceptibly, our passenger came to take possession of the ship and all its crew. The natives fell more and more deeply under his spell. I was their captain in name, he in fact. We were his prisoners, not he ours. He all but emptied our stores with his huge appetite. Sacrificing all hope of profit, all hope of everything but emptying our ship of that loathsome passenger, we set our course west under ballast to Shanghai. There, port officials informed us that the British consul, a Mr. Chisholm, was to favor us with a personal visit. But it was noon before he came aboard.
The Chinese port authorities informed me of your predicament, Captain, and asked me to handle it in my own manner.
So much the better for all of us.
According to their specific instructions.
Oh, I don't understand, Mr. Chisholm.
Well, my dear fellow, don't try. It's diplomacy. Only the stupid try to understand diplomacy, and they spoil the game for the rest of us. It's like playing blind man's buck with a really blind man, and that makes it too macabre. Now, I say, wouldn't you ask me to sit down?
Oh, please.
Yes, thank you. I say there's a cold draft on my back. Would you mind closing the door?
A draft? In this heat?
Diplomacy, my dear fellow, a diplomatic way of suggesting we may be overheard.
Oh. And now, Mr. Chisholm?
Oh, yes, sir. Where were we?
We hadn't begun.
But to be sure, you're Flying Dutchman. Of course, you can't stand him here.
I can't? What did you say?
The man's a bounder, you know. Shanghai has its quota of bounders.
But I understood Shanghai wants him. The police are looking for him.
Mr. Walks would certainly be arrested if he set foot on land, but he will not be given the opportunity. This saves the Chinese government a complicated legal procedure and the trouble and expense of providing for him.
What of my trouble? What of my expense?
Really nice.
A man is on my boat and I can't get rid of him. No port will accept him. Worse than that, no port will receive us while he's on board. They've turned him into a Flying Dutchman, and they've turned us into a phantom ship. My crew is not allowed to land, not even to desert. Am I expected to sail him round the world all the rest of my days?
Captain, the man you have on your ship carries no passport and is claimed by no country. Legally, he doesn't exist. And as such, no flag protects him. He has no rights, and if he were suddenly to disappear, no questions would be asked.
Yes.
You know, if I were in your shoes, Captain, I'd go for a walk around the deck with him on some dark night.
But that's murder.
I fail to see how you can murder a man who doesn't exist. I shall anticipate a bit and report that your passenger does not exist. I found no one on the boat that remotely resembles Mr. Walks.
Am I a ghost, gentlemen?
Oh, Mr. Walks, I didn't hear you coming.
Is this the English consul, the august representative of Great Britain?
As I was saying, Captain, I shall report that there is no such person as Mr. Walks. Your passenger doesn't exist. Nevertheless, I must take the proper precautions. I shall report that I found plague on board. Cholera, I think, or bubonic.
Would you turn me into a disease?
China can control bubonic.
Oh?
She has no antidote to Mr. Walks.
No, you don't, Mr. Chisholm. I'm big enough to fill this doorway. I wouldn't try to pass if I were you. I'm a catching disease, I warn you. The captain and the crew have caught me, and I'm fatal to them. Try to pass me, and you'll catch it yourself. You see, Mr. Chisholm, when I'm in your way, you've got to take notice of me. By heaven, I do exist. That's all, sir. You may leave. With my permission. Well, Captain English, we are as we were.
No, Mr. Walk. I'm going to take Mr. Chisholm's advice.
No, he suggested one more port, still another. It'll take me as such a place. Such a land on earth.
I've no doubt they will accept you there.
Will they? Should hardly have thought it possible. Even if I were to die, I doubt if you'd lose me. You'd probably carry me back and forth between heaven and hell.
You are listening tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to a story called A Passenger to Bali. Starred in our Mercury cast tonight is a Mercury actor you remember from several of our motion pictures and from broadcasts without number. He's playing Captain English, and he is the very gifted and versatile Mr. Everett Sloane. Rounding out an all-Mercury cast are Alfred Shirley, whom you've just heard as the British consul, and Stefan Schnabel and Guy Spall. These latter two, Fridays excepted, are to be seen in almost as many parts as there are countries in our current musical Around the World in 80 Days. But just now it's intermission time. Here's a young gentleman with some remarks on the subject of the Summer Theater. Careful what you say, Jim.
Well, Mr. Wells, I only want to say something which I know you'll agree with. And that's this. Good summer theater should be, well, not too heavy and not too light, but just fresh, clean, sparkling, like Pabst Blue Ribbon. You see, friends, there's a reason for that real beer taste of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, and there's a reason for that unchanging Pabst Blue Ribbon quality. For every single drop of this truly great beer is always full flavor blended of never less than 33 fine brews. So these days, when your dealer is occasionally unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, please keep on asking. Remember, every bottle you get will live up to Pabst standards of quality and taste. Yes, every bottle will be, as always, blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Parts a second. The barometer's falling out on the China Seas. Bad weather's on the way. Aboard His Majesty's ship, the Roundabout, the queer and evil Reverend Dr. Ralph Walks is still a passenger to Bali.
Mr. Wrangle! Captain! Call me if the wheel starts to kick up. We may need to lash her.
I say, Captain, I've been thinking a good deal these last 2 days about, this situation of ours, about war. What's to keep us from giving him a lifeboat and some food and fitting him as this?
He's starved to death.
But we wouldn't be there to see it, would we?
No, that's impossible. It's inhuman.
I suppose you'd sooner see him drown, eh? Kinda.
Drown?
Why not, sir? It's going to be a dark night, isn't it? If a man fell overboard tonight.
Who told you to say that?
Why, nobody, sir. It stands to reason.
It's beyond reason.
Listen, sir, we can't carry him from now until the day of judgment.
Mr. Stagg, report to the engine room. Full speed ahead. Fire the boilers to top steam. Keep her headed into the wind.
Aye, sir.
Batten down the hatches. Call all men on deck and onto the engine room. Secure everything. I'll see to the wind.
Aye, sir.
Dirty weather. Dirty weather, eh, Captain?
Walk.
Are you surprised you're thinking of me, or were you conspiring with the wind or the waves?
I must be on the bridge, Mr. Walk.
Tell me, sir, why do you hate me?
What?
This is no time for equivocation. If you must spare me that. Give me the reason, one good reason. Why do you hate me?
You tricked me into accepting you on this.
Your animosity began long before. Before you knew me for what I am.
I hated you the night I picked you up off the wharf. I found my reasons later. That night, Mr. Ward, I hated you without cause.
Thank you. You hated me before you knew anything about me. And you must have hated me for some reason within yourself, Captain.
I must go up to the bridge.
You were to blame, not I. You. In the civilized world. Your world. that have bound me to you.
Let's go.
But civilization is rotting, Captain, because its origin is fear. The vacuum that nature abhors, like the center of this hurricane, upon which the four winds of the earth are converging.
Captain English!
Let me go. 2,000 years, the strong have been sacrificed to the weak. With what result? To imprison the strong, the weak have imprisoned themselves.
The wheel, Captain English, the wheel!
That is why you abominate me, Captain. Because I've destroyed your illusion of freedom and betrayed you to yourself. I am the opposition. Now what the British consul, Mr. Stagg, told you to do, will I do. Here we are at the railing's end. Why don't you do it? If opposition to reverse, do you think I'd hesitate for a moment? I'd move quietly. I'd take a certain step forward.
I will fight him. I will.
Fool. You're not strong enough. This ship is mine. I'll never leave it. Get up. I'll give you back your life. It would have died with your conscience. You would never have survived me.
The wheel! Captain, the wheel! The wheel! Loose! It's set fire on the wheel loose! It will splatter!
The whirling wheel, the huge wooden wheel in blurred outline, spinning, spinning. It would chop our hands off as we touched it, and the ship was shrieking in a death agony. Her life was a matter of moments. With an uncontrollable rudder, she would drive herself down into the deep. A great wave struck the walls and broke in the door and descended upon us. As the ship raised her shoulders above the sea and the water washed out through the whirling wheel, we saw looming in the doorway an immense figure. With the salt water running down him, dripping from his face and fingers, Mr. Walks might have risen from the sea itself.
Out of the way!
Mr. Walks, you can't stop that wheel! It'll kill you!
I'll stop it if I have to smash it!
Walks! Walks! He's done it! He's got the wheel on his back!
I've got the ocean. The whole ocean on my back.
If you can hold it till the rope
I can hold it. I can. Gentlemen, I doubt if it will be necessary.
What's that? What's that you say?
I'm holding nothing. The ship's rudder has just snapped.
Next morning, the ship was a corpse, floating face upward, wrecked and mangled beyond all recognition. We were 200 miles off the coast of China. We had no wireless, and the roundabout past control or repair might sink before she was sighted by another vessel.
Then your mind's made up, Captain?
Yes, Mr. Stagg. We're all men on deck.
Aye, sir.
Then who's been ringing the ship's bell?
No one, sir.
A ghost. A ghost bell. The ghost ship.
Shut up, Walk. The rope's broken, Captain. The bell's ringing by herself.
Yes.
It's a swain that does it.
This is the Flying Dutchman's demon vessel. We drift rudderless in a fog in all directions. To no port.
He's out of his mind, sir.
Let him talk. Let the bell toll. We've no time for either of them. We're abandoning ship.
Women and children first. The roundabout is no more. This is manifold. The vast boat is the whole world. The mountains are a mast. The middle of her hull are a pivot for the moon. Her cables are the circumference of St. Peter's Dome and extend around the globe.
The ship is sinking, Mr.
Her
Walk.
lower masts are so high that a boy becomes a gray-headed man before he reaches the buttocks shroud. She takes 100 years to tack. And when one of us sailors dies. Ship there is civilization.
Into the lifeboat, men.
You've a long way to row, Captain, with me in tow. Who'll pick up a doomsday passenger? Row on, sir. Row on! Touch land. And away we go.
Into the boat, men. Easy does it.
See they leave room for me. Leave room. I'm a man that likes to stretch his legs.
Are you so sure of yourself?
Oh, yes. As sure as I am of you, Captain. I rely upon your charity, pity, mercy, your holy virtues that are oil for the faulty machinery of justice. Where love leads justice, the blind lead the blind.
Then it would be just to leave you behind.
You don't dare. You don't dare to leave me behind.
How well you know me, Mr. Wolf. I suppose you even rely upon my gratitude.
Gratitude for what?
You saved the ship last night.
Gratitude? I saved you last night as a soldier infested by lice. Might crouch beneath cannon fire and thus rescue himself and them from a common death. Gave you enough thought.
I see. All right, Mr. Stagg, we're ready. Give the order to abandon ship.
Captain, this time I obey your order gladly.
It wasn't meant for you, Mr. Wolf. You're not going.
What's that?
You always wanted my ship. I'm giving her to you. She's yours.
I'm not going!
Now you are the captain. I needn't remind you of a captain's duty to stay with his ship.
You'd leave me on the roundabout.
She may float for a week or an hour. You'll be safe for a while. And there'll be food enough even for you. I wish you a pleasant journey. Wherever you're going.
I'll see you rock first.
Ready, Mr. Stagg?
Aye, sir.
Into the lifeboats, men.
Wait.
Don't listen to him, sir.
Well?
Captain, I've no excuse. I'm the lowest of the low. My home is deeper than the grave, deeper than the sea. You're right to desert me.
Then there's nothing more to say.
But have you no pity? Captain, have you no charity, no mercy?
Oil, you called it. Goodbye, Mr. Wolf.
Not so soon. Don't forget I'm your shadow, your doppelganger, your doomsday passenger.
Mr. Wolf, I warn you.
Your voice isn't loud enough for me to hear.
Stay where you are. Now, if I shout through the muzzle of this gun, you may hear the whisper.
Very well.
It's a pity it had to end this way. I would move heaven and earth.
Heaven and earth. And stay where they are. So will I.
Getting the cast off, sir. I'm coming, Mr. Stagg. My sextant, Mr. Wolf. You'll need it.
Not I! I'll shoot the sun and stars with more than a sextant before I die. Get along, sir, and whistle for the wind. We'll be meeting again soon enough. Lower away!
We pushed off with no other sound than the movement of our oars. Wolf followed us around the deck and finally lifted his hand and waved. We moved apart. As the loom of the great hull grew shadowy, only a little heavier and darker than the enveloping whiteness, his colossal figure seemed to dwarf the vessel. The roundabout rose gradually out of the black and silver water and heaved to in midair as though awaiting a message. Then the hulk dilated in the fog and faded on the horizon like sea mist in the morning sun. We could see nothing but our own strained faces dimly in the milky light.
You've just heard our Mercury production of A Passenger to Bali. Now, just a few words from our sponsors on the very important subject of prices. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are holding their prices at the levels established by OPA last month. Also, when government price control ended last Sunday night, they telegraphed each wholesale distributor of Pabst Blue Ribbon throughout the country, urgently counseling him to do likewise. Further, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon strongly urge beer retailers all over the country to do the same. For we believe it's up to all of us to do our utmost in the battle against inflation. Well, after next Friday, we're bringing to your radio, if we may, for the first time, a story that's just about due to come to your movie theater. Edward G. Robinson, Loretta Young, and your obedient servant are involved in the proceedings. The last name is also the director, and it's going to be fun, I think, translating The Stranger, for that's the name of the story, for the microphone. The Stranger's a love story, but it's got more than its quota of chills and shivers, being all about, to quote the current advertisement, the most deceitful man a woman ever loved. That would seem to be me. So join us next week, same time, same station, and decide for yourselves about that. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, and for the whole Mercury Theatre, including especially tonight Mr. Everett Sloan, and as usual, Maestro Bernard Herrmann, who is responsible for the music, I remain, as always, obedient to yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever produced. And now is America's most famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles.
Our story tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is an original for radio by that most original of radio writers, Miss Lucille Fletcher. Its title, The Search for Henri Lefevre. Mercedes McCambridge will be heard as Madame Lefevre, and so that our story may move without interruption, there'll be no between-acts intermission on this broadcast, our sponsors having very kindly omitted their usual commercial message at that time. So right now, before we get started, let's give Jim Amici a chance to say his say about splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Friends, as you relax in the comfort of the summer evening to enjoy Mr. Wells' exciting radio drama, I hope that right beside you, on chair, arm, or table, is a tall, frosted, foam-capped glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Believe me, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are doing their best these thirsty days and nights to supply your dealer, and thus supply you, with all this truly great beer you'd like. Occasionally, conditions make this pretty difficult, but of this you can be sure. Every bottle you do get will be, as always, the happy result of blending never less than 33 fine brews into one great beer. As always, 33 fine brews blend their individual taste tones to give you that splendid flavor. Not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through just the way you like it. So please keep right on asking for it. It's sure worth asking for. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles and his own Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefevre. I had just set down the last note on paper. You know what it is to write a piece. The agony, the drudgery, the exultation. To wrest the thought out of the drab days of rain. To hear music in one's head.
while outside the drizzle patters down and the heads of the mountains are shrouded in mist. And then, one morning it comes. It is spring in the branches outside the window. The mountains glitter. The air is blue and bright. And the melody comes into your heart and nestles close, as though it had always been there. A fever consumes you. Hours melt away at the piano. Time, people mean nothing. The world revolves around this rocking song, this tender magic. There are no terrors, save to break the spell. So it was with this piece. I had just set down the last note on paper. I was happy and weary and full of peace. I lay down on the sofa to relax before Miss Warren brought in my supper. There is a radio near the couch. That night, I turned it on. Crawls upon me sometimes out of the shadows, like an animal thing. It grimaces at me from the corner of my room. But this time it was upon me. It was in my brain. For that music on the radio, playing now, was the music I had just set down on paper. Miss Warren! Miss Warren! Miss Warren!
Mr. Flynn.
Come here, listen to this thing. You hear it, don't you? That is real music playing.
Yes, sir. The radio's playing real music.
It is not an illusion, an hallucination of some kind in my own brain.
Oh, of course it's real music. And very pretty, too.
Pretty?
Oh, you don't like it? We'll turn it off.
No, leave it alone. Listen to it. Sit there beside the radio. I'll get it for you.
What, sir?
My score. Here, look at it. Note for note, even as they play.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Flynn. I can't read music. I don't understand.
Perhaps someone in this building has heard me playing, but... No, the orchestration is the same. The orchestration is a secret, quiet thing that one does alone. Perhaps they've stolen the score or someone has copied it. But I only finished it this afternoon. It has been here in this drawer and on the piano. Unless someone else. There is someone else. Someone like me with my brain, my soul, my genius, a kind of double.
It's over now, sir. Do you want me to turn it off?
No. See what they announce. See what they dare to say.
You have been listening to the elegy for orchestra, Opus 42, by Henri Lefevre. This concludes...
Henri Lefevre. Henri Lefevre. Henri Lefevre. After she left, I sat there staring at the freshly written pages. My brain was reeling. It was my music, every little note, every turn of phrase. The silent radio faced me like a mocking, sardonic sphinx.
Adolphus, my good fellow.
Oh, Picard. Excuse me, old friend. Miss Warren, did you call the broadcasting station?
Yes, sir.
And what did they say?
Calm yourself,
what
my dear
did
fellow.
they say,
They
Miss
said-
Warren?
Oh, Mr. Picard, I'm afraid.
They said, Adolphus, that it was composed by this Henri Lefevre. An old piece. He wrote it nearly 15 years ago.
15 years ago, but I finished it today. If I had remembered it, Picard, even in my own subconscious, it would have flowed out like a dream, but I had to struggle. Look at these erasures and these cuts, this coda.
And you say it was exactly this way on the radio?
Exactly, as though they had copied out the parts in the twinkling of an eye, and an orchestra was reading my score.
Very strange.
The man
but
either
still-
stole my piece somehow, or else there's some terrible coincidence, some simultaneous crooked streak of identical inspiration that leaped across the world.
Things don't happen.
15 years ago, they said. 15 years ago, he set it down. And finally, like a wave traveling slowly across a boundless ocean, it came to me.
Adolphus.
Who is this Henri Lefevre?
He was a rather famous composer.
But what's happened to him? Is he still alive?
I don't know, Adolphus. I'm not a musician.
But could you find out for me soon?
I suppose I could, but do you really think it wise? What good would it do you to see this man, this perfect stranger?
I must confront him, do you hear? There is some horrible linkage between this man and myself, some string vibrating in his brain, which has caused a like vibration in my own. I must find him. I must somehow break the spell.
And supposing this Henri Lefevre is dead?
Dead or alive, I must find him. I must find him, Picard. I must find him.
Henri Lefevre, born 1885, Rouen, France. Educated at the École Normale. Fellowship student in composition, the Paris Conservatoire. Won Prix de Rome, 1908. Do you want me to go on, Mr. Flynn?
No, Miss Warren. These dictionaries tell you nothing. They make everything smell of dust. Dust and corruption.
Adolphus.
Oh, Picard.
I have a letter from his publishers. He's still alive.
Thank God.
But there's some mystery about him. They wouldn't give me his present address.
What do you mean?
They say they haven't heard from him in 10 years. His musical output has ceased. He submits nothing, doesn't answer their letters.
Then how do they know he's still alive?
Well, they hear occasionally from Madame Lefevre.
Madame Lefevre?
He has a wife who lives in Rouen.
Madame Lefevre. Rouen. Word came at last from the Red Cross.
Home of Henri Lefevre in Rouen, destroyed by bombs. Whereabouts of composer and Madame Lefevre, unknown.
He's alive, I tell you, he's alive.
Oh, what Adolphus?
If he were dead, I would not feel it. I would be free. But I cannot take up my pen. I cannot write. I cannot even think one thought without wondering whether it may not already be his.
How can you think such things, Adolphus? This poor, hounded, homeless man is probably ill, old, dying.
Even dying, he's reached out a hand to clutch away my genius. Picard, was I ever lazy? My musical outfit has been enormous. Symphonies, operas, tone poems, songs. Now what do I do all day long? I stand at my window and stare out at the mountains. And at night, I'm tortured by visions. Nightmares. Nightmares of crooked foreign streets and church steeples and bells run by clockwork, the bells are tolling the hours. I dream of rooms, dark, ugly little rooms, and a little girl. Yes, a little girl with long, honey-colored hair who cries and cries.
You have been reading too much, Adolphus. Your brain is tired.
No, don't you understand? These streets, these rooms, that little girl, it is his life of which I am dreaming. It is Rouen. You think me mad, don't you, Picard?
Mr. Picard?
Yes?
There's a lady downstairs to see Mr. Flynn.
Lady?
She says she heard that Mr. Flynn was making some inquiries about her husband.
Madame Lefevre.
Adolphus.
Madame Lefevre, bring her up. Bring her up at once. I stood quite motionless in the center of the room. A woman dressed in black confronted me across the waste of polished floor. She was thin, middle-aged, a little stooped. Her pale eyes looked washed out with crying. Yet there was another look in them. A look of some drowned and monstrous terror.
I am Cécile Lefevre. I have heard that you are searching for my husband.
Yes, madame.
Why do you wish to see him?
Why do I wish to see him? You have not heard of my strange predicament, madame. And what of your husband?
My husband remained in Switzerland.
Switzerland?
He has lived there for many years.
But why? I thought they said your home was in Rouen.
Rouen was my home. My husband and I have been estranged for the last 10 years.
Oh. You've not seen him for 10 years. Do you know his Opus 42, his elegy for orchestra?
I do.
When did he write it, please?
About 15 years ago.
15 years ago. Then you would know the music when you see it. Is this the piece, madame?
Yes.
I wrote this music, madame, a month ago, out of my own head.
Impossible, monsieur.
Impossible, but I tell you, it is so.
But how could this be? This is my husband. I remember the night he wrote it. A hot midsummer night. The windows were open. We could hear the bells of Rouen ringing the hours. He could not sleep. Our little daughter had been crying.
Your little daughter?
He rose from his bed saying that his head ached. A little while later, I heard the piano begin to play softly. I called down to him and warned him not to waken Louise.
Louise?
Our little daughter, who had been crying.
Yes.
Then I fell asleep. Next morning when I woke up, the bed was empty. He was downstairs at the piano writing out the final chords.
Go on.
He said it was her piece. It belonged to Louise. And that he had been thinking of her crying all the time he set it down. It was as though all the sadness that was in his love for her had gone into that melody.
Sadness, but I still don't understand. I wrote this music out of beauty, out of wind and birdsong and joy.
My husband used to say this piece held in its heart all the horror of life.
Horror?
He could never understand why it was so popular. He did not want to publish it. He hid it away, saying it was like a premonition, that it had come to him from some other world, like a hideous omen from another world. And he was right, monsieur.
How do you mean?
Our little daughter, Louise. She died a little while later.
Madame Lefevre.
Yes, monsieur. I beg your pardon for crying.
I do not want to see your husband or hear this music ever again. My search is ended. Do you believe in ghosts, madame?
No. I have been through too much to believe in poor, sad ghosts.
Oh, but I do. I believe that neither your husband nor myself wrote that piece. There is some further horror. Some demon force at work in this music. It captured him. It has captured me.
I do not know. My husband was always a wretched, melancholy man.
Tell me, Madame Lefebvre, did your husband write any music after he wrote this piece?
Not much more.
You mean it wrecked his brain as it has wrecked mine, leaving him without inspiration?
No, it was not that. He continued to write. He still writes, but nothing he has written for 10 years has had any meaning.
What do you mean?
Mr. Flynn, have you not already guessed the truth? My husband has gone mad. He has been mad for the last 10 years, shut up in an asylum in Switzerland.
Oh.
I have told this to very few people. It is a form of horrible neurosis. Work neurosis, the doctors call it. He seems to have lost his heart. The events of his past life are meaningless to him. He has forgotten Rouen. He has forgotten me. He has forgotten our little dead Louise.
Oh, how terrible.
Now he sits in a bare room and writes music all day long. He has become a slave, a machine. They tell me that his shelf is packed with scores, but all of them are only an endless jumble of notes such as a child might scrawl across a paper.
And it was the music. The ghost music that did this.
Who knows? Terrible things happen. The mind snaps.
Terrible.
If I told you I should betray my husband, I should tell you something which has never passed my lips till now.
But you must tell me.
Do you not see how vitally important it is to me? I am linked somehow with your husband. And perhaps I, too, am destined to go mad.
No, monsieur, you must not think such things.
There were the seeds of madness in this thing, even from the beginning. There was something uncanny. Why should that radio play that music just after I had finished the piece? Why should you, a perfect stranger, have come here and found me?
Mr. Flynn, believe me, people do not go mad so easily. To be destroyed as my husband was destroyed, one must have deep sadnesses and love. One must have human ties, a wife, a beautiful little child. You have no such ties, have you?
No, I have no ties. I have no ties.
My husband went mad because he loved too much. When our little Louise died, he thought that he had killed her. She died of simple pneumonia, but he could never understand that. He became insane with grief. He thought he was her murderer. Don't you see, Mr. Flynn, you who live here alone, whose life is so quiet.
Madame Lefevre.
I beg your pardon?
I have seen you before, Madame Lefevre. I have met you somewhere. I have heard your story. You have come here before.
No, I have never come here before.
Then why should your face seem so suddenly familiar and your words? There's something uncanny about this thing, Madame. For a moment, I thought I knew.
You knew what?
I thought I knew you and your husband and Louise. Louise. I thought I'd lived. Maybe it was only one of my nightmares, but somehow...
Yes, I try to remember.
Remember.
The little house in Rouen, the stone house, the tree in the garden, the coffee on Sunday afternoons, the Bechstein piano by the window, the bedroom with the calico curtains, the little
doll carriage underneath the stairs. Louise's doll carriage. Louise.
Papi!
What have they done to her? They've taken her away and I killed her. Her little doll carriage waits at the bottom of the stairs. But she'll never come back. Never come back.
No. She has been dead for 10 years. You must not think of her anymore. No. You are getting better now. Dr. Picard says you are getting well.
Doctor Picard.
Your doctor, darling.
What are you talking about? I am no doctor.
Don't you see, my darling, your long search is over.
No.
You are Henri Lefevre. And your own music has come back to you at last. And little by little it will all come back. Your memories, your genius. You will be able to go out into the world again.
I am Henri Lefevre.
Yes, darling.
It's the little old madman. No. I locked up in the walls of a lunatic asylum for 10 years, writing a jumble of notes like a little child. Then, who is Adolphus Flynn?
A name you made up, my darling, a poor mad name.
My symphonies are rubbish, you say. My adoring public are only shadows running across the walls. And these mountains beyond my window, these mountains. You are lying to me! I tell you my name is Adolphus Flynn!
Sorry, look. This room. These bare white walls. These bars across the window. This door one cannot open from the inside. For 10 years, aren't we? For 10 years I have waited. For a glimmer to come, for some little memory like that music. For 10 years I have prayed for you every day.
For 10 years? That's what I said here. I do not believe it.
Dr. Picard!
Henri, my dear fellow.
You call me Henri, too?
I cannot tell you how happy I am, Madame Lefevre. The experiment has worked beyond our fondest hope.
Picard. Am I Henri Lefevre?
Yes.
I have been mad for 10 years. You deceived me for 10 years.
Not deceived you, my dear fellow. We only humored your whims, hoping that you'd snap back someday. It was your whim to think that you were a composer named Adolphus Flynn. Your whim to sign your name to all these scores. Your whim to live utterly alone and work all day and half the night. You were quite happy until one day a little piece you'd composed for your daughter long ago came back into your mind. Memory began again. You began the search for your lost self. Naturally, after 10 years, one cannot be cured overnight. But you will see, in a few months, we may hope for something quite remarkable. Monsieur and Madame Lefevre.
In a few months, I would be able to go back. I would take up the threads of my old life as Henri Lefevre. I'm still here in this room, with its bare white walls and its door that locks from the outside. I'm still here. Although I know now for sure that my name is Henri Lefevre. The sadness is in my heart. An unutterable sadness and pain that I can never conquer. Rouen has come back. The stone house. The little doll carriage underneath the stairs. And my arms ache with the longing for a little dead child. With long, honey-colored hair. There is no music in me now. No music save that one tune, which sings in my head all day long. My song for Louise. If I could only get it out of my mind, I might be able to work again. I might be happy. As I once was happy. I might look out of my window and find a symphony and a sunset on the mountains. That is why I will not go back. I will not leave this room. I will not leave this home until I find him again. Until I find Adolphus Flynn.
You've just heard Orson Welles' Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefevre, a radio play by Lucille Fletcher. Mr. Welles will be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week's offering of the Mercury Summer Theater. But first, a few words from our sponsors on a very important subject. The makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon are holding their prices at the levels established by OPA last month. Also, ever since government price control ended, they have urgently counseled each household distributor of Pabst Blue Ribbon throughout the country to do likewise. Further, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon strongly urge beer retailers all over the country to do the same. for we believe it's up to all of us to do our utmost in the battle against inflation. And now, Mr. Wells.
Well, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we're bringing you the first radio show we ever put on the air for CBS. We haven't done it since. We look back at it fondly. We hope our memories aren't mistaken. We hope you'll enjoy it. It's a great favorite of everybody's childhood, and I don't think anybody ever outgrows it. The Great Tale of Adventure by Robert Louis Stevenson, Treasure Island. So join us next week, please. Same time, same station. Until then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer, and for the whole Mercury Theatre, including as usual Maestro Bernard Herrmann, who was responsible as usual for the music on tonight's show, and speaking for Mercedes McCambridge, who was responsible for a very fine performance as Madame Lefevre. For the whole gang, I remain as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer.
Last week, ladies and gentlemen, right after signing off, we met a man from Canada who ran off a record for us, the transcription of a broadcast presented by Stage 46, that exciting radio series produced by Andrew Allen up in Toronto. We loved it, all of us in the Mercury who listened, and we figured you listeners stateside shouldn't have to miss the fun from up above the border. So, the previously announced Treasure Island goes back on the shelf to make room for a light-hearted little libel entitled Life with Adam. A sort of satire, this is, on somebody of a similarity almost photographic and certainly surgical to your obedient servant. In other words, the hero of tonight's story is me. But I refuse to admit it to the extent of playing the part myself. No, I'm just going to sit back in the control room and make myself comfortable as possible under the circumstances. When lampooning a contemporary, the neatest evasion of the libel laws, is a simple switch of the victim's name. By translating Alexander Walker to Sheridan Whiteside, the authors of The Man Who Came to Dinner were spared a lawsuit, although the model of the comedy could not be restrained from enacting himself in the road company. Turning the name Orson Welles into the even unlikelier Adam Bonnycastle, playwright Hugh Kemp of Canada not only scored a thundering success on the radios of our good neighbors to the north, but wins a half hour of his model's hard-won airtime without having to endure a performance of the model by the model himself. No, I definitely am not going to act myself. And no cracks, please, about how I never have. Canada's celebrated and very, very talented Fletcher Marco, who's the man who brought us the record and who created the role and who's also the show's director tonight, will be heard in what might be described as my place. Since there is no valid contribution I can make to Life with Adam beyond having posed for the original of this advertisement, I therefore yield the studio to an impersonation which, believe me, is something less than a compliment and something more than a comment.
Hello, Chester.
Hi, Chubb. What are you doing?
Melting. I'm melting away.
Hello, George. Same old thing.
Yes, Miss Holiday.
Now, Evie, what is all this?
Yes, what are you doing in New York when you could be at Sneeden?
It's a long story, Chubb, but it goes in one sentence. I'm sick of the people I know. Does that sound awful?
No worse than it did the last time.
How's New York?
Dull.
Who's around?
The kids that are working.
What about you, Chubb?
Oh, nothing I haven't written about. Oh, hey, I brought something to show you. Life.
Oh, that.
A Day with Eve Holiday. Have you seen it?
They sent me a copy.
I think it's swell.
Let me see it.
The pictures are nice. Just a sec. Turn back a couple of pages.
Oh, this? Life with Adam. Adam Bonnycastle writes, produces, acts, lectures, composes, paints.
I saw him act once.
Cute. He needs a shave.
I think he's here in town.
Oh, I see you've read this.
I had nothing to do on the train.
The 27-year-old wizard, who can do everything but add, is absolutely tireless. Fresh from a successful run in his own musical Big Nemo, Bonnycastle is now in rehearsal with a traditional version of Richard III. He lectures twice weekly at 2 universities, will guest appear as Sidney Carton on the August 12th broadcast of All Star Theater.
He's super thyroid.
All Star Theater? Hey, that's Daddy's show. He's a sponsor. You want to go, huh?
Might be something to do.
Heavens, not me.
I'll get pictures. You want to ask anybody?
Let's go alone.
Oh, I forgot you're sick of people.
How about this? Adam Bonnycastle rejected the agency's adaptation of A Tale of Two Cities. Did a new stylized version himself.
I see him, foremost of just judges and honored men, bringing a boy of my name, with a forehead that I know and golden hair.
Hey, he's all right. What do you think, Eve?
He needs a haircut.
I wouldn't mind an evening with that boy.
Not my
And I
type.
hear him tell the child my story with a tender and a faltering voice. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest I go to than I have ever known. You have heard A Tale of Two Cities, starring Adam Bonnycastle as Sidney Carton. Our sponsor wishes to thank Mr. Bonnycastle for taking time out from his production of Shakespeare's Richard III to appear on tonight's All-Star Theater.
Eve, let's go and meet him.
Come on, let's get out of here. There are too many people.
Oh, stop being so blasé. I think it's exciting. That's what I think.
It's cool in here. Half of my clothes are still at Sneeden.
You look beautiful. Gosh, that tan alone is enough.
Come on, I can plow through the crowd. Excuse me.
I'd like to. I'd like to, but I couldn't possibly make it.
Mr. Bonnycastle, there are people on all the
Take
phones.
messages, please, will you? Jenkins? Where's Jenkins?
Here I am.
Take a note, will you? Page 18, Richard. Subjective approach. I don't know what that means. Remind me.
Yes, Mr. Bonnycastle.
Mr. Bonnycastle, your elevator's waiting.
I'll be right
Here's
there.
the producer, Mr. Bonnycastle.
Well, Mr.
How do you
Bonnycastle,
do?
beautifully played, beautifully played. It was a real pleasure to produce, a real pleasure.
I don't know why.
Mr. Bonnycastle, you're due at rehearsal at
I'm coming right away. I have an idea for Buckingham's costume. Tell Forrest to see me at breakfast.
Breakfast is booked.
Breakfast is
You can
booked.
drive over to the university with you.
Mr. Bonnycastle, I'm Chubb Horton. My
Mr.
father.
Bonnycastle, long distance wants you to Hollywood.
It's that ridiculous woman. I can't talk to
Mr.
her.
Bonnycastle, my
I
father.
forgot to tell you, the car won't be ready till tomorrow.
Get an ambulance, will you? I can't stand taxis.
Mr. Bonnycastle, my
Yes, little
father.
girl, what is it about your father? Does he want to act?
I'm Chubb Horton. My father sponsors this program.
Why?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. It's perfectly dreadful.
May I present Eve Holiday, Mr. Bonnycastle?
How do you do?
Hello. Jenkins, I like the fellow who read the Century. Get his name, will you?
Come on, Chubb. You've met the boy wonder.
Mr. Bonnycastle, I have a car right out front. I'd be glad to drive
Thank you. That's very kind. Very kind.
Chubb, I'll meet you somewhere afterwards.
Oh, you don't be a prima donna. Come for a nice drive. Come on, Jenkins. Goodbye, kiddies. I love you all.
comfortable back there?
Quite, thank you. Very pleasant.
How about you, Eve?
I will be soon. How far's the theater?
Oh, bear up, Miss Holliday.
Jenkins, this child doesn't admire me. What's the matter, miss? Do you want to be an actress?
I do not.
Thank heavens. What were you doing there tonight? You're much too fashionable to be interested in radio.
I was trapped into it.
So was I.
May I ask a question, Mr. Bonnycastle?
Of course.
Are you really as unbearable as you seem?
I don't know. Jenkins, am I as unbearable as I seem?
Sometimes, Bonnie boy, sometimes you're a prize. And at other times you're a dear.
Tonight I'm a prize. What about you? Are you really the empty shell you seem?
Eve is a darling. You leave her alone.
You like her, huh? What do you like about her?
Everything. She's wonderful. She has looks, style, social position.
She spends too much time dressing.
Why don't you get your hair cut?
Eve's trouble is that she's bored.
Ah, bored. That's wonderful. What are you bored about?
You at the moment, also the summer. I'd forgotten how dull New York is in the summer.
New York is exciting. You are dull.
Let's not discuss me.
What do you mean by dull?
Everybody's away. No good parties.
No good parties. What a mind you must have, my butterfly. No wonder you wear dark glasses.
I'll bet you have full-length mirrors on your wall.
You're stealing my line.
The theater's just around the corner. We'll get out here.
All right, I'll stop on the other side.
Excuse me.
I enjoyed the play, Mr. Bonnycastle. See you again, I hope.
Thanks very much, Chubman. You too. What did you say your name was?
I didn't.
She's Eve Holliday.
Eve Holliday. Nice. Miss Holliday, you have good legs. Jenkins, I like the pretty girl.
Who?
Adam Bonnycastle. Who else?
Isn't he dreadful? Where's that magazine?
You're sitting on it. Don't you think he's good looking?
I suppose if you like the type. Writes, produces, acts, lectures, composes, paints.
That Miss Jenkins seemed like a nice person.
How old did you say she was?
35.
You think she's given up hope?
No.
Born in Dayton, Ohio, Bonnycastle was doing finished paintings at the age of 5, composing at 7. He needs a mustache, though. Hello?
Adam Bonnycastle.
Adam Bonnycastle, what?
This is Adam speaking.
Yes?
Drove me to the theater a couple of nights ago.
Yes, I remember. You were very busy.
You were very bored. Are you still bored?
At the moment, yes.
After my rehearsal tonight, I have 3 hours off. Will you meet me?
I have 3 dates.
Don't be irrelevant. I have a whole cast waiting.
Of course I won't meet you. How'd you get my private phone?
I didn't. Jenkins did. She can get anything.
Did you get your hair cut?
I have a picture magazine here, Life. It says A Day with Eve Holliday.
I've seen it.
Eve Holliday believes in glamour around the clock. She breakfasts on grapefruit and coffee, wearing a beautifully designed mandarin coat of chartreuse. What a horrible waste of a life.
What are you being so useful about?
Life is a race against death.
And you hope to win?
I'll be through at midnight. Will you meet me?
Definitely not.
At the theater.
No.
Kiddies, that was a very bad dress, kiddies, but I love you all. You little lamb. Lambkins. Do it like that in Boston, and we'll all have to work in radio again. Jenkins! Jenkins, get Smith for breakfast and tell him to bring his sketchbook.
Okay, Mr. Bonnycastle. Smith for breakfast. Adam, we're going out for smoked meat. You want to come?
Can't send one over for me, will you? I'll be here. And coffee, a quart of coffee.
Adam! Bonnie!
What is it, Jenkins?
Someone down here to see you.
Huh? Oh, look who it is. Didn't expect you. You see the dress?
I just came in.
If you'll excuse me, I haven't slept this week.
Thanks, Miss Jenkins.
Okay, Jenkins. Quit for tonight. In the morning.
Night, Bonnie. So, you didn't expect me.
I never expect a woman.
Where are we going?
I have to get this stuff off my face.
You do your own makeup?
Yes, always. I'm an expert. You wear too much.
Ha!
That's a horrible mouth. I'll fix
You
it.
leave it alone.
It droops. What a dismal droop.
Why did you ask me out tonight?
Why'd you accept?
What's that stuff?
Benzodrine?
You look terrible. Are you sick?
Oh, a little tired.
Why don't you go to bed?
It's habit forming.
What's the point behind all this routine?
You resent it, don't you?
Why should I resent it?
It's a challenge to your way of life.
Why do you do it?
When I was 20, it seemed a good way to be very important.
Now you're 27. Why do you keep it up?
Nothing else seems very important.
Poor man. How'd you get time off tonight?
I canceled things.
Where are we going?
Any ideas?
You want your picture taken, is that it? Autograph.
No, that isn't it.
What is it then?
You're beautiful. You fascinate me. I have a farm about half an hour out Westchester. Do you want to go sit on a swing?
I do not. How about a club?
I thought you were tired of that life.
I'm no farm girl.
Well, here you are sitting on a swing. Do you like it?
What are you doing with the farm?
I bought it for Jenkins. There are times when I haven't any money. Jenkins keeps me.
Who is Jenkins?
She used to be an actress, but it made her sick at the stomach. Now she manages me.
What are you doing next month?
Boston, Richard, and I starting a new radio series. And I have lectures. We're planning a new Hamlet.
When do you rest?
I take a deep breath every now and then. Doing New York in August.
I got sick of the country life. I want to be useful.
You're out of character.
You dislike me, don't you?
I like you very much.
Why did you ask me out?
Why did you come?
Put you in your place?
You're not trying very hard.
No. You're not playing fair. You're being defenseless.
You disappointed?
No.
Surprised?
Yes.
Why?
That public performance of yours is a lily. You're not like that.
What am I like?
You'll hate this.
Go ahead, offend me.
You're more like Huckleberry Finn. Mad?
No. Pleased.
Why?
I didn't think you'd read Huckleberry Finn.
You'd be surprised what I've read.
I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Why?
Surprise is mainly an act. People aren't surprised nearly as often as they think they are.
We're being honest tonight.
I'm being honest. You're being sulky.
I'll be honest, too, Adam.
What?
I want to be kissed.
Surprise, surprise. You're not going to be.
You're very cute. I thought we were being honest.
I told you about your mouth back in the dressing room.
Let's go home. I've had enough of the country. Huck.
This is your obedient servant, Orson Welles. You are not listening to me. You're listening to Canada's radio star Fletcher Markle in his own production of Hugh Kemp's Canard called Life with Adam. And now, while Mr. Markle and I rest from his exertions, here is Jim Amici to tell you about smooth and sparkling...
Yes, smooth and sparkling Pabst Blue Ribbon. As one of the Mercury players was saying just before the start of tonight's show, Jim, you're right when you tell folks to keep on asking for Pabst Blue Ribbon. For shortage or no shortage, that Pabst Blue Ribbon taste is as perfect as ever. Yes, of course it is. After all, Pabst Blue Ribbon, as always, is happily blended of those never less than 33 fine brews. Naturally, the flavor is just bound to be not too light, not too heavy, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer flavor coming through just the way you like it. So, when occasionally your dealer is unable to supply you with all of this truly great beer you like, please keep right on asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Comes now Act 2 of Life with Adam. And remember, please, any similarity to living persons is purely intentional.
Well, don't keep me waiting, Eve. What about him? What about Adam Bonnycastle? Is this really it?
Oh, Chub, what would I do? Sit at rehearsals all the time? Besides, I'd get very tired of his shouting at Jenkins.
Jenkins!
Coming, Bonnie. What is it?
You take that other phone. I'm busy on these two.
Okay.
All right, Harry, I'll catch up with you in Boston.
Speaking.
Yes, I'd
Can
like
I
to do it
help
very
you?
much. Depends on how long Richard
Well,
runs.
Mr. Bonnycastle isn't casting just
About
for
a
the
month,
moment.
I'd say.
Well, what have you done?
Goodbye, Harry.
Oh,
Hello,
I see.
Frank. About
well, I
those
know
pictures,
he'd
will you
like
take
to
them
see
again?
you, but he has so
No,
many
Frank,
things,
just
and as he's
pictures.
not
If I want
casting just
portraits,
now.
I'll get paintings
Yes.
made.
Yes.
Anytime you say
I'm
between
sorry.
4 and 4:15.
Try us again.
Okay, goodbye. Jenkins, don't give me that reproachful look.
Bonnie, you're 40 minutes late.
What have you got there?
The remains of the mail.
Do I have to read it?
There are a couple you should look at. One very personal.
What does it say?
It's an invitation to a something on Saturday afternoon. Eve holiday.
Oh.
You want to go?
We drove out to the farm the other night.
Did you have a time?
She excites me.
She's not your type.
What is my type?
Me, about 10 years ago.
She gives me a lift. That's important.
Well, go to her parties. You can do your card trick.
I did a social season once. I can't stand repetition.
Maybe you'll like her little chums. The dialogue will be very bright, I'm sure.
She's not like the rest of them. She's trying to break away.
Oh, pardon my guffaw.
Jenkins, you're very sweet. I love you, you know.
I know.
You won't leave me, will you?
No, Bonnie. I'll be around.
Jenkins?
Yes?
Cancel everything between now and Monday. Rehearsals, meetings, lectures.
What's the matter, Bonnie?
Let's not be analytical. I've got to do my lines. Memory's slipping.
All right. I'll be in my office if you want.
Fine. Flourish. A flourish, trumpets. Strike alarum, drums. Let not the heavens hear these telltale women rail on the Lord's anointed. Strike, I say! Either be patient and entreat me fair, or with the clamorous report of war, thus will I drown your exclamation.
Yes?
Hello.
Hello. Oh, it's you. Well, say something.
I can't think of anything.
Why did you call?
Jenkins told me to.
I'm busy, Adam.
What are you doing?
Chester's here. He's playing the piano.
The amateur hour. How I hate amateurs.
You're getting insulting.
I want to see you.
When did that come over you?
Just now?
I can't possibly see you.
I'll pick you up. We'll do some bars.
No.
In about half an hour.
No, I mean it.
I want you.
No. Did you get my invitation?
Yes?
Well, are you coming to the party?
I'm terribly busy. My weekend is filled.
Chester's pounding. I have to get back.
I want you.
No. Goodbye, Adam.
Jenkins!
What is it?
I feel fine, thank you. Very bright. Slave, I have set my life upon a cast, and I will stand the hazard of the die. I think there be 6 Richmonds in the field. 5 have I slain today instead of him. A horse, my kingdom for a horse. Hey, you, how do I get out to the garden?
Right through there. But yell bingo before you do.
Thank you. Look, what is done cannot be now amended. Men shall deal unadvisedly sometimes, which after hours give leisure to repent. If I did take the kingdom from your sons, to make amends, I'll give it to your daughter.
Hi, Adam.
Huh?
Over here.
Oh, Chubb.
What was that?
King Richard. What are you doing out here by yourself?
Getting my breath. This is some party for August.
Who are these people? Eve's friends?
Some are. Some just came along.
How do you tell them apart?
You don't like us very much, do you?
I don't lump you all together.
We're not really like this. A lot of it's just an act. Trouble with us is that we're bored.
Nuts.
All right. But you have to understand that if you want to understand Eve.
Chubb, you seem like a good fellow. Why don't you stop this nonsense?
What do you want me to do? Sit at home? Tried it once, didn't like it.
Eve doesn't seem too ecstatic at the moment.
Eve gets moods.
Besides,
you're not supposed to be out in the garden when she's inside. Oh, there's June. I better go in.
You mean there's another one?
Really, it's a darling winter place. It's stone, has 4 huge bedrooms, one smaller one, an enormous living room, wood-paneled, and the cutest furniture.
Is it as nice as our place last year?
Yes, I think so. And Peggy has promised to find us a maid. Oh, John, darling. It's about time. Sounds wonderful, June.
June, this is Adam Bonnycastle, June Delaplante.
Eve, darling, he's cute. How did you get him?
Madam, take your arms from around my neck.
He's shy. Oh, isn't that darling?
June has found us a house for the winter.
What's the matter with this house?
A winter place in the Laurentian.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hate the thought of being stuck in town all winter.
What do you do up there?
We ski, silly boy. We ski.
I don't think I'd be much of a skier.
What's that got to do with it? The man's human. He's actually human. He doesn't ski.
Did you see anybody else?
Yes, Peg told me that Dottie's taking that little blue place. You know, the one that looks like French pastry.
Chester!
Adam, don't shout.
Chester, if you must play that, for heaven's sakes, give it a reasonable expression.
Don't push.
Now, Chester, watch. Listen. See, like this. like this. This. You get it? You get anything?
No.
It does sound better, Chester.
I'm going home.
I
Chester.
feel like singing. Who feels like singing? Adam, do you know Row, Row, Row Your Boat?
I do not.
You know it's the talk of the town.
Will you stop clinging to me?
Don't you disagreeable? Don't you know any popular music? I mean, it's Saturday. How about onesie twosie?
Hector, wait for me.
Adam, isn't that awful? Adam! Adam, if you leave now, we're all through.
All through. We were all through before we ever met. Onesie, twosie, it's the talk of town.
No, I'm very sick now. I'm upset.
So, you fell off your good behavior. Bonnie, you do learn the hard way.
Chubb, the little girl, the fat one, turned out to be a campfire singer.
I could have told
There
you
was
that.
a girl there, not a girl, a creature. If you wrote her into a script, people would say it was corny. She kept talking about a house.
Well, what about the weekend? I canceled everything. Do you want me to uncancel?
Might as well try to save tomorrow. This evening's gone. I'll work by myself.
All right, I'll check with you first thing in the morning. Take it easy, Greasy. It's a long,
Thanks
long
for
flight.
coming over. Do you want a cab? Charlie! Oh, I forgot he went out for the night.
I'd rather walk. Night.
Night. As I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous attempt of hostile arms. Myself confound. Heaven and fortune bar me happy hours. Day, yield me not thy light, nor night thy rest. Oh, as I intend to prosper and repent, so thrive I in my dangerous attempt. You change your mouth.
You haven't changed your manners.
No, come in.
What are you doing?
Rehearsing?
It's Saturday night, didn't you know?
So I heard. Where's your party?
You behaved dreadfully this afternoon.
Why do you bother with those people? They're unbelievably unimportant.
They're my friends.
What's the matter? Can't you interest any real people?
Oh, stop acting. Who decorated this place?
Nobody. I hate decorators. It just grew. Parts of it are still empty. Who was that June character?
June's a darling when you know her.
I'll never find out.
Who painted this portrait?
I did.
Who is it?
Shirley. My wife.
You were married?
When I was 20. For a year.
What happened?
I needed more people. So did Shirley.
Where is she now?
In San Francisco, I think, enjoying a very successful second marriage.
Were you in love with her?
What are you doing here?
Oh, Adam. That's what I came for. I should go.
Why do you want to?
No. There's no sense in this.
Since when have you tried to make sense?
When we're alone. Oh, good. More. When are you leaving?
In a week, I'll be away a year.
Why so long?
Richard closes in New York. I'm going to the West Coast. Want to come?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be something?
Wouldn't it?
I never knew what incompatibility meant until I ran into you.
I suppose Miss Jenkins is going with you.
I couldn't live without her.
Will you think of me?
Not for long. Another winter with your little chums in the north, and you'll be undistinguishable.
I want the winter. We could have fun if you stay.
Yes, couldn't we? We could all get suntan.
You don't laugh enough. We'll do you good to have some fun.
My dear child, I have more fun in a minute than you have in a week.
Don't call me a child.
When you were 17, somebody convinced you that you were very important. You carefully preserved the illusion and the age.
Adam, I want to be kissed. Adam.
Oh, this is impossible. Ridiculous.
We have nothing in common, have we?
Absolutely nothing.
I know it couldn't work. I know that.
Nobody's fault. Just a difference of background, of temperament.
We'd be miserable.
Completely. Perhaps if we'd met in another lifetime.
Under totally different
We'd have a
circumstances.
magnificent week, and then we'd run into that party crowd of yours.
Oh, a week of rehearsals.
Not hating each other.
Really hate. Oh, it would be impossible. Quite impossible.
Oh, but let's try it, shall we?
Shall we? Darling.
Love.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've just heard Life with Adam. And for this unabashed assault upon us, the Mercury leased out its studio tonight to an all-star cast of talented Canadians. Grace Matthews was Eve, John Draney was Chester, Hedley Rennie was, among other things, the waiter and producer. Patricia Judre was Chubb, and there was Mr. Fletcher Markle, whose excruciating portrait of your producer is not likely to live down. A few Mercury refugees did just manage to nudge up to the microphone. There was the old maestro Bernard Herrmann, for instance, who conducted the original music, which was written by Lucio Agostini for the original Canadian broadcast. There was Mercedes de Cambridge for a minute there, June, and sharing the top billing with Mr. Markle A Mercury veteran who's added stardom on Broadway to her position as one of radio's most highly regarded artists. Our own Miss Betty Gard. She was Jenkins. And now, before telling you about next week, a word from Jim Amici.
Let me remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now here's a very important message from Secretary Anderson of the Department of Agriculture. Mr. Anderson says, quote, "The immediate problem that faces a war-torn world is food. For after this week of spade work and education comes the constant performance through autumn that should result in making this year the greatest season of home food preservation in history." Unquote. And now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, a real thriller-diller, Moat Farm, by Norman Corwin. Until then, speaking for my sponsors and for all of us in the Mercury, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. And now, here is America's most famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles.
You might say that the following half hour of chills and shivers, arranged for your delectation by Mr. Norman Corwin, is a radio documentary. What you're going to hear is an authentic word-for-word confession of a murder committed by a middle-aged Englishman named Dougal some 41 years ago. Except for occasional dialogue indicated in the confession itself, we're bringing you over these microphones exactly what the killer told the British police, exactly as it came out of his own tortured mind and in his very own words. So that this special broadcast may move without interruption, our sponsors have kindly omitted their commercial message at the time, which usually comes in the middle break. So right now, before we get started, let's pause for a few seconds to do homage to a very patient and long-suffering gentleman, your dealer of blended, splendid...
Yes, your Pabst Blue Ribbon dealer deserves sympathy these days of the beer shortage. For after all, it's not much fun for him to have to tell you thirsty folks that he can't let you have all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. So please remember two things. First, remember he's doing his very best, as are we, to get you your share of Pabst Blue Ribbon. And second, remember that every single bottle you do get will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, as always, every taste is just the way you want it. Not too heavy, not too light, with that real beer flavor coming through. As always, it's blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, the Mercury brings you Orson Welles in his own production of Norman Corwin's The Moat Farm Murder.
And now, if the stenographer is ready, we will proceed with Mr. Dougal's confession where he left off in our last session. Go ahead, Mr. Dougal.
Well, I did not find Miss Holland as generous as I expected. As I didn't have very much money, I suggested we should buy a farm. I think we looked at about a dozen farms altogether, but none of them suited me. So I came across the Moat House farm. It was just the place I wanted, and when she complained of its loneliness, I said that was its charm, because we should be able to live there together away from any inquisitive strangers.
Everything went all right up to the time that the farm was purchased, and I certainly did intend that the deed should be made out in my name, but to this Miss Holland would not consent. Nor would she pay the deposit in my name, and therefore all the visions I'd had of getting hold of the farm, turning her out, and selling it, melted away. Finding she was so tight-fisted, I began to think of various schemes to put her out of the way. But I thought I'd wait a little bit to see if she altered. I think she was naturally very mean. Strange to find a woman so mean, because otherwise she was not so bad. She'd often try when I was miserable or down in the dumps, cheer me up by playing or singing to me. And then she was rather snappy at times, and if I didn't quite agree with everything she said, she'd bounce out of the room. And then perhaps towards evening she'd get over her temper and she'd come downstairs and plead for forgiveness.
Herbert.
What is it?
I'm sorry about losing my temper.
How? Are you now?
I'm afraid I was sharper than I need have been. Do you forgive me?
Why, yes, Cecile. Just so long as you realize that I was right in the matter.
Oh, I suppose you were, Herbert.
Well, then let's forget it.
It's only my state of nerves, really. It makes me give way to such temper.
I certainly thought she had more money than she did. And although we were such great friends, it was not without the greatest trouble that I got to know all about her financial position. I made up my mind at last to put her out of the way. I used to sit and think about it for hours because although I'd done a lot of things during my life, I couldn't quite make up my mind to go so far as to murder her. But when we actually moved into the farm, I definitely decided what I should do. I thought that a very good place to bury her would be the ditch. That was why the very first week we were at the farm, I gave orders for it to be filled in. Though she knew nothing about it, she came out of the house and stood at the side of the ditch whilst I and Pilgrim, the laborer, was discussing the best way to fill it up. The elder tree stood by the side. I could see her there now, holding one of the boughs and arguing about the ditch being filled in until proper arrangements had been made for draining it another way.
Why are you having him dig there, Herbert? Oh, I don't think you know what you're about.
Cecile, my dear, I know very well what I'm doing.
But I have a right to my opinion. More than a right to discuss what's being done on this farm. But this laborer here knows more about it than you do.
I prefer that we leave him out of this.
Pilgrim? Pilgrim!
Yes, Mum.
How do you think this should be done?
Well, Mum, I think the proper way to do the job is to make the new jug drain first and then fill in the ditch.
There. You see, Herbert?
I see nothing of the sort. Yeah, I'd made up my mind what I was going to do with her, so it didn't suit my purpose to accept his advice. I therefore insisted on the work being commenced at once, so I did not want the filling in completed. I don't think I should have done it. Had I not wanted money very badly. I made one final appeal to Miss Holland to let me have some money, but she refused. She was so mean that she would not trust me with even the wages to pay the farm hands. And at last I was so pushed in a corner that I determined to finish the matter that week. Of course, I know all about firearms, and when the wind was in a certain direction, I fired the revolver off several times in the coach house in order to see if one could hear it while they were in the back of the house. I was very glad to find that nobody heard any report. I placed the revolver fully loaded and some cartridges on a shelf in the coach house, ready for me when I wanted it. It was there 7 or 8 days before I finally used it.
Just a moment, Mr. Dougal. What about the testimony of the servant girl Blackwell that you made advances to her late one night?
You know, what that servant girl says about me going to her door is about right. Although I think she exaggerates a little. Well, Miss Holland and I had quite a row about it. She accused me of a lot of things. Of course, I declared that the servant's story was a lie from top to bottom, but she stuck up for the girl. She made herself so ill that she cried very nearly the whole of one day. On Friday morning, we made it up. We had breakfast together on Friday morning. I got around her by lunchtime. We made up our quarrel, and she'd forgiven me, and that was why we thought of going for a drive. It was a beautiful night, so we let the horse walk slowly home. I think it was about 8:15 when we got back to the farm. When I'd taken the horse out, I thought she'd go in the house, but instead of that, she made some remark about it being a beautiful moonlit night. I'd pushed the trap into the coach house by this time, so I stepped up to the side of the trap, reached down the revolver, and as Miss Holland stood just near the door, looking at the moon, I shot her. She dropped just like a log. And then I pulled her into the coach house. If I live to be 1,000 years old, I shall never forget the feeling as I caught hold of both her hands and drew her along until I got her into the coach house. All kinds of things came into my mind, and my heart seemed almost to stand still as I put my hand inside her dress to feel if her heart was beating. Of course, I knew that she was dead. Yet I don't know what made me do it, but I knelt down on one knee and pulled her head and asked her to speak if she could. Cecile! Cecile! Speak to me, Cecily. Do you see me? Cecily! I didn't think this was much use, but why I did it, I can't tell even now, but I thought for a moment she might come to. Because there was no blood about. I wasn't quite certain where the bullet had struck her. Great beads of perspiration began to run down my back, for I had a most peculiar sensation. As if someone was following me. I thought the doors of the coach house had opened. And she was walking out after me. I could almost feel her touch me. And as true as there's a God in heaven, I was ready to drop. I must have stood there some seconds. Then I put my hand into my pocket and drew out the revolver and turned round and looked straight at the coach house. I could not quite get out of my mind. I'd get rid of the feeling that someone or something besides myself stood between me and the coach house. I still had an impression that someone had come towards me. So I leveled up the revolver and stood there with it in my hand. I don't think I could have uttered a word to have saved my life. My tongue was like a great ball of fire and quite hurt myself, I did, trying to get some saliva to moisten my mouth, my parched tongue. Then I remembered how silly it was. Of course, there was no one. I put the revolver back into my pocket and walked back into the house. And then I don't know why, but I thought it might be all a mistake. Perhaps after all, the bullet hadn't struck her. She'd only fainted. She might come to if I gave her some brandy. So I caught hold of the decanter and walked across with it in my hand to the coach house. But I couldn't make up my mind for a second or two to go inside. I called out, Cecily! 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 And then I thought what a fool I was. I went into the coach house, but it was dark. All dark. I pushed the door further open so some of the light from the moon had come in. And she was in exactly the same position as I'd left her, so I knelt down and I poured some of the brandy over her face, thinking maybe it might revive her. But really, I knew this was impossible because she was dead. I knew she was dead. I tried to sit her up, but she fell back, and I knew it was all over then. Of course, I'd arranged everything. I'd mapped out everything days before I was going to bury her. I knew just where. I sat down, began thinking over new schemes. Every few minutes, I kept touching her and feeling her pulse and speaking to her. And then I made up my mind that it'd be best not to put her in the ditch, but to take her away and bury her somewhere else. So I took off her hat and her veil and a jacket she was wearing. I picked her up in my arms and walked down by the side of the little moat.
Her head was leaning over my shoulder. As I carried her along, I wished there was a great big furnace there that I could put her in and watch her burn. I thought of cutting her up into pieces and putting her into the moat. Then I thought of the time it would take me. I was afraid of being interrupted. Somehow I wanted to bury her out of sight, and yet I wanted to keep her by the side of me. So I went back to the field, and I picked her up again and carried her over to one of the haystacks. I found then that she was getting all cold and stiff, for there was a strong breeze blowing. It was rather a cold night. It was horrible to see her lying on the ground. Before I picked her up the last time, I wished she was alive again, because... Well, then I thought, after all, she hadn't done me any harm. So I knelt down and you wouldn't believe this. I kissed her once or twice. All the good times we'd had, all the good times seemed to come back to me. And I remembered once or twice when I'd been sick and she'd nursed me and tried to get me well. And I thought, after all, what a bit hard to do her in. Then I began to think what had happened to me if she was found. I thought I'd hide her in the haystack for a few days, but finally I made up my mind that I'd get rid of her once and for all. I went to get the fork and carried some straw and laid it down at the bottom of the ditch. And I began to think of the way she'd nagged me and the difficulty I'd had getting money from her. So I caught hold of her hand and pulled the ring off her finger. She was very fond of this ring. It had been given to her by, well, I guess the only man she ever really loved. I asked her to tell me the story one day. She did. She said that while her aunt kept a ladies' school at Liverpool, she used to help her in the management.
While doing so, I grew very fond of a brother of one of the pupils, a midshipman who had returned home from a voyage. He had some relatives in the West Indies. He went out there shortly afterwards and took some kind of post. He used to write me letters, and just when everything looked bright, he was drowned through the upsetting of a yacht, and his body was not recovered for some days. When it was found, the ring that he wore on his finger was taken off, sent home to his parents, who gave it to me.
Well, I took that ring off her finger. And just as I did so, a stray moonbeam came through one of the cracks of the door and played all about her face. It made me quite shudder. Once I put my hand down and caught hold of the gold cross that was round her neck and wrenched it off, snapping the chain on which it used to hang round her neck. I turned her over, put my hand in her pocket, and took out her purse. I don't think I knew what I was doing then. I picked her up in my arms, and just as you'd carry a baby, I carried her out of the coach house and laid her on the straw. One minute I wanted to kiss her, and the next minute I wanted to pitch a lot of mold over her. But at last I made up my mind that I'd bury her. Bury her and get her out of sight. I thought perhaps unless I covered her over, the fowls would scratch away the straw, so I got me some brambles and twigs and pieces of wood and stretched them over the body. I picked up the fork and put a thin layer of earth over the top of the brambles and straw, and then I went back into the house. Went to bed. I couldn't sleep. I got up and walked round the farm and down to the road, back again. I couldn't keep my eyes off the ditch. I'm sure I aged that night 20 years. I never closed my eyes the whole night long, and I could not keep still or rest for even a quarter of an hour. I tried to read. I tried to write. I tried to sleep. It was all in vain. Not one single moment's peace did I have, and I'm sure that if I went once to that ditch, I went plenty times. First thing I did when I got to the house was to open Miss Holland's desk and go through a lot of her papers in order to find out, if possible, how much money she had. She kept her accounts very neatly, but I was very disappointed when I found out she was not worth more than £6,000 or £7,000. I thought perhaps Miss Holland had some more cash concealed about the place somewhere, so I turned over her trunks and I turned over her boxes. But I could not find any cash.
And I certainly did feel somewhat disappointed. I used to have terrible dreams at night. And only about the house, I used to fancy I could hear Miss Holland's voice. I think if I went once to look at that ditch, I went 100 times a day. And I'm sure if anyone had watched me, they would have gone suspicious and thought there must be something under that ditch. I come now to a terrible part of my life because however clever one may be, however well one's plans have been carried out, there's always a suspicion lurking at the back of your head that you may have made one little blunder that will lead to the truth coming out. As sure as I'm alive on this earth, no one tried harder than I did to banish entirely from my mind all recollections of that terrible night. But I found it was physically impossible. It didn't matter where I was or who was with me. The moment there was a lull in the conversation, the moment my attention was taken from anything, away back to the farm went my thoughts. As sure as I stand here, I can swear that I've gone into that coach house hundreds of times, expecting to see her lying on her back as I dragged her in there. But nothing would make me believe this till I'd gone in and think for myself. I did this 2 or 3 times a day sometimes. And all the time I knew I'd buried her in the ditch and she was still there. I tried to reason with myself, time out of number. But it was no good. I had to go into that coach house and see for myself that she was not there. Sometimes when I've been walking along or sitting in a railway carriage, I've closed my eyes and tried to make myself believe that it was all a dream. That Miss Holland wasn't dead. It was some foolish thought that I got into my mind. I've got up and said to myself, "You're not a murderer, old man, whatever else you may be." Then I sat down again, and I felt much better and more satisfied. But unfortunately, this didn't last very long. A few minutes later, my mind traveled back to May 19th. And I could see myself loading the revolver in the morning, putting it on the shelf, taking the pony out of the trap, standing on the step, and shooting her. Why, 3 years after she had been dead, I could close my eyes and still feel that I had her in my arms. Yes, sir. I could still feel her head hanging over my shoulder. I could still see her face as I laid her in the ditch. One time I could sleep. Perhaps for a few hours I'd forget all about the Moat farm. As time went on, I found it impossible to get a night's rest. Then I took to walking in my sleep. And I thought I should have gone mad when I found I was a somnambulist. I remember one night I returned from London. After having a good look around, I went to bed. I think about 11 o'clock. I remember quite well taking off my clothes, getting into bed. Just before daybreak, I suddenly came to myself. And I found I was standing by the side of the ditch. And that a spade was in my hand. I was in my nightshirt. I got out of the bedroom, walked down the stairs, opened the door, crossed over the Moat Bridge, gone into the coach house, and then gone to the grave with a spade in my hand. I think I must have been standing there a long time because it was very cold. My nightshirt was wet with dew. I shook from head to foot. My teeth chattered. I was aching in every limb when I woke up. So I pitched the spade back into the coach house. And I went back to bed. There I lay awake, counting the hours. I was really afraid of myself. I thought that one of these mornings the laborers would come in and find me standing there. I thought of all kinds of methods to prevent myself from being found there. The only way that I could prevent myself walking out to the ditch in my sleep was locking the gate at the entrance of the Moat Bridge. I put a bit of chain around it. Before I went to bed, I used to see to it that it was padlocked. All this did not prevent my walking in my sleep, but it stopped me going out to the ditch. Because I used to go right up to the gate. As it was locked, I feel certain I used to turn round and go back to bed. I know I did this because one day the gate was painted white. And when I woke up in the morning, I found my hands covered in white paint, which showed that I'd gone down to the gate and tried to open it. I got very ill about this time.
Tell me, Mr. Dougal, when did you first begin to sense danger? Before or after the investigation was started?
When the superintendent called at the farm, I think that's when I began to see danger. I thought it best to leave the farm. Leave it once and forever. Well, I didn't know where I was going when I left it. Sometimes I didn't seem to care whether they found me or whether they didn't find me. I was so tired of it all. And yet the moment I thought of the hand being placed on my shoulder, I conjectured up all kinds of pictures. I've seen myself tried. I've heard myself sentenced. And I've felt myself standing on the scaffold with a rope round my neck. But at times as I sat in my cell, I often thought that after all, I was only living a life of misery. And it'd be better to end it. This is your obedient servant, Orson Welles, and you've just heard our Mercury production of The Moat Farm Murder, a radio documentary by the Mercury's good friend, Mr. Norman Corwin. I was Dougal the killer, and Mercedes McCambridge was heard as Miss Holland, his hapless victim. We'll be back in just a few seconds to tell you about next week, but first, Jim Amici.
Let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Welles.
Next Friday night, if you're minded to join us, we're bringing you one of the most heartwarming stories ever written in America. Ring Lardner, the author, is past argument one of the best of all the writers our country has ever produced, and it's with pride and humility that we bring you then next week, same time, same station, his deathless portrait of an old couple very much in love with each other, Golden Honeymoon. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, and for all of us on the Mercury, not excepting the old maestro Bernard Herrmann, who, like the poor, is always with us with his wonderful music, we remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This year, when food shortages threaten starvation to millions, our farmers need all the help they can get to bring in the crops. So, all of you who can work for the remainder of the season should get in touch with your county agricultural agent or local farm employment office immediately.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer.
When we bring you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, two love stories. The first, a family portrait. And if you've ever watched the kind of old couple that holds hands during a band concert, if you've ever listened to the affectionate arguments held on the wide verandas of a certain sort of resort hotel where the old folks squeak in their rocking chairs and watch the sun go down over the world, you'll recognize, I think, and welcome this hero and this heroine. The author had the sharpest pair of the earth in his century, which is ours. His name is Ring Lardner. And his loving record of a holiday in Florida, part one of our broadcast, is called Golden Honeymoon. Mother says that when I start talking, I never know when to stop, but I tell her, what did God give us tongues for if he didn't want us, we should use them?
He didn't give them to us to say the same things over and over.
Well, Mother, when people is like you and I have been married 50 years, you expect everything I say will be something you ain't heard me say before? Well, it may be new to others. There ain't nobody else lived with me as long as you have.
You can bet they ain't. If there couldn't nobody else stand you that long.
Well, you look pretty healthy.
Maybe I do. I looked even healthier before I married you.
You can't get ahead of Mother. That's it. We was married 50 years ago last January. Come mighty near getting a divorce in February. My daughter and son-in-law was over from Trenton to help celebrate the golden wedding, and Edie, that's my daughter, says she didn't know why we stayed up here in the cold. Why didn't go to Florida for the winter? Well, make a long story short, we decided to do it. We left on the 12th of January at 3:23 p.m. Mother sat facing the front of the train as it makes her giddy to ride backwards. I sat facing her, which does not affect me.
We reached Philadelphia at 4:03 p.m., Baltimore at 6:30, and Washington, D.C. at 7:25. We laid over there a couple hours. I went for a stroll. Come back, found Mother scared stiff. She thought I'd got left behind. Well, I said, I would have followed you on the next train.
Yes, you would. With me having all the money?
Well, we're in Washington, and I could have borrowed from the U.S. Treasury. After another day and night, we got into St. Petersburg, Florida at 8:20 a.m. You'd think there was a riot.
That's me. First right to the best hotel.
Step right in, every room with the bath.
None better than the Front City Hotel.
None better.
There you are. Give like a key. Room with a view.
Step right in, none better.
Well, it's a good thing we've got a place picked out to go to.
Why?
It'll be hard to choose amongst them if every one of them is the best.
First right to the best hotel. Room with the Front City Hotel.
We went to the address that my son-in-law gave us and introduced ourselves to the lady that owned the house. She was a young widow of about 48 years of age.
This would be your room. It's nice and airy. And you have your own washstand.
How much is the bad news?
$12 a week.
I guess I will survive the shock.
Don't pay no attention to Pa. He's always getting spry around a pretty woman. Makes him feel like a young man of 60 again.
You can't get ahead of Mother. Well, $12 a week ain't much, and we was only 3 blocks away from Williams Park. That's some place, that park. There's a big bandstand and chairs for folks to sit and listen to the concerts, and all around there's places for games, chess, checkers, badminton, horseshoes, whole shebang. Mother and me bought a membership in the club. Cost $1 for the season. Mother listened to the band, as she is a sucker for music. And, me, I played checkers. About eating. We found a nice cafeteria and ate most of our meals there. Averaged about $2 a day for the two of us, but the food was good and everything was nice and clean. A man don't mind paying the price if things is clean and well cooked. On the 3rd of February, we spread ourselves and eat supper at the Poinsettia Hotel. It was Mother's birthday. We had sirloin steak.
It don't look very big, Pa.
Cost 75 cents.
Looks hardly big enough for one.
Well, I guess a good thing every day ain't your birthday, or we'd be in the poorhouse.
No, because if every day was my birthday, I'd be old enough by this time to have been in my grave long ago.
You can't get ahead of Mother. Things went along quiet like this till one day at the park, I was playing checkers and Mother was listening to the band concert. And a woman next to her opened up a conversation.
Nice music, isn't it? Yes, I enjoy it. Where you from? Jersey City. And you? I'm Mrs. Frank M. Hart from Hillsdale, Michigan. Of course, I'm originally from Alabama.
Well, you could have knocked Mother over with a pigeon feather. Frank M. Hartzell was the man who was engaged to Mother till I stepped in and cut him out 52 years ago. Well, 4 of us had dinner, and then we went up to our house and sat in the parlor. Mother was very apologetic.
Miss Hartzell, I'm scared you find it tiresome listening to we three talking over old times. Oh, no, not at all. I've heard Frank talk quite a bit about his old friends, and so it seems as though I know most of them, although not quite so well as I know my own friends, of course.
Well, as it turned out, Mother didn't have no need to apologize. I have heard a lot of women that could go it, but Hartzell's wife takes the cake of all the women I have ever seen. She told us the family history of everybody in the state of Alabama and Michigan, and she would have been going yet if the clock hadn't broke.
The clock sounds like it's busted.
Either that or it's horrible late.
Well, we'll run along. We'll see you again, won't we?
How about some cards tomorrow night? You play whist?
Oh, yes. Come to our place.
That's what we did. We played cards with him as Mother and Hartzell partners against his wife and I. Me and my partner certainly got the worst of it. All in all, we played about 10 times. There was only one night when Mrs. Hartzell and me come out ahead. That night wasn't no fault of hers. Hartzell got feeling pretty good about himself. But I took it out of him one morning in the park. He foolishly offered to play me checkers. Didn't have a chance. A crowd of folks who usually watch me play began to pass off remarks.
Whoever told you he was a checker player? You might maybe be good for tiddlywinks, but not checkers.
Almost felt like letting him beat me a couple of games. But the crowd would have noted it was a put-up job. Of course, women folks joined us after the massacre, and I wasn't going to mention it, but...
Well, Charlie and I had a little game of checkers, but I'm no match for him. Not me.
Well, checkers ain't much of a game anyway. It's more of a children's game, ain't it?
Yes, ma'am. It's a children's game the way your husband plays it.
Maybe there's other games where Frank can beat you. Yes, I bet he could beat you pitching horseshoes.
Well, I'd give him a chance to him. I ain't pitched a shoe in over 16 years.
But I ain't played checkers in 20 years.
You ain't never played it.
Now, Paul, just for that, you pitch horseshoes with Frank.
And you know, Hartzell was the luckiest pitcher I ever seen. He had some pitches where the shoe lit 5 and 6 feet short, and then schoonered up and was a ringer. There were some hard points in my horseshoes. Just when I was getting my distance, my thumb got to bleeding, so I had to quit. Hartzell said the score was 19-6, but I don't know what it was. They wanted us to play cards again that night, but I was sick and tired of them, and I tried to get out of it.
What's the matter, Charlie? Afraid you'll get beat again?
I ought to tell him why we got beat.
I couldn't never lose a game of cards if I always had Lucy for a partner.
Well, you had a chance 50 years ago to always have her for a partner, and you wasn't man enough to keep her.
Well, you must have had something stronger than tea to make you talk that silly.
She was just trying to smooth things over. I was sorry the minute I said it. Hartzell, he didn't know what to say. And for once, his wife couldn't say nothing. We didn't see him again. As soon as we got to our room, Mother began to scold me.
You'd ought to be ashamed of yourself, talking that way to Frank.
I guess he's such a wonderful pitcher and card player that you wish you'd married him.
Well, at least he ain't a baby to give up pitching because his thumb has a few scratches.
Well, if he's so great, why didn't you marry him?
I almost wish I had.
I wish so, too.
I'll remember that.
That's the last word she said to me. For 2 days. Then we was in the park sitting on a bench. We made up while the band started up a nice walk.
Listen, Charlie. This is our golden honeymoon. We don't want the whole thing spoiled with a silly old quarrel.
Well, you mean that about wishing you'd married Hartzell?
Of course not. That is, if you didn't mean that you wished I had, too.
Well, I was just tired and wrought up. I thank God you chose me instead of him, as there's no other woman in the world who I could have lived with all these years.
Yes, you have needed a woman with a great deal of intelligence and understanding and patience.
Like I said, you can't get ahead of Mother. That was Golden Honeymoon, a love story by Ring Lardner. Part the first of the Mercury Summer Theater's offering for this Friday. Part 2 is another love story. And Mercedes McCambridge is the heroine of both. But just for a minute now, here's Jim Amici advancing front and center to say a few brief words on the subject of tempers and temperatures.
Frankly, friends, it's mighty hard to keep in good temper these days of high temperatures, especially when your dealer can't come through with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. But please, we beg you, be kind to that kindly man behind the counter. He's doing his best, and so are we, in spite of the shortage, to get you your share of this truly great thirst quencher. And we can assure you that every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every drop will have that perfect Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling. So please keep asking your dealer for it. It's worthwhile asking for. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Well, if there's such a thing as a happy ending to a love story, Golden Honeymoon was it. We can't promise you as much for part 2 of this broadcast. Boy gets girl in every melodrama, and in the melodramas, boy and girl live happily ever after. But when love itself is the central theme, happy endings are rare indeed. And of all love stories, the most famous makes no break with this tradition. We bring you now with all possible pathos a few of its final and best regarded scenes. We pick up this pair of star-crossed lovers. At the last moment, they are destined to enjoy together. He's been ordered into exile for the killing of a kinsman in a street brawl. And for a parting moment before banishment, he is stolen by night into a bedchamber. But now it is already dawn.
Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale, and not the lark, that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
It was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain top. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Oh, God, I have an ill-divining soul. Methinks I see thee as one dead, in the bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails, or thou lookst pale.
And trust me, love, in my eye, so do you. Dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu. Adieu.
You have recognized the words, but to ensure your memory of the plot, the lover now goes off to exile, and his lady, forced by her family into marriage with the young Count Paris, drinks a sleeping potion, that she may be taken for dead and laid away in a burial vault, where her true love may come and rescue her. He comes, as she had planned, but never learns that she is only sleeping. Having purchased poison, he takes it and breathes his last by her tomb. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo. If I may trust the flattering truth of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's Lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think, and breathes such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Oh me, how sweet is love itself possessed, when but love's shadows are so rich in joy. News from Verona. How now, Balthazar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How fares my Juliet? That I ask again, for nothing can be ill. If she be well...
Then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Capel's monument.
Is it even so? Then I defy you, stars.
Thou knowest my lodging. Get me ink and paper, and hire post horses. I will hence tonight. Get thee gone.
And hide those horses. I'll be with you straight. Well, Juliet, I will lie with thee tonight. Let's see for means. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts a dwells. Meager were his looks. Sharp misery had worn him to the bones. Noting his penury to myself, I said, and if a man did need a poison now, here lives a caitiff wretch with celerity, and as I remember, this should be the house. What ho! Apothecary! Who calls? Come hither, man. I see that thou art poor. Hold. There is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison.
Put this in any liquid thing you will and drink it off. And if you had the strength of 20 men, it would dispatch you straight.
Come cordial, and not poison. Go with me to Juliet's tomb. For there must I use thee. Count Paris, who was to have married Juliet, comes by night into the churchyard, bearing flowers for Juliet, but hearing the approach of Romeo and his servant, he hides himself to watch.
What cursed foot wanders this way tonight to cross my obsequies and my true love's right? What, with a torch? Muffle me night a while.
Give me that mattock and the wrenching iron.
Yes, sir.
Whate'er thou hearest or seest, stand all aloof, and do not interrupt me in my course. But if thou jealous dost return to pry on what thy father shall intend to do, by heaven I will tear thee joint by joint, and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs.
I will be gone, sir, and no problem.
Thou detestable maw, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite, I'll cram thee with more food.
Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. Oh, begone! By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I came hither armed against myself. Stay not, begone! Live and hereafter say a madman's mercy bid thee run away.
I do defy thy conjurations and apprehend thee for a felon here.
If thou provoke me, then have at thee, boy.
Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Lay me with Juliet.
In faith I will. Let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble County Paris. What said my man when my betrothed soul did not attend him as we rode? I think he told me Paris should have married Juliet. Said he not so? Or did I dream it so? Or am I mad, hearing him talk of Juliet, to think it was so? Oh, give me thy hand. One writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. A grave? Oh, no. A lantern's slaughtered youth. For here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence, full of light. Death, lie thou there, by a dead man interred. Oh, my love, my wife. Death, that hath sucked the honey of thy breath, hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag is not advanced there. Oh, dear Juliet. Why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous? And that the lean, abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I still will stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain, with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-weary flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, oh, you the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, bitter conduct. Come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once run on the dashing rocks thy sea-sick, weary bark. Here's to my love. O true apothecary, thy drugs. Ah, quick. With a kiss. Red darling. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just performed for you 3 scenes from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. I'd like to tell you about next Friday's broadcast. But first, a word from Jim Amici.
First, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
We'd like you to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen. There's several more of these broadcasts on this special series. We hope you enjoy them. If you are enjoying them, we'd appreciate it much if you'd write us about it and tell us what kind of story you'd like us to do for you. We have enough time left to represent most of your choices, at least for the sort of thing you like to hear us do. So please just write us a postcard or something. You don't have to suggest a title, just a tone. Thanks again for listening. Please join us next week. Until then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So while America's famous producer and director, Welles, pour yourself a tall frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Looking back over our years of broadcasting over literally hundreds of radio plays and productions, we remember nothing that we've done with more pride than the documentary we're bringing you tonight after some 8 seasons for its first revival. This is our own Mercury adaptation of the account by Commander Edward Ellsberg of the disastrous first expedition to the Arctic, Hell on Ice.
As retired chief engineer of our Navy, a fair share of honors have come my way. But I can only humbly hope that the name of George Melville may be a little remembered as one who served under Captain DeLong on the last voyage on the steamship Jeanette. I still read and reread my log of that trip, though the ink's been dry near 30 years. Here's the first entry. July 8th, 1879. 3:40 p.m. Pacific Time. Jeanette weighed anchor. Destination, the North Pole.
TV below, Captain DeLong.
I'll never forget them on the bridge together. George Washington DeLong, a scholarly-looking man with glasses, commander of naval vessels for 27 seas. And by his side, with her pretty head flung back, Emma DeLong.
Chief, I want you to meet Mrs. DeLong before she deserts her husband.
How do you do?
Glad to meet you, ma'am.
Mr. Melville, tell me, what do you think of a man who'd rather go off to the North Pole than stay home with his wife?
Being a bachelor, I can't properly say, Mrs. DeLong.
Emma, the chief will think you really don't want me to go.
Look, George, something I have for you. No, stay here, Mr. Melville. I want you to be a witness.
Silk frag.
I want you to unfurl it. Well, the point farthest north.
The point farthest north.
The North Star, George. I'll watch it, and we'll be looking at the same thing. Things equal to the same thing. Remember your geometry, Captain.
A brief embrace, and then DeLong was once more simply the sailor. From my eyes, I watched a white handkerchief fluttering across the water at us. And then it faded in the distance. Of our passage to Alaska, there's not much in my journal. August 2nd, with the aid of a towhook baited with salt pork, the newspaperman, Collins, bagged an albatross. Crew none too pleased. The ancient superstitions of the sea persist even to the day of steamships. August 14th, course set north for northwest through Bering Straits and into the Arctic Sea. And off the coast of Alaska towards Wrangel Island.
Yes?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 1
Oh, Eric, what is it?
There's a head, Captain, on the weather bow.
Ice? Oh, swing her hard to lee. Hard to lee, all hands on deck.
Everyone on to station.
Swing her fast, Chip. We're closing fast.
No use.
She won't clear it.
Aye, 200 feet ahead.
Well, there it is.
We're going to strike,
Full
Captain.
steam astern. Full steam.
No use, Captain. She's on us.
Ice pack head on. 15-inch planking of the floe would have stove us in. As far as we could see, the pack was unbroken, except in back a narrow less sea. Supper that night was a somber meal. Here was ice only 240 miles north of Siberia, latitude 71 degrees 30 minutes, where it had no business to be this time of the year. Finally, the captain, chewing earnestly away on his mutton, broke a silence that was almost as solid as the ice pack.
Well, Mr. Chip, think by morning we'll find a lead through this ice?
No, Captain, we won't.
Seem pretty certain, Mr. Chip. What are the... Dan and Al, what do you think? You're a navigator.
Well, I think that Chinese cook's coffee is even worse than usual, sir. All water and no coffee beans. What do you say, Chief?
Maybe I say I'm saving coffee, in case the ice pack holds. Collins seems to be able to drink his.
What I drink is my own affair.
Don't take it so hard, Collins. More coffee? Anybody?
Next day, with broken ice piling up along our side, the captain gave the order to unship the rudder. So the end of the first week found us a rudderless ship, drifting with the ice pack. All chance of exploration gone. Stopped at latitude 71 degrees north, which had been reached in these same waters 20 years before by an ordinary sailing ship. This day, the captain, his log.
The same faces at every meal. Same irritations pricking our nerves, the same routine day after day. No shore leave, no ports to visit, nothing but endless ice. Drifting willy-nilly. 1,000 miles from that pole, which, in a blaze of publicity, we set out to conquer. December 1st. On board the Jeanette. By now, we've told all our stories, read all our books, played all our games. Each morning, we wake to the same faces, the same dogs, the same ice. We take the same exercise, make the same calculations of the drift. Eat the same food and return each night to the same beds. With the same conviction that tomorrow will be the same as today. December 24th. Our first Christmas Eve on ice.
Say, how about some mistletoe over the rigging?
Yeah, we might catch an Arctic mermaid, like Collie caught this albatross.
Collins is my name.
Oh, so it is. Excuse me.
Well, what about this?
Holy mackerel, Irish whiskey. Hand it over, Chief.
First the captain.
Oh, thanks, Chief.
All right, here, I'll pour my own.
Careful, Dan, now. You've only got one good eye.
I can always see good enough for this.
That's enough now, Dan. I'm going to save some for the crew, you know.
That's right.
Collins, how about you?
Well, what's it like? Is it good whiskey?
Give Collie a written guarantee, Chief.
Collins is my name.
I'd give you another if I'd been your old man.
Don't waste any of that stuff on him, Chief.
You can take your whiskey and go to the devil.
Well, that's a nice Christmas thought.
Oh, let's forget him. Can't help it, I guess. Say, how about a toast?
Yeah, if anyone proposes James Bennett, I'll follow Carly. Melville's got one. I can see it fizzing.
Yes, I have. I propose a toast to Emma DeLong.
Oh. Thank you, Melville. I couldn't say it, but I was thinking that, too. Emma DeLong.
Emma DeLong.
January 5th, temperature 57 below zero. Sun appeared for the first time since November. Today, Dr. Ambler had to operate on Dannenhauer's eye. He has to sit in the cabin without a crack of light. We take turns talking to him. We speak next summer and break up the ice. He likes to talk about that. February 1st, more trouble. I noticed Erickson, one of our best workers, was laying down on the job. I decided he was sick.
Captain, I know been sick. I've been watched.
Who's watching you, Nels? What are you talking about?
There been mutiny on this ship.
Mutiny?
There been mutiny, sir, on this ship, sir.
Mutiny in the crew? Where'd you get this, Erickson?
Yeah, Captain, I tell you, it's been like I've been asked to join, but no. No say yeah, no say no, so I've been watched. They got guns. They kill me for if I tell.
Erickson, what do you mean by they?
Please, they no can tell they kill me.
Now, look, I'm your captain. Do you know what disobedience means? Now, come on, who's behind this?
It been nobody hear us?
Nobody's hearing us.
It been Sam.
Sam?
Yeah, Chinese cook.
Erickson, look at me. Now, right in my eye. Follow my fingers over it. Yes, now over here. Follow my fingers. Over here. We're going to see Dr. Ambler.
But they been kill me.
No, I won't let him, Nels. I'll take care of you.
But they tell you.
I know. Now, here, take my hand. That's it.
Tell you.
That's a good fellow.
I tell you.
Now, come along. January 6th. 4 months on the ice. Part of the crew sick. A blinded officer, now a seaman gone mad. What'll this ice do to us before this winter's over? Gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of Hell on Ice. And now, before we bring you the final act of this true life drama of adventure and heroism, Hell on Ice, here for a brief breather, Jimmy Wallington, who says,
For something S-W-E-L-L, swell on ice, there's nothing like blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. No, sir, especially if it's only a little chunk of ice wrapped in a square of burlap and stuck under the stern seat of a rowboat. Oh, boy, does it make a day's fishing the real McCoy when you can reach for a frosted bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy the familiar smoothness, the unforgettable taste you know. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clear, sparkling as the sun on a summer lake, with a real beer taste coming through just the way you... Listen, regular can't always supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. Keep on asking for those never less than 33 fine brews blended into one great beer. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles brings you part 2 of Hell on Ice.
On February 25th, after 6 months in the ice, we were still drifting, waiting for the thaw to free us. March 5th, first glimpse of sunshine. 3 minutes of bleak twilight. Then darkness again. March 30th, temperature rising. Noon reading, 5 above zero. Ice still 14 feet thick.
I turn back to my own records. Our hopes for what the summer sun would do are beginning to fade. It is July now. We find rifts in the ice at sundown and then see them knit again overnight. The days grow shorter, and with them, men's tempers.
Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins, come here, sir. I have Mr. Chip's report that you failed to give him an observation.
Well?
It's in Chip's province to receive that information and enter it in the ship's records.
I was going to write it on a piece of paper and hand it to you.
Oh, Mr. Collins, I've issued an order for an hour's exercise. I've noticed for several days you've been cutting down the time. Today I'm satisfied you're doing it deliberately.
And when you say that, I say it isn't true.
I'm making allowances for your ignorance of naval relations, but I advise you not to repeat that contradiction.
When you charge me with violating an order, I deny it.
It's enough, Mr. Collins. When we get back to the United States, I'll have you court-martialed. Meanwhile, turn in your instruments and perform no further duties on this ship. You're under arrest.
That second winter, the temperature reached 59 below. In May, we saw the sun again. June 10th, my watch, 9 p.m. till midnight. 11 p.m., disturbed by heavy shocks drumming against our hollow hull. Those words were all I had time to write. I remember the captain rushed up on deck. At this season, even at midnight, the sun's above the horizon. We could see about 80 yards ahead. A lead had opened in the pack some 10 feet wide with cracks zigzagging across the surface of the ice, moving towards us. Then the floe split wide apart beneath us. The Jeanette lurched wildly to port and suddenly slipped off the ice into open water. We were thrown across the deck. The ship rolled like a drunken man. Shaking with fear, we waited the next move. At 6 bells, the pack started to press down that open canal. Slowly it closed in on us, thick and jagged, and behind it the push of endless miles of surging ice. On came the pack. The ice reached our sides, started to squeeze.
We're thinking, Captain. Ice is coming through the side. What's that? Ice in the hold?
Pipe down, now. You're an experienced seaman. Make your report to me as if you were one.
The seams are open below, sir. The sides will give way. It's only a question of minutes.
All hands. Stations for abandoned ship.
Aye, sir.
Ship, roll boat.
Aye, sir. Erickson, man the Dalek. Aye, sir. Away, boys.
Collins, what do you do? Step first.
I only brought part of them. She's feeling fast. Skipper, better jump her than me.
Abandoned ship, men. Over the side. Over the side.
The last to jump was the... Scattered over the ice like flies, we watched the doomed Jeanette. Silent now, Arctic gray. 33 men cast away on drifting ice walls. Our fate totally unknown to the world we left 2 years ago. Beyond possible reach of relief. 500 miles away lay the Lena Delta.
June 17th, 6 p.m. We made our start, course due south. Men and officers harnessed together, tugging at their mountainous burdens. Dogs unable to drag a single sledge. Dr. Ambler far ahead, planting black flags to mark our course. Sledges sinking in weak ice. Dan and I, blind but pulling on a rope, fell in open water, pulled him out before he went under the ice. Lee and Erickson collapsed in their harness. One sled used for dragging the sick. Chip, all in, tried to fling himself from the hospital sledge to save his weight, but we strapped him in. Chip cried like a baby at adding to our burden. Unloaded and ferried over open water. Dogs drowned as cutter overturned. Only saved Snoozer. My favorite. By morning, we reached our 2-mile flag. Had to get some sleep. On again at evening, and the ice firmer. June 23rd. At dawn, the first sledge reached 12-mile flag. Chief.
Yes, Captain.
Come over here. 6 days, we've made 12 miles south, right?
Just about, sir.
Well, we're 20 miles further north tonight than the day we started. North with drift's got us in tow.
Are you sure?
Don't tell anyone else. The men found out I couldn't get them to lay a hand on another sledge. They just sit here and wait to die. Look at this map. Back here is where the Jeanette sank, you see.
And here's where we are today?
That's right, 77 degrees, 43 minutes north. We're walking against the drift, and the pack's moving faster than we are. I'm changing our course from south to southwest. That way we've got a chance of reaching the edge.
1 chance in 100.
We've got to take it.
Well, Skipper, I'll cut a third off the rations. Instead of 60.
I know I could count on you, Chief. I always can. And now, you remember, you're going to be my witness at a little ceremony. It's a flag.
Mrs. DeLong's flag. Yes. The point farthest north.
We'll hope this is it. Hold the other hand, Chief. We'll unfurl it for Grandma. I think she knew, Chief.
Sure, Captain. The North Star. She's right over our heads.
Things equal to the same thing. She'll be glad, Chief. And let's fold it up so nobody will know we had it out, or else they might guess the reason.
Got any tobacco left, Captain? I could stand a pipeful. Don't feel like supper. Or is it breakfast?
Hand your pipe over. I'll fill it up.
Thanks, brother.
Chief, this is a grand country to learn patience in.
The most we covered in one day was 6 miles. Some days not more than 2. And the men growing weaker every day from frostbite, scurvy. September 9th, 91 days after the sinking of the Jeanette, we reached the edge of the ice in the open sea. We crawled into camp, and then DeLong mustered his crew. Called the roll for the last time. That night, he held divine service. Even Dick joined him. Only Tom in his tent.
Thank God for thy mercies. We pray thee deliverance to our homes, to thy continued service. Amen.
At 7:30 on the morning of September 12th, we shoved off in our 3 boats for Cape Borkin on the Lena Delta. According to our charts, 96 miles of open sea. The 3rd boat was under my command. By nightfall, we were left alone. 11 frozen men in one tiny whaleboat in utter blackness. By morning, the ocean calmed. In the gray light, we saw land less than a mile away. But no sign of the captain's boat. The story of the last days of Captain DeLong and his men were pieced together many months later from the captain's diary and the ship's papers that were found in his camp.
135th day. We're October 1st. Nothing to report. 136th day. Reached Lena Delta. Doctor says some of the men can't walk even a mile. They'll have to. Erickson dropped in his tracks, both feet frozen, flesh falling off his boots. We cut him some crutches out of the driftwood.
Let me stay, Captain. Don't move me. My legs been killing me. Crutches no use. I want only die.
Get up, Erickson. Do you think I'm going to leave you? Come on. I'll carry you.
Please, Captain.
Up, I tell you. We're going on. "137th day. This morning, Ambler shot a reindeer. Men too famished to wait for fire ate the beast raw. Gave bone to snoozer. My dog. 138th day, trapped by open water, have to cross to try to build raft. Men are broken. Can scarcely lift planks. I'd drive them hard. 139th day, raft completed, crossed water. Raging blizzard. Midnight, Erickson died. Sea burial. First a prayer and then sleep. 144th day. Today killed my dog Snoozer for food. He never whimpered. Too far gone. Alexei dying. Doctor baptized him. Alexei dead. Out of the depths should I cry unto thee, O Lord. Lord, hear my voice. Let thine ears be attentive to the voice of my supplication. 152nd day, Mr. Collins' birthday. 40 years old. Food, willow, tea, and 2 old boots. 153rd day. Calm and mild. Snow falling. Alexei died, covered him with ensign and laid him on a crib. Lee dying, Sam dying. Doctor rubs their hands, keep them warm. 156th day, found ship dead in the morning still. Sitting between the doctor and myself. 157th day. Near end of October, very little hope. Sunset, Sam died. He still leans over his kettle. Can't move him. 160th day. Dressler died during the night, Ambler. Now weakening. God help us. 164th day. Ambler crawls over to Iverson. Feels his pulse. Iverson dead. 167th day. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins dying.
Collins dying. The captain's last entry in that fateful book. No word of himself. His frozen fingers scrawled their last words. Mr. Collins dying. Months of searching finally brought us to that gale-swept hill. There I made out, stiff and stark above the snow, an upraised arm. The arm belonged to Captain DeLong, half buried in the snow. I figured he'd tossed his journal to safety on higher ground, and his stiffening arm had frozen on the gesture, and I was right. The journal was just above. His face was calm, as if his work was done. Atop a rocky promontory looking to the north, towering 400 feet above the great bay of the Lena Delta, and far beyond the reach of any possible flood, I prepared for my captain and his crew their final resting place. Among the Siberian snows, looking out over the Lena's great bay at the desolate cape below, which had witnessed their last agony, and northward across that polar sea which he had valiantly given his life to conquer. DeLong and his men of the Jeanette lay at last beneath the huge cross on the rocky cairn, with the fierce Arctic gales they'd so often bravely faced, mournfully wailing their eternal dirge. Mercury production. Be back to the microphone in just a minute.
Let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he is unable to supply you with a Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. It's best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
And I'd like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, before signing off, that our cast included John Brown, Lorene Tuttle, among many other Mercury players, Elliot Reed, an old Mercury pillar, who comes to us through courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Hal Wallace production, The Strange Loves of Martha Ivers. Till next week, then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, lusted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon. Great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Wells.
Our scene is the great American archipelago, the Antilles, the islands of the Caribbean Sea. Many people have lived and died there, pirates and planters, slaves and the owners of slaves. First there were the red men. And when the red men were no more, the white men turned for human machines to the dark continent. And for a good century, a most lucrative business was the African slave trade. Our scene then, the Caribbean Sea, one of its islands, our hero a slave, Abednego. He stands now in a fort, a ring of stone on a promontory of the island called Jamaica. There's a powder magazine here, gunpowder and 400 desperate Negroes. Abednego the slave is speaking to the insurrection.
My brothers, fellows in arms! My comrades, I do not like this thing you are to do. I wish I had the words to change your heart. Better than some of you, I know what it is to be free. I was born free in Africa. Who here remembers Africa? They came for us by night, the slavers. Who here remembers such a night? They burned our villages and chained us together. How many remember the slave ships? How many remember the slave flock? My brothers, I do not ask you to forget the slave flock. I ask you to live and remember it. I will tell you more. I was sold as a houseboy. 60! You ain't here 70! No! 60 it is one! White! No! One of these things!
Splendid, splendid. Now, don't be frightened, boy. Speak up. What's your name?
Abednego.
Abednego? Oh, the last one out of the fiery furnace, eh, little fellow? Splendid. Hey, you don't understand what I'm saying, do you, boy? In other words, well, we'll soon remedy that. Look, you, Abednego, me, master. Now, who am I?
Master.
Yeah, splendid. Capital. Magnificent. Abednego, boy.
Yes, Master.
You know what day this is?
Friday, Master.
Friday is a very particular Friday, boy. This is your birthday. In any case, the birthday we decided upon. It will be 2 years today.
Yes, Master.
Run out the kitchen, fix me a glass of punch.
Yes, Master.
We use our secret recipe.
Yes, Master.
You make the best punches in the islands, I'll tell you that. Hurry along now, pitter patter. When you're done, there's a sweet cake for you.
Thank you, Master.
You can do what you like for the rest of the afternoon. I'll not require you. This is your birthday. You can have your cake and Eat it, too. Yeah. Abednego, fetch me a rug. The sea air's cold. Good enough. Now, tuck it in. The Lucille in my lap. You may sit at my feet. Tell me what you think of the voyage. Well?
Who lives on the island, Master?
The island is French people.
Master, are there black people on this island?
Oh, yes, indeed, Abednego. They're dark and comely. Oh, ye daughters of Jerusalem, look not upon them, that the sun has looked upon them. That's the Song of Solomon, boy. Run along now to the galley, fetch some hot water, and fix me a nice, strongish noggin of heart warmer.
Yes, Master.
If you hurry, I'll leave a good full inch in the bottom of the glass, what?
My brothers, you will say that I have not known slavery with such a master. It is true that I loved him, having no father. But I would have you believe what I tell you, and learn what I have learned.
Coachman? Yes, monsieur. Is this the hotel? Yes, monsieur. Sounds like a merry evening. What a Abednego.
Yes, master.
Stay here in the carriage now. Don't go off and leave these light-fingered rascals to make away with my rug, mind?
Yes,
you,
master.
coachman, you too. I suspect you're on this spot when I come out. Now, wait patiently, both of you. It's quite pleasantly, too. We'll play with all that pretty ballad music for your entertainment. A good boy now, Abednego. And who knows but I shall send you up some goodies.
Yes, master.
Abednego. That is your name, lad?
Yes?
What does your name mean?
A king in the Bible put Abednego in a furnace, but the furnace did not kill Abednego.
Abednego is a good name.
Is this the coachman of Sir Barnaby Finch?
Yes, Henri.
Oh, Pierre. It's your coach the Englishman hired. I'm sent out here with sweet cakes for his monkey.
I'm not a monkey.
No, but you do tricks for cake, don't you?
He is only a child.
He's big enough to swing a machete.
Oh, please.
He's big enough to hold a torch. Boy, the master's name is Barnaby.
Yes. It is Sir Barnaby Finch.
Sir, I don't like Sir, just Barnaby. Say it, lad. Go on.
Barnaby.
What's yours?
Abednego.
I'll say Abednego and then say Abednego and Barnaby. Say it.
Barnaby and Abednego. Abednego and Barnaby.
Look, the stars are still in the sky. The heavens did not fall. Now think about that often. It's a little thought I've given you. When you're wiser, remember who gave you that thought. An unknown waiter. A poor, humble black. A man named Cristo, Henri Cristo. Eat your sweet cakes.
I don't want to eat the sweet cakes. I do not like to be a monkey and do tricks for sweet cakes. I shall throw them on the ground.
You eat the cakes, lad.
What?
You eat the cakes. You hear me? Eat them. They will make you strong. You will prove nothing by going hungry. You will prove nothing by dying. You die fighting.
Yes, my brothers. When he was a waiter, Henri Cristo, and Pierre Breda, the coachman who spoke to me, is now called Toussaint Louverture. He who was the hero of our people. After the revolution in France, when Robespierre abolished slavery in the colonies, Toussaint joined with the French garrisons to exterminate the Spanish and English. Men die, said Toussaint.
Men die. The people live. They will buy and sell us no longer. The slave trade is over. We have come to a new century.
Mass was said in all the churches. Haiti was independent with loyalty to France. Toussaint was governor, and a constitution was said in 1800, prepared for dispatch to Napoleon by the council of the island.
How shall we address the dispatch? We must give Napoleon his right title. Shall we say His Most Reverend Excellency or Majesty? That's it. Your Majesty.
We shall give him the most respectful of all salutations. To Citizen Bonaparte, First Consul of the French Republic.
Citizen Bonaparte? He dares to call me that, citizen? I who have conquered all Europe? I, the emperor, to be called citizen? By a slave?
Your Excellency, there is no rebellion. Toussaint has united the colony for France.
I have 25,000 men to spare. They are in numbers.
Yes, my brothers, the great Napoleon was frightened. The conqueror of all Europe feared a man on an island. He sent his ships, 56 of them. And Toussaint, the breaker of chains, was put into chains. And then one day, Napoleon wrote a letter to the caretaker of the prison.
I order you to take a trip. You may go anywhere you wish for 1 week.
Toussaint Louverture was left alone. He starved to death. Year 1803. Then Napoleon, who freed Europe, turned tyrant. Christophe, who freed Haiti, crowned himself king. Have you heard of La Ferrière, my brothers? The great mountain fortress of Christophe. The citadel. Cannon wait on its ramparts. One for each day in the year. On guard at the endless echoing galleries. And where now, Christophe, king of kings? Tambour Mamaloy, pound on his gravestone. Tambour Tamplin, give the dead king tongue.
Come out here on the parapet. What of the masons?
The last one died an hour ago.
Oh.
I took them to my quarters where a feast was spread in celebration of the sealing of the treasure room.
How did you do it, with poisoned wine?
Yes, Majesty. We drank a toast to the great secret.
The great secret, they're all dead.
Oh, yes, Majesty. We alone know where your gold is hidden.
Only Cristo, the king, and Dupont, the engineer.
The secret is safe with me, Majesty. I have sworn on my honor.
60 million francs is a great price.
Majesty, the honor of a gentleman is above price.
Is your friend General Brunet a gentleman?
Oh, but assuredly, he's my kinsman.
Toussaint Louverture was not my kinsman, but he was... General Brunet gave Toussaint his word of honor that Toussaint would leave with safety after the party. Do you recall what happened to Toussaint? I hear Napoleon gave Brunet a medal for doing that honorable thing. You say he's your kinsman?
By marriage only, Your Majesty, and after what you've told me, I renounce him. He's a man without honor.
Honor, renounce. I am sometimes glad that I was never taught to read words or write them. Deeds. Deeds. When you do a thing, it's done. And you can depend on it. Are you cold, Monsieur Dupont?
Oh, it's the night wind, Majesty. If Your Majesty pleases, I'll go to my quarters. The night wind is
Here,
cold.
take my case.
I have my things to set in order.
I find the night wind soft and warm.
My ship sails at dawn, Majesty.
The bon chance, yes, it sails at the morning tide.
And with Your Majesty's permission, could we talk less near the edge of the parapet? I'm troubled by a vertigo at great height.
I once marched a company of soldiers off this battlement to impress a British general with the discipline of my troops.
Rather a costly method of impressing him, was it
No,
not?
no, he concluded a peace as a result, and I saved the lives of 10 troops. 9 Nothing is so impressive or final as a deed, Monsieur Dupont.
Oh, yes, I agree with you. And now take my leave.
Monsieur Dupont, you address me without use of my title.
It is without intention, Your Majesty.
I'm a king. You are a commoner and a white man. I have scars on my back that were made by a white man's whip when I was a slave.
Is it fair, Your Majesty, to blame all white men because...
No, I have known many white men whom I like. Young Marquis de Lafayette, he's a good white man. I was young then. I worked as a waiter in a hotel here, but of course you know that.
Majesty, all Europe knows
They called for volunteers to sail north to join Lafayette, who's helping the Americans. I sailed with 800 other black men from Haiti, and we helped the Americans win their battle. They were fighting for liberty and equality, so we helped them. But still they buy and sell slaves. I think now that when white men say liberty and equality, they mean it only for white men, and only those white men who are rich and powerful. The hour grows late. Monsieur Dupont, you've completed your work here and have earned the sum I promised you. Shall I send it to your wife?
I don't understand.
I'm not a thief, Monsieur Dupont, but too many in my services. It's not practical that I show you mercy.
In the name of God,
I will take my cape, Monsieur. I have a fondness for this cape. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to an original radio play, Abednego the Slave. This is the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre, and before we conclude our story, here's Jimmy Wallington with some thoughts on summer and on Mercury.
Well, all I had in mind, Orson, was to remind our audience that when the old Mercury rises and the collar wilts and the heat is really on, there's nothing like blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, when the sun broils those fairways, Mr. Golfer, what a real pleasure to drop into the clubhouse for a tall glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon. What a delight, isn't it? The unforgettable taste. You know, not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clear, sparkling as the dew on an early morning green, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. Listen, golfers, tennis players, ball fans, all you folks who appreciate those never less than 33 fine brews blended into one great beer. If your dealer can't always furnish all you'd like, please keep on asking. Remember, it's still blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now Orson Welles brings you part 2 of Abednego the Slave.
Our scene, the West Indian island of Jamaica, a port in the jungle. There's been an uprising of slaves, and one of them is speaking to the rest, speaking of the fight for freedom on the other islands. He is Abednego.
Yes, my brothers. Christophe, like Napoleon, rose with a revolution and made himself king. But Toussaint, who taught us both, who taught Christophe and me, Toussaint was never a tyrant. It is his wisdom that I give you now. I will tell you the rest of my story.
Abednego!
More bad news, Sir Barnaby.
Oh, really,
The
Abednego?
Scottish plantation in the south. Troops had to shoot 16 more slaves.
16? What a frightful loss. I say Abednego.
Coming, master.
Revolution's spreading like a pest.
I know it
That
is.
blasted mess in Haiti started it. Toussaint, Louverture, and Cristo. Big infection.
Barbarous place, Haiti. I've been there. Food's good, though. Sauce a little bit too peppery for my taste. Too peppery. Abednego, these gentlemen are thirsty. Bring us some punch, boy. Our secret recipe.
Yes, master. The tyrant Napoleon waited for death on the island of Elba, and Christophe, the tyrant, waited for death on the island of Haiti.
is it so quiet? I have not heard a cock crow or a dog bark. Doctor, I feel only a numbness like a great cold. Doctor, when the people learn there will be trouble, who will fear a king with dead legs? There are candles burning for me. You think I'll die?
It's God.
I don't trust God. I think perhaps he disapproves of me. Give me medicine.
I'm doing all I can.
I sent for another doctor who has more wisdom, older wisdom.
If you bring a Bokar into the palace, I shall leave. I'll have no dirty witch doctor pawing over my patients.
I am still king, Monsieur le Docteur. You address me with that title. You're very sure I will not leave this bed again. Well, I can kill from my bed. Really? Yeah? Bring me my pistols. Wait, Leech! Guards! Stop that wall! Guards! Chile.
At the gates.
Where are the palace guards? Where are they?
At the gates. At the gates. A mob is forming there.
Well, they waste no time. Where's the Bokar? I sent for him. He can cure me.
Majesty, none of the Bokars will come. Word is out that the people have cast 1,000 silver bullets.
1,000 silver bullets. The Rada drums are talking in the hills. Chile, go out there. Kill every man. Every woman, every child. Someone in that mob shouted, "Down with the king!"
Yes, Majesty.
Fetch me my pistols.
Here they are, Majesty.
The 2 silver bullets. Those 2?
Here, Majesty.
Come back here. Come back here, Chile. Chile, help me. That's what? Celestine! They're here. And I'm on my toes. They look for me with their silver bullets. Let them have my own silver bullets. They will not find me. Who says the living dog is better than the dead? Cristo, King of the North, and my secret sleeps with my bones.
My brothers, I thought of these things, of Toussaint's teachings, of the death of Napoleon and Cristo. Then, the day came on our island for our people.
Who's there? Who's there? Oh. Abednego, you startled me. Abednego, what's the meaning of this? 8 o'clock. Do you realize I've not had my supper? There's not a servant in the house. Where's the Roy? Mingo? Where's Nessie? Where are the field hands? What's happened to my slaves?
You have no more.
Where are they?
They have joined the others in the hills.
Insurrection?
Everybody here now, Abednego. We ready?
Ready for what, you hulking ape? What's he talking about? What does he mean, Abednego?
No, we don't. We set fire to this whole plantation. Then he know what we mean.
There will be no burning. Go out to the tool rooms. Get machetes and axes. You hear me, Mingo?
Yes,
poor fools, Abednego. Don't they know how many regiments are on this island? They think we haven't known for months about their serious plans. Go out and tell those people to come back home where they belong. Abednego, you don't want to see them killed, do you?
I don't want anybody killed. Not anybody.
What do you mean by that?
Master, a horse is saddled waiting at the north gate. If you leave now by the back, you might make it.
Do you think I'm going to run away from my own house? Abednego.
Yes.
Are you with them? Oh, of course you are. You're like my son. You're a houseboy. You aren't a brute from the fields. You're my boy. You belong to me.
No. I do not belong to you.
I have a gun, boy. I could blow your head off. I have a horsewhip. You know, I wouldn't use it. Not on you. No. I'll tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to sit down here and wait for the soldiers, and you're going to go back to the kitchen and make me a glass of punch. Hmm? Go on, boy.
You must leave now, Sir Barnaby. Quick, I hear them coming.
Stay here, boy, now. Back up against that wall.
Put down that pistol, white man.
Mingo, you pontoon! Ah! Get out of here! All of you, get out! Go to the place I told you and wait for me.
Hey, Bendigo. Soldiers coming here for long.
Get out!
Bendigo.
Yes, sir.
I'm bleeding. It's bleeding inside of Benning.
Master.
You've been slipping out into the hills at night with the rest of them. Why, just like the others.
We're all slaves.
I've always been kind to you.
You did the best you know.
Bendigo, I'm cold. Fetch me a drink of Bendigo, a little glass of hot water. Our secret recipe. Be quick now. And I leave an inch in the bottom of the...
My comrades! I go back to a kind master. No man should sell his soul for kindness, as surely as no man should buy another man for gold. I leave you, but not for my master. He is dead. I leave you because I do not like what you are going to do.
Bendigo, we got no army. 400 are we and 4,000 soldiers hunting on you. What chance have we?
No chance at all! That is why I tell you now to hide your machetes. Bury them. Now you will prove nothing. Those are his words, the words of Toussaint. You will prove nothing by dying unless you die fighting. Oh, be of good heart, my brothers. Live and grow strong. And someday, all the world will be free.
Well, old Finch's place doesn't seem to have been much hurt with the insurrection.
No, everything's about the same. I must say I'm glad I took it down. It's pleasant here.
Any truth in the report from the north?
What's that?
Seems what was left of them, 400 runaways or so, barricaded themselves in the old Spanish fort, touched off some gunpowder, and blew themselves up. Here come the drinks. Thank heaven.
Still the best punches on the island. My boy here has a secret formula that even I don't know. Isn't that right, Abednego?
Yes, master.
You've just heard a Mercury production of an original radio play called Abednego the Slave. In it you heard Elliot Reed as Abednego, John Brown, William Johnstone, Carl Frank, and many Mercury veterans, too numerous in our shortened time to mention. My apologies to them and my thanks. I'll be back in a minute with a word about next week's program, but first, here's Mr. Wallington.
Let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now here again is Mr. Wells.
Next Friday night, we'd like you to join us for a pleasant excursion into the American past. We're doing Sherwood Anderson's truly drawn and tender-hearted study of puppy love at the turn of the century. I'm a Fool. That's the name of the story. I'm not confessing to anything. Till next week, then, speaking for my sponsors, the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, and for Lud Gluskin, who's responsible for in Merriwick, who writes it, and for all of us in the Mercury Theatre, I remain, as ever, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Welles.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you two great American short stories. The first, as per last week's promise, is by Sherwood Anderson. His loving study of puppy love at the turn of the century is called I'm a Fool. Well, it began at 3 o'clock one October afternoon in 1912 as I sat in the grandstand at the fall trotting and pacing meet at Sandusky, Ohio. It was a good hard jolt for me, and it all came about through my own foolishness, too. Summer before, I'd left my hometown with a fellow called Bert French with two horses as campaigners through the race meets that year. Gee, it was fun. We got to county seat town maybe on a Saturday or Sunday, and the fair began next Tuesday, and you took your horses to the track and fed them. You got your good clothes out of a box and put them on. The town was full of farmers gaping because they see you as horse race people, and all the dudes come around asking questions, and all you did was to lie and all you could, you know, about horses you had and lie and say you owned one. Gee, oh, this is what I want to tell my story about. We got home late November, and I promised Mother I'd quit the races for good. There's a lot of things you got to promise a mother because she don't know no better. And then as I started to tell you, the fall races came to Sandusky, and I got the day off and went. And I had on my good clothes and my new brown derby hat and a stand-up collar. I had $40 in my pocket and 3 25-cent cigars. That was bought me at the West House by a fellow with a cane and a Windsor tie. Gee, it was fun being on a track again. What do you give for Palmigan? Gee, it was fun being on a track again. There was my old friend Bert French standing around with his horses. Hello, Bert.
Well, hello, Joe. Hello, stranger.
How'd you been, Bert?
Oh, never better say. You got any money, Joe?
Sure.
How'd you like to watch it go?
Like it fine, Bert.
All right, come over here, then. I'll tell you something. Now, listen, Joe. In the second race, the 218 pace, there's a horse I'm handling. Abu Benadem. There he is, number 7. That gelding's fast as a streak, Joe. Belongs to a fellow called Mathers in Marietta, Ohio. We got him marked at 221, but he can step in 08.
08, gee.
In the first heat, don't you touch him. He'll go on like an ox, hit through a plow. After that, you get a right down and lay on your pile.
Thanks, Bert, a lot. Have a cigar?
Yeah, thanks, Joe.
Well, sir, I went and bought myself the best seat I could get.
Butter popcorn, crisps, strawberry
Right
bars.
in front of myself, I could see that there was a fellow with a couple of girls, and they was about my age, and the young fellow was a nice guy, all right. He had his sister with him and another girl, and the sister looked around over his shoulder.
accidentally at first, not intending to start anything. She wasn't that kind, and her eyes and mine happened to meet. You know how it is. Gee, she was a peach. She had a soft dress, kind of blue stuff, and she blushed when she looked right at me, and so did I. She was the nicest girl I ever seen in my life. Well, pretty soon the horses came in for the 2:18 pace, and there was Bert's horse in among the rest.
How we go down this time?
Well, you know as much about it as I do.
What about the brown one there with the long tail? He's kind of cute.
Heck, ma'am, that mare couldn't beat a streetcar. They looked up kind of surprised, but they didn't seem mad, and anyway, I'd done it now. Might as well go on. Maybe I can help you folks. There's a horse in this race, number 7. That horse is as fast as a streak. Bull Ben Adam, his name is. Bull Ben Adam. But look, don't go betting on this first heat, because he'll pace it like a lame cow. But when the first heat is over, go right down and lay your pile on a Bull Ben Adam. He'll come right out and skin him alive. That's what I told her. Gee, and what did that young fellow do but have the nerve to turn and ask the man next to him to get up and change places with me so I could sit with his crowd?
I want you to meet Miss Eleanor Woodbury.
Pleased to meet you.
And this is my sister, Lucy Wesson. Oh, my name's Wilbur. We're from Tiffin, Ohio.
Popcorn, kids, and strawberry bars.
I suppose it was their having such swell names got me off the trolley, and then that girl, you know how a fella is. There's something in that kind of nice clothes and kind of nice eyes she had, and the way she looked at me a while before over her brother's shoulder and me looking back at her and both of us blushing. I couldn't show her up for a boob, could I? I made a fool of myself. That's what I did. Glad to know you all. My name's Walter Mathers.
How do you do, Mr. Mathers?
I'm from Marietta, Ohio.
And you really think this horse is going to win, Mr. Mathers?
Then I told him all the smashingest lie you ever heard. I said my father owned this horse, you know, Bull Ben Adam, and it was supposed to be a secret because I told him our family was proud and never had gone in for racing that way. Here's what I think of that horse. Wilbur, will you do me the favor when you go down to place these 30 bills on a Bull Ben Adam at whatever odds you can get? I'd go myself, but I just soon our trainer and the swipes didn't see me. I'm supposed to be here keeping an eye on him, incognito. And sure enough, a Bull Ben Adam went off his stride up the backstretch and looked like a wooden horse or a sick one and came in to be last. People, what'd I tell you, like a lame cow.
You certainly were right, Mr. Mathers.
Then this Wilbur Wesson went down to the betting place out of the grandstand, Miss Woodbury with him, and Lucy Wesson and I was left alone together like on a desert island. Gee, Miss Lucy, I'd like to show you our place down at Marietta. It's on a hill. A great old red brick house with the stables behind it, way up on a hill, up above the Ohio River.
Oh, I like rivers.
Her eyes were shining. Then she kind of, with her shoulder, you know, kind of touched me. You know how a woman can do. They get close, but not getting gay either. You know what they do. Gee. I began to wish I was on the square with her and to see what a fool I'd been. There wasn't any way of getting myself on the square now. There ain't any Walter Mathers. Like I said to her, there ain't ever been one. But if there was, I bet I'd go to Marietta, Ohio and shoot him tomorrow. And then Wilbur Weston come back with Miss Woodbury, and he'd gone and bet $50 on this horse, and the girls had gone put in $10 each of their own money, too. Gee, I was sick then, but came out okay.
There he goes!
Bull Ben Adam stepped the next 3 heats like a bushel of spoiled eggs going to market before they could be found out. Yeah.
He's coming up! Bull Ben Adam! He's coming up! He's coming up! Bull Ben Adam! Get him out, Mr. Mathers! He's going to win! He's going to win!
Well, we all got 9-2 for our money after the race. We had a hack downtown. Wilbur stood us a swell supper at the West House and a bottle of champagne besides. And there I was with that girl, big boob that I am. And she wasn't saying much. I wasn't saying much either. One thing I know, she wasn't stuck on me because of that lie about my father being rich and that lie about all that. There's a way you know. Perhaps somebody. There's a kind of girl you see just once in your life. You don't get busy and make hay, then you're gone for good and all. You might just well go jump off a bridge because what it means is you want that girl to be your wife and you want nice things around her like nice flowers and swell clothes and you want her to have the kids you're going to have and good music played and, not ragtime. Gee. Well, there's a place over near Sandusky across a kind of bay. It's called Cedar Point. And after we had supper, we went over to it in the launch, just the four of us by ourselves.
What time's that train, Wilbur?
10:40.
And is that the last train?
Yeah, that's the last train.
Oh, Shaw.
Over at Cedar Point, there was a beach you could walk along, get where it was dark, and we went there. She didn't talk hardly at all. Neither did I. I was thinking how glad I was my mother was all right and always made us kids learn to eat with a fork at the table, and not spill soup and not be noisy and rough like a gang you see around a racetrack that way.
Hey, Lucy! Lucy! We're going up the beach a ways. Are you coming? Oh, go on ahead. We'll wait for you here. I feel kind of tired. Don't you?
Oh, yeah. I guess so, Miss Lucy.
Well, why don't we sit down a while? It's nice here.
Lucy and I sat out in a dark place where there were some roots of old trees the water had washed out.
Feel that wood. How smooth it is. Like silk.
And there was a watery smell, and the night was like as if you could put your hand out and feel it. So warm and soft and dark and sweet, like an orange. After that, the time till we had to go back in the launch and they had to catch their train was nothing at all. Went like winking your eyes.
Lucy! Lucy, it's nearly there.
Lucy!
I've got to go. We've got to go to the train now. Will you kiss me goodbye?
She was most crying then, but she never knew nothing I knew. She could be all busted up as I was. Gee whiz. Sometimes I wish I'd never been born. Guess you know what I mean. We went in the launch across the bay to the train like that, and it was dark, too.
What are you thinking about? You know what I was thinking?
What?
Well, I was thinking that you and I could get out of this boat right this minute and walk on the water.
Sounded foolish, all right, but I knew what she meant. And quick, we were right at the depot, and there was a big gang of yaps crowded and milling around like cattle, and how could I tell her?
Oh, it won't be long, because you're right, and I'll answer you.
I got a chance like a hay barn of fire, a swell chance. I got to answer her. Maybe she'd write me down at Marietta that way, and the letter'd come back and stamped on the front of it by the USA. There ain't any such guy, or something like that. Whatever they stamp on a letter that way. Well, goodbye, Walter. Goodbye. Thanks for the tip-off. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Mather. Goodbye. 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 And that train went. I
busted out and cried like a kid. Gee, I could have run after that train, made Man of War look like a freight train after a wreck, but... Socks almighty, what was the use? Did you ever see such a fool? Me trying to pass myself off for a big bug and a swell to her? Did you ever see such a fool? I'll bet you what, if I had an arm broke right now or a train had run over my foot, I wouldn't go to no doctor at all. I'd go sit down and let it hurt and hurt. That's what I'd do, big fool that I am. Why was I such a boob to go and tell such a lie that couldn't ever be made straight to a lady like her? If I'm not a fool, you just go and find me one. I'll quit working and be a bum and give 'em my job. I don't care for working and earning and saving for no such boob as myself.
You've just heard part one of our Mercury broadcast for tonight, I'm a Fool. We offer you another famous American short story for part two, maybe the most famous of all. Like our first selection, this is a study of a terrible mistake, but there all similarity ends. Clearly, Sherwood Anderson's hero lived down his mistake and lived happily ever after. The same, however, cannot be said of the murderer in Edgar Allan Poe's monologue, The Telltale Heart. That's next on the bill, but first here's Jimmy Wallington with some sound conclusion on the subject of picnics. Out here in California, it's always picnic time, unless, of course, we happen to have an extra heavy dew. So, as a Californian and an old hand at picnics, I want to tell you there's nothing which puts over one of these outdoor banquets better than plenty of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Yes, that potato salad, and those hard-boiled eggs. I like the devil kind myself. Those cold cuts. Everything just naturally tastes better when blended with those never less than 33 fine brews. And you know why? Well, it's because Pabst Blue Ribbon has just the right flavor for a picnic. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clear, sparkling with a real that there's no finer beer. Picnic time or any time. Blended into Pabst Blue Ribbon. So if your dealer is unable to supply all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like, why, just keep on asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now Orson Welles brings you his Mercury production of The Telltale Heart.
True. Nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened, not destroyed, not dulled them. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It's impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain. Object there was none. Passion there was none. I loved the old man. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture. A pale blue eye with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold. And so by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man and thus rid myself of the eye forever. I was never kinder to him than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it. Oh, so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed,
so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. You would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. Took me a whole hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh, so cautiously, cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon that vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights. Every night, just at midnight, but I found the eye was always closed. And so it was impossible for me to do the work, for it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone and inquiring how he'd passed the night. So you see, he would have been a very profound old man indeed to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night, I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. To think that there I was opening the door little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. He fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on his bed suddenly as if startled. Now you may think that I drew back, but no. I did not draw back. I kept pushing the door. Steadily. Steadily. I had my head in and was about to open the lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening and the old man sprang up in the bed. I kept quite still and I said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed, listening, just as I have done night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been saying to himself, it's nothing but the wind in the chimney. It's only a mouse crossing the floor. Or it's merely a cricket which has made a single chirp. But it was all in vain. Because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him and enveloped the victim. And it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. When I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern, so I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a single dim ray like the thread of a spider shot from out of the crevice and full upon the vulture eye. It was open. The eye was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed on it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct precisely upon the damned spot. Now there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound. Such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime, the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder, every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say louder every moment. I thought the heart must burst. And now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once. In an instant, I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. And then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length, it ceased. The old man was dead. Stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. The night waned. I worked hastily. I took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber and deposited his corpse between the scantling. I then replaced the board so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. When I'd made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, but still dark. Dark as midnight. A knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, but what had I now to fear? There entered now 3 men who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale, and I wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied that ringing in my ears again, but still they sat and still they chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued until at length I found that the noise was not within my own ears. It was a low, dull, quick sound. Much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I talked more quickly, more vehemently. I arose and argued about trifles in a high key with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Oh, God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair from which I'd been sitting and grated it upon the boards, but the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder. Louder. Still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible? They heard not? Almighty God, no! They heard, they suspected, they knew.
Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must breathe or die. Louder. Hark. Louder. Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more, I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart.
You have just heard Orson Welles in his Mercury production of The Telltale Heart. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best. You can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Moby Dick. Until then, the Mercury remains as always, obediently yours.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. And now, before America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles brings you tonight's performance, and so that our story may move without interruption, allow me to tell you that our sponsors have kindly omitted their usual commercial message at the halftime. So right now, before we get started, here are some thoughts on the subject of the Labor Day weekend. And very important thoughts they are, too, for they concern blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. Let other folks journey to highways and byways looking for excitement this weekend. Let others enjoy active sports. Yours truly, Brother Wallington, is going to park himself right on the porch with a nice, easy book and a convenient supply of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. That's what I call really resting. The old body in a prone position on a comfortable glider or porch chair, and the good right hand resting around a cool, foam-capped glass of those never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, sirree, that's the life. Enjoying that perfect Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but clean, fresh, sparkling with the real beer flavor coming through just the way you like it. Remember, if your dealer can't always supply all you'd like, it's worthwhile to keep on asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Orson Welles.
Tonight's broadcast was originally prepared for an album for the Decca record people by a Mercury actor and a very talented writer, Mr. Brainerd Duffield. The album was made by the Decca people, Mr. Charles Lawson in the role. We bring it to you on the air for the first time. Mr. Duffield's version, Mercury production of certainly the greatest novel ever written in America, Herman Melville's immortal Moby Dick.
Call me Ishmael. Some years ago, never mind how long, I put down for a whaling voyage to sail about and see the watery part of the world. When on that winter's night the Pequod thrust her vindictive bows into the cold, malicious waves, A black evil magic shivered in the air. A heathen crew that had small touch of human mothers in them. And, housed in his cabin, there sat brooding a madman captain that no man aboard had ever seen. A madman with a stick of whalebone for a leg. For several days after leaving Nantucket, nothing above hatches was seen of Captain Ahab. It was a short, cold Christmas. And when darkness came, sky and sea split with thunder and blazed with the lightning. And suddenly, I looked to the taffrail. And there, upon his quarterdeck, stood Captain Ahab.
Mr. Starbuck?
Aye, Captain. All hands are here.
Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You hear me there, men? Aye. What do you do when you see a whale, men? Sing out for him. Sing out, Captain. Sing out loud. Sing out for him, then, do you? And what do you do next, men? Away and after it. Aye, that's right, Captain. And what tune is it you pull to, men? A dead whale or a snow boat? Aye, that's the tune, my boys. All ye masters, have any of you for now heard me give orders concerning a white whale? Look. You see this Spanish ounce of gold? A $16 gold piece, men. You see it? Aye. And on top of it, Mr. Starbuck, I'll fix this gold piece to the mast. And whosoever of you raises me a white-headed whale with a wrinkled brow and a crooked jaw, whosoever of you raises me that same white whale shall have this gold ounce. Skin your eyes for him, boys. Look sharp for white water. If he but see a bubble, sing out, Captain Ahab. Be that the whale some call Moby Dick? Moby Dick. Do you know the white whale, then? Does he fantail a little curious, sir, afore he goes down? And the curious spout, too, Captain? Have he 1, 2, 3 good many iron in he hide, too, Captain? Aye. Aye, the harpoons lie all twisted and wrenched in him. Aye, his spout's a big one, like a whole shock of wheat, and as white as Nantucket wool. And he fantails like a split jib in a squall. Death and devil's men. It is Moby Dick you've seen. Moby Dick.
Captain Ahab.
Yes, Mr. Starbuck.
I, too, have heard of Moby Dick. But was it he took off your leg?
Who told you that? Aye, Starbuck. It was Moby Dick that masted me. Moby Dick that brought me this dead stump I stand on now. Aye, it was that cursed white whale made a poor pagan lubber of me to the end of time. Aye. And I'll chase him round Good Hope, round the Horn, and round the Norway Maelstrom, and round perdition's flames before I give him up. And this is what gives ship for men, to chase him on both sides of land and over all sides of earth till he spouts black blood and rolls fin out. What say, men? I think you to look brave. Aye, aye. God hunt us all if we hunt not Moby Dick to his death. Morning, Mr. Starbuck.
Good morning, sir.
Well, then, Mr. Starbuck, what's the long face about?
No matter, sir.
Speak, man, would you not chase the white whale? Are you not game for Moby Dick?
I'm game for his crooked jaw and game for the jaws of death, Captain Ahab, if all comes fairly. But I come here to hunt whales, not my commander's vengeance. How many barrels will your vengeance fetch from the Nantucket market, Captain
Come
Ahab?
closer, Starbuck. Money's not the measure, my lad. Let me tell you, my vengeance will fetch a premium here in this heart.
Nay, sir, but vengeance on a dumb brute that smote you from blindest instinct. It's blasphemous. Madness and blasphemy.
Mr. Starbuck, there's one God that's Lord over the earth and one captain that's Lord over the packwood. You so much as dare think critically of me.
I spoke too rashly, sir.
My conscience is in this ship's keel, Mr. Starbuck. And though my motive and my object may be mad, I'll hunt the white whale. I'm bound to hunt him, heart, soul, and body. Lungs and life, I'll wreak my hate upon him.
God keep me. Keep us all.
No more than that.
I must obey you. You need have no fear of me. But let Ahab beware of Ahab. Beware of yourself, old man.
Go below, Mr. Starbuck.
Aye, sir.
Go below, down, dog, and kill.
I'm not used to be spoke to that way, sir. I less than half like it.
Then be called 10 times a donkey, and a mule, and an ass, and be gone, or I'll clear the world of you. Masters there! Look sharp, all of you! There are whales hereabouts. If you see a white one, split your lungs for him. Aye, aye, sir! What's that he said? Ahab, beware of Ahab. There's something there. Oh, the lightning flashes through my skull. And mine eyeballs ache and ache. My whole beaten brain seems beheaded and rolling on some stunning ground. My heart is sick. 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 I'll go below. It's like going down into a tomb for an old captain to descend this narrow scuttle down to his grave dug bed. I seek my nightly grave to sleep between shrouds. And down I go, gripping at the iron banister to help my crippled way. Hark to the crack and din of my bony step. My dreams will be of the crunching teeth of sharks. Dreams. If I could sleep, old age is wakeful. The longer linked with life, the less man has to do with aught that looks like death. Yonder the diver's sun, slow dived from noon, goes down. My soul mounts up. She wearies with her endless hill. Time was when as the sunrise spurred me, so the sunset soothed. No more. No more. This lovely light, it lights me not. All loveliness is anguish. Damned subtly and malignantly. Damned in the midst of paradise. Good night. Yet 'tis not too hard a task. Good night. It's not too hard. What I've dared, I've willed, and what I've willed, I'll do. They think me mad. I am madness maddened. The prophecy has been that I should be dismembered. I lost this leg. I do now prophesy that I'll dismember my dismemberer. Now be the prophet and fulfiller one. Ye great bully gods, you've knocked me down, but I'm up again. Ahab's compliments to you. Come and see if you can swerve me. Swerve me! The path to my fixed purpose is laid with iron rails, whereon my soul is grooved to run, o'er unsounded gorges, through the hearts of mountains, under torrents' beds, I rush. So will I fight ye, grim, phantom futures. Steno! Steno! The white whale spouts thick blood.
Ishmael was one of those aboard the Pequod. Oh, God, to sail with such a heathen crew. Your true whale hunter is as much a savage as any cannibal, but the harpooners aboard the Pequod were savages indeed. Tashtego, the blood-skinned Iroquois, Queequeg, a tattooed island aboriginal, and Great Daggoo, a giant coal-black African. The blacksmith's forge was on the deck, and there the savages would crouch to worship fire. There, too, one day came Captain Ahab to watch the sparks fly and hear the hammer ring.
Blacksmith! I suppose you can smooth most any seams and dents, no matter how hard the metal?
Aye, sir, I think I can.
Can you smooth out a seam like this one upon my brow? Glad would I lay my head upon thy anvil and feel thy heaviest hammer beat between my eyes. Though ye see it in my flesh, it is worked down into the bones of my skull. That is all. Look here. I want a harpoon made. One that 1,000 yoke of fiends could never part. Something that'll stick in a whale like his own fin bone. There's the stuff. Lucky blacksmith, there are the gathered nail stubs of the steel shoes of racing horses.
Horseshoe stuff, sir? Aye, there's the best and stubbornest stuff we blacksmiths ever worked.
So it is indeed. These stubs will weld together like glue from the melted bones of murderers. Quick, forge me the harpoon. Hammerman! Hammer and temper the steel till it smells of fire like a musket's powder pan. Hand it here. This harpoon is for the white whale. The white whale, my boy, is for the white fiends. Hump! You hear? Now for the knife with barbs to cut and twist it in. Here are my razors, the best of steel. Here, blacksmiths. Make the barbs, and make them sharp as the needle sleet of the icy sea. Take them, man, I have no need for them, for now I neither shave, sup, nor pray, so here to work. Hammer, blacksmiths, pound away. Now they take shape. No water. No water for these daggers, please. Don't temper them with water. I want the true death temper. Ahoy there, Tashtego, Queequeg, Doggle, what say you, pagans? You give me as much blood as will cover this bar. Here's my great legs. Here now I'll make 3 punctures in the heathen flesh and temper my harpoon with human blood. In the name of the devil, I baptize thee. In the devil's name. Ship ahoy! Aboard the Albatross! Have you seen the white whale? The white whale, did you say? Aye, the white whale! Sperm whale! Moby Dick! Beware of him! The harpoon's not yet forged! That'll kill Moby Dick! Not forged! Looking at it, here in this hand, I hold his death! God have mercy on thee! The black vomit wrench thee! Race forward there, up helm, and keep her to the course! He's in these seas. Somewhere in these seas. Old Moby Dick is swimming. Morning, Mr. Starbuck.
Morning, sir.
It's a mild wind and a mild-looking sky.
Indeed it is, sir.
And such a day. Very much such a sweetness as this, Mr. Starbuck. I struck my first whale, a boy harpooner of 18, 40 years ago. 40 years on the pitiless sea. And of these 40 years, I've not spent 3 ashore. 40 years. 40 years I've fed on dry salt fare when the poorest landsman had fresh fruit to his daily hand. Away, whole oceans away from the girl wife that I wedded. I widowed that poor girl when I married her, Starbuck. Oh, what a 40 years fool as they have been. Do I look old? So very old, Mr. Starbuck. I feel deadly faint. Bowed and humped. As though I were Adam staggering beneath the piled-up centuries in paradise. Stand close to me, Starbuck. Let me look into a human eye. Human eye. This is the magic glass, man. I see a green land. I see my wife and child. I see them in thine eyes.
Captain, let's leave these deadly waters. Let's sail home. Think how joyously we'd bowl our way to old Nantucket
Harbor. Aye, home is pitiful, and in the harbor there's safety, comfort, hearthstone, warm blankets, friends, and all that's kind to our mortalities. It's a mild wind to carry us home. And the air smells now as if it blew from a faraway meadow. They've been making hay on the slopes of the Andes, Starbuck. And the mowers are sleeping among the new mown hay.
Captain Ahab, sir, shall I give the orders? Should I tell them to put about, to sail for home?
Home,
Oh, sheep below!
Put away! Put away! I see him. A hump. Like a snow hill. It's Moby Dick. Reach the fore and main topsail. Stand right along away. Oh, Moby Dick. I clutched thy heart in the past. Thunderbolts. Beat me on his white back, boys, do this for me, and I'll fill your caps with gold. There's white water again. Close. Give me my harpoon. Stand up and give it to me. There. That's his hump. Steady. Here she goes.
Never will you capture an old man. In heaven's name, no more of this. It's worse than devil's madness.
Wait till you see him sing out for every spout. We spout 10 times a second.
Ah, keep low.
Where to?
Slate to Lear.
Lay me on, boys. Pull my hearties. See that white water? I shall go staring mad. Pull waves. Pull and keep pulling. Burst your livers in your lungs. We're coming up. Steady. Steady, boys, help me. Push the stand the harpoon now. The eternal sap is running in old Ahab's arm. I'll try again. You got him. Here we go.
The rope is broken.
Harpoon, it's gone.
It's an omen, Captain. Shall we keep chasing this murderous fish till he swamps the last man? Shall we be dragged by him to the bottom of the sea?
Ahab! It's forever Ahab, man! The deed's immutably decreed, and I'm the faithful lieutenant under orders. Where is he now?
Can't see the spout, sir. Too dark to see.
Huh? There he is.
There he is, sir.
He shoots like an arrow out of the sea. Stand by me, man. Oh, you see an old man cut down to the stump, leaning on a shattered lance. Is Ahab. Believe ye men in things called omens? You feel brave?
Oh!
Now then, crack your backbones and bite your knives in two.
As to the seas alive with sharks, they crowd our wake like
forehead to forehead. I meet you this time, Moby Dick. Here for the open jaw, my boys. I grin at you. I grin at you, you grinning whale. Ah, you sweet powers of air. Hug me close. Lance now. Steady. My eyes are blind. I cannot see. I cannot see. Yet. From hell's heart, I stab at thee, Moby Dick. For hate's sake, I spit my breath at thee. The jaw! The jaw!
The drama is done. The Pequod, all her crew and captain drowned. And only I, Ishmael, escaped to tell this tale. Oh, Ahab, my captain, noble soul, still do you move before me in all your majesty. Up from the spray of your ocean perishing into the unbodied air.
Orson Welles will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when occasionally these days he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now again, Mr. Wells.
Next week, ladies and gentlemen, please join us again. Our offering will be John Galsworthy's great love story, The Apple Tree.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts, presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon. The Mercury Summer Theater of the Eyre.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer. And now, Mr. Wells.
Tonight, the Mercury brings you one of the loveliest of all love stories. It's by John Galsworthy, and it's called The Apple Tree. It was Stella's and my silver wedding anniversary. We'd motored to Torquay, where we'd first met, to celebrate. Well, Stella had suggested that we take a lunch and drive out on the moor.
It would be so lovely there, Frank. It's quite warm in the sun. I can do some sketching while you read.
We drove several miles and stopped on a high hill with a view into the deep valley beyond. Stella wandered off somewhere to sketch, and I stretched out in the sun and watched the sky and longed for I knew not what. There was no reason I should be unhappy or even mildly disturbed. My life had been pleasant, my marriage quite successful, but as I lay there, it seemed to me that there was something missing. Something that had nothing to do with pleasant lives or successful marriages. The familiar words of Hippolytus echoed in my mind. The apple tree. The apple tree, the singing, and the gold. The apple tree. And then quite suddenly, I remembered. I'd been here before. Years before. I'd stood on this self-same hill. I knew the valley into which I looked. That ribbon of road and the old well behind. Life has moments of sheer beauty, of unbidden flying rapture, but they last no longer than the span of a cloud's flight over the sun. I'd stumbled on just such a moment in my own life. I'd stumbled on a buried memory, a wild, sweet time. It was after my first year in college. A friend of mine, Robert Cott, and I were making a walking tour of the country around Torquay. But my knee, which had been injured in a football game the year before, was giving me trouble. I knew I'd have to give up the tour. We were looking for a farmhouse somewhere where we could put up until I got better.
I don't think you ought to walk much farther, Frank. Why don't I go ahead and reconnoiter? Oh, I won't need to. There's someone coming.
There's a girl. The wind blew her crude little skirt against her legs and lifted her battered tam o' shanter. It was clear she was a country girl. Shoes were split, her hands were rough and brown, and her hair waved untidily across her forehead. But her lashes were long and dark, and her gray eyes were a wonder, dewy as if opened for the first time that day.
Hello?
Could you tell us if there's a farm near here where we could spend the night? My friend's getting pretty lame.
There's our farm, sir.
Oh, could you put us up?
I'm sure my aunt would be glad to. If you like, I'll show you the way.
We'd appreciate it very much.
Not very far, just down the valley. Right through the apple orchard, and we're there.
Just through a narrow wood, we came on the farm. A long, low, stone-built house with casement windows and a farmyard where pigs and fowls and an old mare were straying about, and in front, an orchard of apple trees just breaking into flower. A woman stood by the door watching as we approached.
This is Mrs. Narracombe, my aunt.
And we met your niece on the road. She said she thought you might put us up.
Well, I can if you don't mind one room. Megan, get the spare room ready and a bowl of cream. The gentleman will be wanting tea, I expect.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Merrick. By the way, we haven't been introduced.
No, sir.
Oh, this is Robert Carton. I'm Frank Ashurst.
How do you do, sir?
Hello.
What's your name?
Megan David.
Are you a Devonshire girl?
Oh, no, sir. I'm from Wales.
You're very young, aren't you?
I'm 17, sir.
Well, how many of you live here?
Well, there's my aunt and her 2 nephews. The boys who saw you came. Nick and Rick, they're called. Then there's old Jim, a hired man.
Quite a family.
Yes, sir. If there's anything else you want, you call.
All right. Thank you.
Pretty thing, isn't she?
Huh? Pretty. She's like a flower. Like a wildflower. You come on unexpectedly in the woods.
A bit poetic for me. But I see your point. I say, Frank, your knee is pretty bad.
Yeah.
Why don't you say I leave you here for a couple of days?
Well, it does hurt like the devil. What about you?
Well, I have to get back to London, but I can get the train from Torquay. That is, if you don't mind being left alone.
As a matter of fact, I should like it. Nothing to do but dream and watch spring on a farm. I've always wanted to do that.
Well, good luck to you, then. Look me up when you get to London. And be careful of the wildflowers.
Good to be left alone. I think they were glad to have me. Megan and her aunt worried about my lameness as if I'd been one of the family. From the very first, I'd felt that Megan liked me. She performed little kindnesses for me that weren't part of her duties. As the days went by, I began to expect them. When I woke in the morning, the thought of her made me anxious to be up and downstairs. Even if I didn't talk with her, I liked to be near where I could hear her singing at her work. One day I was down by the big apple tree. And the 2 little boys, Nick and Rick, were playing there by the pool.
Watch out, Rick. The gypsy bogle will get you.
Gypsy bogle? What do you mean by the gypsy bogle, Rick?
The gypsy bogle sits on the stone there by the apple tree sometimes.
Oh, what does he look like?
Dunno. Never seen him. Megan says he sits there. Megan's afeard of you.
Oh?
But she's not afeard of you. She says a prayer for you.
Well, how do you know that, you little rascal?
When I was asleep, she said, God bless us all and Mr. Rashes. I heard her whispering.
You're a little ruffian to tell what you hear when you're not meant to hear it.
You see, Rick, I told you not to tell him.
Nick, come here, both
Here they are, Megan.
And I've been looking all over for the rascal.
Go into the house at once. Auntie wants you. Now go on with you.
Nick told her about the gypsy bogle.
Go on now. No more nonsense out of you. Children are silly sometimes.
Oh, I don't think so. They're often more sensible than grown-ups. Tell me, Megan, what's this gypsy bogle they're talking about?
He brings bad things. They're bogles in the rocks. They're men who lived long ago. There's one that comes here and sits on that rock.
Oh, I should come down one night and sit on the rock there and have a talk with him.
Oh, please don't. Something will happen to him.
Well, does it matter if anything happened to me, Megan? Would it disturb you a lot? Well, I dare say I shan't see him because I suppose I shall have to be off pretty soon.
Oh, no.
Would you like me to stay?
Very much.
Well, then I will stay. And tonight, Megan, I'm going to say a prayer for you.
You're laughing at me. You're laughing at us, all of us.
That's not true, Megan. Believe me, that's not true.
Why?
Wait, Megan. Your hair, it's caught in the apple blossoms. Don't move, Megan. Don't move.
beautiful with those clusters of pink blossoms in your dark hair. Megan.
Oh.
You're so very, very sweet, Megan.
You too.
Megan, come here tonight. To the big apple tree. After they've gone to bed. Megan, promise.
I promise.
For a long time after Megan had fled away through the orchard, I stood there, under the apple tree. This was the beginning of what? She was so lovely, so unutterably lovely, and untouched. I felt somehow as if I'd beheld a miracle, and it had transformed me. I walked on toward the wild meadow. Jim, the hired man, was out there.
Good evening to you, Mr.
Good evening,
Ashurst.
Jim.
It is brave weather for the grass.
Jim, they tell me you've seen the gypsy bogle. Have you seen it, too? Is that right?
Well, 'twere in my mind as 'twas there this evening a little afore. Ask Megan. If she was there, she's seen him.
Yeah. Yeah, she's sensitive. She feels everything.
She's very loving-hearted.
Loving-hearted.
Aye.
Yes. That was it. What was I to do about this girl who loved me so? And whom I loved? I walked for a long time. In the orchard, I broke off a spray from a crabapple tree. The buds were like Megan. Shell pink. Rose pink. Wild and fresh. And the opening flowers white and wild and touching. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to our Mercury production of John Galsworthy's great love story, The Apple Tree. Now, before we bring you the final act of The Apple Tree, here's Jimmy Wallington, who has the glint of an old grad in his eye as he thinks of the coming football season.
Why, yes, Orson. Tomorrow and next Saturday, the old pigskin season swings into action. Those first really post-war 11s gallop out on the field. And that reminds me, of course, of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. For what is that truly great beer but a team? A blend of never less than 33 fine brews, each in itself an all-American for flavor and quality. Yes, and what is finer than to have the team right with you in a tall, foam-capped glass as you sit by your radio and listen to the referee's whistle start the Saturday gridiron battles? Yes, friends, you'll find me tomorrow right by my radio, listening to a football game, and right beside me where I can enjoy that perfect flavor, not too heavy, not too light, but clean, fresh, sparkling, will be a good supply of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And say, incidentally, friends, if you occasionally can't get all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you wish, please keep on asking your dealer for it. We're doing our best to get you your share of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now part 2 of Orson Welles' Mercury production of the famous love story by John Galsworthy, The Apple Tree.
She kept her promise. Megan met me under the apple tree that night. She came straight toward me and into my arms. And our lips sought each other. And we stood there together for a long time in the moonlight. Megan, why did you come?
Sir, you asked me to.
Megan, darling, don't call me sir.
What should I be calling you?
Frank.
Oh, I couldn't.
But you love me, don't you?
I couldn't help loving you, and I want to be with you. That's all.
That's all.
I shall die if I can't be with you.
You shall be with me forever, Megan. Forever. We'll go to London. I'll show you the world.
I don't care where we go. If I can be with you, that's all.
Tomorrow, dear, I'll go to Torquay and get some money and get you some clothes that won't be noticed when we get to London. If you love me well enough, we'll be married.
Oh, no, I couldn't. I only want to be with you.
Oh, Megan, I'm not nearly good enough for you. Tell me, when did you begin to love me?
When I saw you on the road and you looked at me. But I never thought you'd want me.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Oh, look. Look, the gypsy bogle.
The gypsy bogle? Where? I don't see anything.
They're sitting on the stone under the tree.
Megan, there's nothing there, only the moonlight on the rock.
I saw him, and I'm afraid. Bad
A
sign.
bad
I must
sign.
go in.
Darling Megan, there's nothing there. There's no gypsy bogle. It's only your imagination.
You don't see the bogles, but I see them. And I know. Good night.
Megan! Megan! I heard the gate click. Knew she'd gone. Instead of her, only this old apple tree. And the scent of the woods. A little part of her. And above me and around, the blossoms. More living, more moonlit than ever. Seem to glow and breathe. The next morning, I left early and went to Torquay. I wanted to get some money, and I had to cash a check, but I found that without credentials, I'd have to wait till they wired the London bank for verification. While I waited for the answer, I shopped for a dress for Megan.
Here's something, sir. It's very smart.
The more I looked at those modish gowns, the less they seemed suited to Megan. It was incredible that Megan, my Megan, could ever be dressed in anything except the rough tweed skirt and battered tam o' shanter I'd always seen her wear. Couldn't make up my mind, and yet she couldn't wear her old clothes in London. They wouldn't suit her either. Couldn't make up my mind. I walked the streets of Torquay, confused and undecided.
Well, Frank Ashurst, haven't seen you since rugby.
Oh, Halliday, Phil Halliday, this is a surprise.
Hey, if you're not lunching anywhere, come with me. I'm here with my sister Stella.
Oh, that's good. I'd love to see Stella, and I haven't any good reason for refusing, Phil. Oh, great Scott, I'd completely forgotten the time. It's after 3 and the bank's closed.
Splendid. That means you'll have to stay over in Torquay.
No, I can't do
Oh,
that.
we should love to have you. I know Phil's getting bored to death with me, and we've had such fun.
Yes, it has been fun, Stella. I've been rustic for so long, I'd almost forgotten how pleasant London talk can be. Very well. I'll stay. I sent a wire to Mrs. Narracombe. I hoped that Megan would understand. Just this one day away from her wouldn't matter. It was the life that I'd always known. Gay, cheerful, normal people. Just a few more hours of their life before I left it altogether didn't seem wrong. Stella was a pretty thing. Curious the calm way she looked at me. As if she understood everything and would never question too deeply. But that night I couldn't sleep. I thought of Megan. I was with her again. Under the living, breathing whiteness of the blossoms. The moonlight on her upturned face. Face of innocence and humble passion. Megan. Poor little trusting Megan.
How much did I really love her? How much was madness? And the spring and the wild beauty of her. I thought of Stella. Stella, cool, poised, and friendly. Stella belonged to the world I knew and understood, a world that understood me. Megan didn't understand, and she never could belong. She loved me, but was that enough for either of us? I didn't know what to do. Phil and Stella had asked me to go with them to Totnes for a picnic. I hadn't given them a definite answer, nor had I sent any further wire to Mrs. Narracombe. Today I had to decide. I knew that. I went out for a walk along the cliff wall. There's a high sea running. There weren't many people out. I'd walked a mile or so, I guess, before I saw her. There she was. Megan in her old skirt and jacket and tam o' shanter. She was looking for me. I knew that at once. She'd look up into the faces of the passers-by, wavering, lost-looking, and somehow pitiful. I'd followed her a long way. Once she stopped and leaned against the sea wall. I wanted her again. I wanted her kisses. Her abandonment, all her quick, warm, pagan emotion. And the wonderful feeling of that night under the moonlit apple tree. Yet I couldn't move toward her. I couldn't let her know I was there. For suddenly I realized that to go back to the farm and love Megan out in the woods, among the rocks, with everything around wild and fitting, that was what I wanted. And that was impossible. But to transplant her to the town, to keep her in some little flat, and when the wild ecstasy wore off, to find her commonplace, unable to fit into my world, and no longer able to go back to her own. That was worse. Far worse. I took another long, last look at that pathetic, wistful figure staring out over the sea. Goodbye, Megan. Goodbye, my darling. Goodbye. 3 days later, I went back to London, traveling with the Hallidays. On the last day of April in the following year, Stella and I were married. All this I remembered as I sat there on the hill in the warm sun. And as I remembered an ache for a lost youth, a hankering and a sense of wasted love and sweetness gripped me. And the sun no longer warm, I got up and walked a ways down the road. There's a man standing by what I saw was a grave, an old man he was. And the grave was by the crossroads. There was a moorstone to the west. And on it, someone had thrown a blackthorn spray. And a handful of bluebells.
Good afternoon to you, sir. A nice day for a walk.
Can you tell me whose grave this is?
Well, now, it's quite a story. 'Twas a poor soul that killed herself. 'Twas a long time ago. She was a pretty girl, but too loving-hearted.
Too loving-hearted?
In them days, I was working for Mrs. Narracombe, and she was, too. There was a college gentleman staying with us. She took a fancy to him. He was a nice fella, too. Then, one day, he went away sudden-like and never come back. After that, she was crying a lot, and then one day I found her. She was lying in a pool by the old apple tree, by the stone where the gypsy boulder sat. It was June then, but she'd found a little bit of apple blossom and stuck it in her hair.
I walked away. I'd heard enough. On the top of the hill, I lay down and buried my face in my hands. Megan's face brushed close. Megan, with a sprig of apple blossoms and her dark, wet hair.
If I could be with you, that's all. If I could be with you.
Oh, there you are, Frank. Look at my sketch. It's pretty, don't you think?
Oh, yes, it's very pretty.
Still, there's something wanting, isn't there?
Yes. Yes. There was something wanting. The apple tree. The singing. And the gold.
You have just heard the Orson Welles Mercury production of The Apple Tree by John Galsworthy. Mr. Wells will return in just a moment. But first, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he is unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. Every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with a real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a couple of minutes before it's time to say goodnight, I'd like to read you a poem. Like our story tonight, deals with love and lost love. It's by Ernest Dawson. It's a great favorite. It's called Cinera. Last night, yesternight, betwixt her lips and mine, there fell thy shadow, Cinera. Thy breath was shed upon my soul between the kisses and the wine. And I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, I was desolate and bowed my head. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. All night upon mine heart I felt her warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep she lay. Surely the kisses of her bought red mouth were sweet. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion when I awoke and found the dawn was gray. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I have forgot much, Cinera. Gone with the wind, flung roses riotously with the throng, dancing to put thy pale, lost lilies out of mind. But I was desolate and sick of an old passion. Yea, all the time, because the dance was long. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. I cried for madder music and for stronger wine. And when the feast is finished and the lamps expire, then falls thy shadow, Cinera. The night is thine. And I am desolate and sick of an old passion, yea, hungry for the lips of my desire. I have been faithful to thee, Cinera, in my fashion. And now it's time to say goodnight. Next week's show is Shakespeare's King Lear. Till then, we remain as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. makers of Blended Splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You've just heard Orson Welles' Mercury production of The Search for Henri Lefevre. Radio play by Lucille Fletcher.
The Eyre. Tonight, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat at one of the greatest plays ever written. And now let's raise the curtain on the Mercury Theatre. Mr. Wells.
Tonight, for our last broadcast on the series, besides your obedient servant, you'll hear the following Mercury players. Miss Agnes Moorehead, Mr. Edgar Berrier, Elliot Reed, Mr. Doreen Tuttle, Mr. William Allen, Norman Field, Miss Mary Lansing, and our narrator, John Brown.
Here follows a half-hour's radio production by the Mercury Theatre of William Shakespeare's greatest tragedy. Scenes from King Lear.
Give me the map there. Know we have divided in three our kingdom. It is our fast intent to shake all cares and business from our age, conferring them on younger strengths, whilst we unburdened crawl toward death. Tell me, my daughters, which of you shall we say doth love us most? Goneril, our eldest born. Speak first.
Sir, I love you more than words can wield the matter. Dearer than eyesight, space, and liberty. Beyond what can be valued, rich or rare, no less than life. With grace, health, beauty, honor. A love that makes breath poor and speech unable. Beyond all manner of so much, I love you.
Of all these bounds, even from this line to this, with shadowy forests and with champaigns rich, with precious rivers and white-skirted meads, we make thee lady. What says our second daughter, our dearest Regan?
I am made of that self-metal as my sister, and prize me at her worth.
To thee and thine hereditary ever remain this ample third of our fair kingdom.
What shall Cordelia do? Love and be silent.
Now our joy, although the last not least. What can you say to draw a third, more opulent than your sisters? Speak.
Nothing, my lord.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Nothing will come of nothing. Speak again.
Unhappy that I am, I cannot heave my heart into my mouth. I love your majesty according to my bond. No more, no less.
Oh, Cordelia, mend your speech a little, lest it may mar your fortunes.
Good, my lord. You have begot me, bred me, loved me. I return those duties back as a right fit. Obey you, love you, and most honor you. But I shall never marry like my sisters, to love my father.
What goes thy heart with this?
Aye, good, my lord.
So young, and so untender.
So young, my lord, and true.
Let it be so. Thy truth then be thy dower. Here I disclaim all parental care, propinquity and property of blood. And as a stranger to my heart and me, hold thee from this forever.
Good, my liege.
Kent, royal Lear, on my life no more.
My life I never held but as a pawn to wage against thy enemy.
Out of my sight.
Yes, sir. To kill thy physician, and the fee bestow upon the foul disease.
Hear me, Recreant.
I tell thee thou dost
All my allegiance, hear me. Since thou hast sought to make us break our vow, which we durst never yet, take thy reward. 5 days we do allot thee for provision to shield thee from diseases of the world. But on the 6th, to turn thy hated back upon our kingdom. If on the 10th day following, thy banished trunk be found in our dominions, the moment is thy last. Away by Jupiter! This shall not be revoked.
Honest Kent, condemned to exile, disguises himself and stays on in England to watch over his beloved king. Now, banished Kent, if thou can serve where thou dost stand condemned, so may it come. Thy master, whom thou lovest, shall find thee full of labors. When old Lear, at the head of his small retinue of 100 knights, visits his eldest daughter, Goneril, Kent, disguised as a poor serving man, comes upon the king.
How now, what art thou?
A man, sir. A very honest-hearted fellow, and as poor as the king.
If thou be as poor for a subject as he is for a king, thou art poor enough. What wouldst thou?
Service.
Who wouldst thou serve?
You?
Dost thou know me, fellow?
No, sir. But you have that in your countenance which I would fain call master.
What's that?
Authority.
How old art thou?
Not so young, sir, to love a woman for singing, nor so old to dote on her for anything.
Follow me, and thou shalt serve me. If I like thee no worse after dinner, I shall not part from thee yet.
In Lear's train, the favorite of the king is a little fellow in a coxcomb, the medieval cap and bells. This is the court jester, the half-witted, sharp-witted fool.
The sweet and bitter fool will presently appear.
Sir, what fool? You had best take my coxcomb. Why? Your master hath banished 2 daughters, and done the 3rd a blessing against his will.
Dost thou call me a fool, boy?
All thy other titles thou hast given away. That thou wast born with.
Huh?
Oh, nuncle, thou hadst little wit in thy bald crown when thou gavest thy golden one away.
Oh, faith, I had rather be any kind of thing than a fool, and yet I would not be thee, nuncle. Thou hast pared thy wit of both sides and left nothing in the middle.
My father?
Here comes one of the pairings.
Not only, sir, this your all-licensed fool, but other of your insolent retinue do hourly carp and quarrel, breaking forth in rank and not to be endured riots. Sir, I had thought, by making this well known unto you, to have found a safe redress. But you protect this course and put it on by your allowance.
How you are, daughter.
Oh, good my father, I do beseech you to understand my purposes aright. As you are old and reverent, you should be wise. Here do you keep 100 knights and squires, men so disordered, so debauched and bold, that this our court, infected with their manners, shows like a riotous inn. Be then desired by her that else will take the thing she begs. A little to disquantity your train.
Darkness and devils. Saddle my horses. I'll not trouble thee.
CNF Radio Productions present Michael Raffetto as Jonathan Brixton.
Mr. Blixton, wake up. You go office.
I'm tired, Fong. I got to bed very late.
Me no. Here, you drink this coffee.
Yes, but I'm not well.
You say that every morning. You get up.
Jonathan Brixton, criminal lawyer of San Francisco, bachelor of uncertain habits, brilliant in court, yet capable of amazing indolence. But then he has Fung to feed him and to get him out of bed, and James to do all the tedious work of looking up the law. Yes, James is the studious type, but don't let his quiet way deceive you. He's a brawny fellow with a mean wallop.
Put up that gun, do you hear? Firearms make me nervous.
Yeah? Well, it's too bad. You and Brixton here better say your prayers, because this is your finish, see?
James, I'm afraid he means business. Do you suppose...
Hey, stand still. What do you think you're...
All right, James.
Yes, sir.
Oh, very thorough, James. Very thorough.
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to hit him so hard.
Yes, James, your punches aren't gentle.
Jonathan Brixton. His business is crime. A sordid life, but never dull, because you never know what to expect next. For example, who would dream that there was murder in the offing at the home of Miss Effie Blacklock? Wealthy, old, eccentric Miss Blacklock, maiden lady of San Francisco.
I do hereby further bequeath and devise all my property, both real and personal, to my grandniece, Miss Ruby Jo Bovard, provided that said grandniece... Miss Ruby, are you listening?
Yes, Aunt Effie.
Very well. I can't tolerate inattention when I'm speaking. Now, where was I? Miss Ruby Jo Bovard. Oh, yes. Provided. Now, this is important, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Aunt Effie.
Provided that said grandniece continues to live with me, Miss Effingham Blacklock, so long as I remain alive, and that she continues to be guided by my advice and serves as my companion. Is that clear?
Yes.
There's a great deal more of legal falderall, but I've read you the essential provisions. I might add, however, that should you take it into your pretty head to forsake me in my old age, I have provided in the will that everything, mind you, will go to the university. Now, have you anything to say?
No, Aunt Effie.
You're thinking of that young man, aren't you? Of Roger.
Well...
He's not worthy of you. I've told you that repeatedly. No connections. Such an indifferent family. But then I shan't live forever.
Oh, please, don't say things like that, Aunt Effie.
Well, we'll not go into it again tonight. It's past 9. Call Winters to help me to my room.
All right.
Winters?
Yes?
Auntie's ready.
Yes, Miss Ruby, coming.
She'll be right in.
Yes. You'll lock up these papers for me?
Yes, Auntie.
Yes. Tidy up the desk. It's a relief to have that will drawn up. It's been worrying me of late. I'm getting old, Miss Ruby. Very old.
Oh, but you...
Don't interrupt. I know I'm getting old. I tire so easily. Oh, where is Winters? What does she mean by keeping me waiting? Winters!
Yes, Miss Blacklock. I'm right here.
You've kept me waiting. Take my arm.
Yes, Miss Blacklock.
Careful. Careful. You know how my back pains me.
I'm sorry.
You're not sorry. You've been getting out of hand lately. And put down that sewing basket. Always sewing. What's the matter with you foreigners?
I am not foreigner. I am American.
When you finish there, it'll be time to go to your room, Miss Ruby.
Yes, Auntie.
Oh, can't you be more careful, Winters? You support me as if you were handling a side of beef. Once this war is over, a person will be able to get peace himself.
Roger.
I've been standing out here waiting for her to leave. Give me a hand. I'll climb in the window.
But she's forbidden you.
Give me a hand. There. That's a girl. It's cold out there. I thought she'd never leave.
Quiet. Let's close this window.
Oh, yeah. What's she doing? Giving another lecture on what a bum I am?
Oh, Roger, I don't know what we're going to do.
We're going to get married. That's what we're going to do. And your old Aunt Effie or nobody else is going to stop us.
But she's made everything so difficult.
What do we care? We'll run away. Or is money more important to you?
Oh, of course not. It isn't that. But she is old, and I feel so sorry for her sometimes.
Sorry. She's a mean old... I hate her.
Oh, don't say those things.
Give me a kiss.
Oh, Roger. Oh, Roger.
Look, darling. Go get some clothes together. We'll run away tonight.
Oh, but I can't just run out without a word. It'd kill her.
Look at me. Do you love me?
You know I do.
Then do what I say. I'll wait for you here in the library.
All right. I'll hurry.
Right. Hey.
Yes?
Your aunt's bedroom is the one at the top of the stairs, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, be quiet. We'll go by her door.
I will.
I'll see you later.
All right. I love you.
And I love you.
Is that you, Winters? Winters, turn on the light. Miss Ruby? Oh, turn on the light. You know I can't reach my light with this back of mine. Is there someone in this room? I'll scream.
You're choking me.
Oh.
You have a final one on the house, Mr. Brixton?
Why, that's an intriguing proposition, Steve, but why final?
Midnight in 2 minutes. 12 o'clock deadline for serving drinks. But why should I be telling you what the law is, eh? It's a good one, ain't it? A bartender telling Jonathan Brixton what the law is.
I could have a worse tutor, Steve.
Hey, ain't got much of that 20-year-old stuff left. Keep it for special customers.
It ascends me to the brain, makes it quick, apprehensive.
How's that?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Falstaff.
Oh.
Hey, Stephen, how much do you think it would cost to induce that piano player to take a rest?
Oh, you want him to stop? Why, sure, I'll tell him.
Well, we don't want to hurt his feelings. I'm sure he's doing his best.
Oh, you can't hurt Charlie's feelings. He,
Well, you must have read our thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brixton. Glad you like it.
How nice and quiet.
Paper, morning paper. Rich old lady murdered.
Paper, mister?
No, thank you. I like my paper with my coffee. Not that I eat it. Don't misunderstand me.
Rich old lady murdered. Read about the latest journey.
Always somebody getting killed. But makes business for you lawyers, don't it?
Stephen, the human race is depraved.
Sure is, yeah. Sure is. Hey, Bub, you with the paper. Come here.
Yeah?
Who was killed? Somebody here in San Francisco?
Here you are. Picture of her on the front page.
Okay, here's a dime. Now screw.
Paper.
Ah.
Well, the maestro has now turned to the classics.
Look at this, Mr. Brixton. Old Lady Blacklock killed. That rich old dame in a big house on Nob Hill. You know?
Effie Blacklock?
Yeah, strangled about 9 o'clock tonight. Got the guy, though. Young fella who was in love with her niece or something.
Him not been there tonight, huh? All right. If he come in there, you tell him call home. It's a fang. Goodbye.
Not there either.
No.
We've simply got to get hold of him, Fong.
I don't know where he go. He don't tell me. I think you better go home. Too late to do anything tonight. Look, 1 o'clock.
I know, but I promised this Miss Blacklock's niece I'd get Mr. Brixton on it tonight. Oh, I'd better call my wife. She'll be getting worried. Hand me the phone, will you? Thanks.
Niece kill old lady?
No, phone. It's her boyfriend. They got him locked up. She's frantic, and she wants... Oh, hello. Hello, dear. This is James again. You went to sleep, were you? Well, I'm still at Mr. Brixton's house. No, we haven't located him yet. Yes, but, darling, as long as I'm working for him, I've got to do my job. Well, I know, but... Well, yes, dear. Well, just because he does those things, it doesn't mean I'm going to. You're all right. Yes, well, I think if you... Well, yeah, I will. Yes, I will. Yeah. Goodbye, dear.
Your wife, she don't like him, Mr. Blixton. She think he bad. She lied.
Well, she's upset. You can't think of any other place he might be, huh?
Let's see. No. Oh, him come now.
Fong, you should be in bed.
Miss Alloy here.
Oh, James.
Mr. Brixton, I've been trying to get in touch with you for hours.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've been doing a little research.
It's the Blacklock case. You knew she was killed early this evening.
Yes, I did hear something about it.
Well, the niece is frantic. See, the boy she's in love with is involved, and she tried to get hold of you right away. Seems she called here several times, and Fong finally told her to call me.
Uh-huh. You told her we'd take the case?
Well, no, not exactly. I told you were kind of funny about taking cases, but I'd talk to you.
Yeah. Where is she now?
Home. She's waiting to hear from you.
Well, body at the morgue?
I don't know. You see, I haven't really done anything much except look for you.
Yeah. I'm hardly in the mood for work.
She seems quite young and very desperate. I felt sorry for her.
What about the boy?
His name is Roger Murray. They've locked him up. Seems he's confessed to the murder.
Confessed? Then our work is cut out for us, James. Let's go. I see. Now tell us this, Miss Bovard. Who discovered the body?
I did.
Mm-hmm. Go on. Tell us about it.
After I'd packed my bag and I was coming down to meet Roger in the library here, well, as I passed down his room, I had a feeling of, a kind of guilty feeling came over me. And
What do you mean, a guilty feeling?
Running off without a word. After all, she had raised me, and in a way, she'd done a lot for me.
So you decided to go in and tell her, is that it?
Yeah. I opened her door. The room was dark, and I called to her. She didn't answer. I went over to her bed and spoke to her. She seemed so still it frightened me. Oh, it was awful.
Take your time.
Well, I turned on the light. When I saw her face, I knew something terrible had happened. I ran to the head of the stairs and called Roger. He came up, and Winters rushed in from her room.
Yes, about this Winters. She the only servant in the house?
The only one that lives in the house, yes. The cook and the chauffeur have quarters over the garage.
Uh-huh. And Winters is a sort of personal maid for your aunt?
Yes, she acts as housekeeper and is Auntie's maid. Sort of like a nurse in a way, too. You see, Auntie hasn't been awfully well lately. Well, that's one reason why I hated running off without...
Yes?
Well, where is Winters now?
She's in the sewing room right across the hall here. Poor thing, she's frightened to death. She said she was going to sew to try to get her mind off things. She's a foreigner, and they take death awfully hard.
What nationality is she?
I don't know, but she has some funny name that Auntie couldn't pronounce, so she decided to call her Winters.
We ought to have a talk with her, don't you think, Mr. Brixton?
Yes, James. Now, what did Roger say when he saw your aunt?
We all rushed into the room. We were all so... Well, I don't really know what happened. Somebody called the doctor and...
Your own doctor?
Yes, Dr. Jackson.
Oh, yes.
He came right over. But, of course, it was too late to do anything. When he said she'd been strangled, well, then Roger said yes, she had been. And that he had done it.
Oh, he had gone into her room while you were in your room packing. Is that it?
Yes. And then the doctor called the police.
Yes, this is a terrible ordeal for you, I know. Now, suppose you take us in to see this Winters for a moment, and then we'll let you get to bed. Ring that night bell again, James. Mac must be asleep in there.
Yeah. The morgue always depresses me. And that weird light up there. Seems like they try to make it just as ghoulish as they can.
Yeah?
Hello, Mac.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Brixton. How are you?
Hope we didn't disturb you. You know my assistant, James, here.
Sure.
Hello, Mac.
How are you? Come on in.
Go ahead, James.
What's on your mind, Mr. Brixton? Kind of late, ain't you?
Yes, it's a little late at that. Hey, Mac, I want you to do me a little favor.
Yeah? Well, I ain't never failed you yet, have I?
That's right. I'd like to take a gander at a body you got in here.
Well, we got plenty of them. All sizes and shapes. Young, old, medium. Take your choice.
Well, the one we're interested in happens to be old. Miss Blacklock.
Oh, yeah, the old dame that was killed early tonight, huh? I was just working on her. The doc's going to perform an autopsy first thing in the morning. Say, you got on this case pretty fast, didn't you, Mr. Brixton?
Well, sort of peculiar set of circumstances, Mac. You mind if we take a look?
Come on. Of course, you know I wouldn't do this for everybody.
Oh, I know. Just a little bit ago, I was saying to James here that I'm always in your debt.
Oh, no, I was just kidding. I haven't forgot all the things you've done for me. Here we are.
Oh.
Can you imagine anybody strangling an old lady like that?
Lovely white hair. It's horrible, isn't it?
Get some people looking at stiffs. Did me at first. You see, Mr. Brixton? You can see she was choked, all right.
Strange.
What, Mr. Brixton?
That mark there on her neck. I wonder how... James.
What is it?
James, we've got to get back to the Blacklock house.
What for?
Before somebody else is murdered.
But they've got the murderer in jail.
That's just the point. They haven't.
Yes?
It's Winters, Miss Ruby.
Oh, yes, Winters, come in. What is it, Winters? I was just going to bed.
I'm sorry I bother you. I'm so scared. I'm afraid in my room alone.
I know how you feel. Sit down.
I brought my sewing basket. Let me stay here, please.
Of course. I'm glad you came in.
You go to bed. I be quiet. I just turn on this one little lamp over there so to see a little bit to sew.
No, I can't go to sleep. We'll talk.
All right. We talk.
Yes, we'll... Oh, Withers, what are we going to do?
Do not cry.
No, I mustn't. I know Auntie was mean to you, but you must forgive her. We can't hate her now.
She's dead. Yes. But I still... Yes. But I still... Yes. But I still... Yes.